of NBC Sports Championship Season. Pebble Beach on California's Monterey Peninsula. Nicklaus, Watson, Kite, and Woods have all claimed U.S. Open titles here. And now, as the national championship comes to Pebble for the 5th time, a look at the leaders at the midway point. It begins with Graham McDowell, the 30-year-old from Northern Ireland. He was a member of the 2008 Ryder Cup team. He has 5 wins on the European Tour, but he has never won in the United States. Still, he leads the field with 11 birdies through 36 holes and thus leads this U.S. Open heading into round 3. A group of 4 is at 1 under and 2 back of McDowell. It includes Dustin Johnson, who's known success at Pebble, winning the last 2 Pro-Ams played here. This week, Johnson has been the longest off the tee here, driving it on average some 20 yards beyond anyone else in the field. Maybe U.S. Open jitters don't affect you so much when you come from an ocean away. 18-year-old Ryo Ishikawa had a round of 58 earlier this year in Japan. He's in contention here with a chance, however improbable, to become the youngest Open champion ever. Meanwhile, 40-year-old Ernie Els won his first Open at age 24 at Oakmont. Now, 16 years later, he's playing his best golf in a long while. He, too, is at 1 under and 2 back after a second round 68. Ernie Els' name is etched on this trophy twice. Phil Mickelson has been achingly close 5 times. His 66 in round 2 raises hopes, though, that this could be the breakthrough year. 5 birdies on the front yesterday helped him rebound from his opening round of 75. So he, too, is now 1 under and 2 back. Hi, everybody. I'm Bob Costas. Tom Watson and Davis Love have each opened hot today, and Dan Hicks and Johnny Miller will be here shortly to tell you about that as they anchor our day and night of coverage. That coverage will soon include Tiger Woods on the first tee. He's scheduled to tee off in about 8 minutes. He begins the day 4 over. That's 7 shots off the lead. We'll be here until third-round play concludes, which means that when Phil Mickelson and the others presently at or near the top of the leaderboard come walking up that 18th fairway, it should be right around sundown Pacific time. That's a particularly breathtaking sight here at Pebble Beach, one of the great settings in all of golf.
Pebble Beach is one of the most magnificent sights for a golf course in the world.
It's just a wonderful combination of land and sea.
It's just such a great feeling to be able to play Pebble Beach because you know you're going to be challenged every day.
Seeing the history of what has happened from Jack to Tom again, and then to myself, being the U.S. Open champion at Pebble Beach is spectacular.
I always wanted to win the U.S. Open. Winning that tournament on Father's Day was the best Father's Day present I ever gave my dad.
If I had one more round of golf to play, Pebble Beach, that's where I'd go.
To truly capture the beauty of Pebble, one must cast their own eyes on its magical powers. But if you're one of the few who have won this title here, your strokes of genius last forever. Timeless masterpieces.
I've been dreaming of this moment since I was 10 years old.
Imaginary moments exploding into real life.
You know, there's still no substitute for winning.
Into portraits of perfection.
Well, it's not too bad a Father's Day present, is it?
Now, amid the unmatched backdrop of Pebble Beach, the latest U.S. Open champion will emerge.
Open Championship of the United States of America.
Little Ben Hogan captures top honors today.
This is a shot of his life.
Expect anything different?
I guess patience and hard work, I guess it pays off.
The older you get, the more thrilling it gets because the harder it gets.
I consider myself extremely lucky to have won this championship.
James Stewart is the 1999 U.S. Open champion.
In the United States Open, this is the greatest golf tournament in the world, and I'm proud to win it.
The greatest works of art come from the places that inspire us most. And Pebble Beach is poised to paint us its latest picture that we'll never forget. NBC Sports and the United States Golf Association are proud to present a national championship. Today it's live third round coverage of the 110th United States Open. There are U.S. Opens, and then there are U.S. Opens at Pebble Beach. From the first time you see it, its mystique and feel grabs you and never lets go. For more than 90 years now, an iconic landmark known around the world, and it has never looked better. And it's different as well. It's massive cliffs that stretch down to Stillwater Cove and Carmel Bay in play now more than ever, with the fairways inching their way right to the edge on several holes. It's a sight to behold as America's championship returns here for the 5th time. And we've got all sorts of intriguing stories for you. An eclectic group of contenders in the final few groups, including that man right now, Graham McDow, the leader by 2 in a U.S. Open Saturday. He's in the final group. In the third to last group is Phil Mickelson, who turned 40 years old on Wednesday and still chases that elusive U.S. Open championship. He's the second-ranked player in the world. And then you've got Tiger Woods, who in less than 5 minutes will try to record the biggest comeback in his major championship career. He begins this day at +4, a full 7 off the lead. And to give you an idea of how Pebble has been playing today, well, if you look at Davis Love's play, it is there for the taking. Some of the tees up several yards. This is the par 4 fourth, and with a 3-wood on a hole measuring 284 yards up the hill, it's up some 47 yards. Davis puts it on the green. And so coming off of birdies already at this point at 2 and 3, he goes eagle at the 4th and goes out in 5 under 30, equaling the low 9 in any of the U.S. Open staged here at Pebble Beach. And Davis Love at +2 for the championship has put himself into contention. There is McDowell. He'll be in the final group with Dustin Johnson, who's won the last 2 PGA Tour stops here. He's at 1 under. And then there's Mickelson, who will be teaming it up with Alex Shakeup, who's at even par. Then Ernie Els looking for his 3rd U.S. Open title, playing with the 18-year-old sensation from Japan, Ryo Ishikawa. Paul Casey at even par. And Ian Poulter at +1, trying to become England's first U.S. Open champion since Tony Jacklin way back in 1970. It couldn't be a better stage, what is set right now for this 110th edition of the United States Open Championship. Dan Hicks, glad to be back with Johnny Miller, who knows every blade of grass here. You won the Cal State Amateur here at the age of 21. You won the last of your 3 Pebble Beach titles here at the age of 46 as a grandfather. This place is very, very special to you, I know.
Yeah, it is. I've been coming here a long time, since I was 8. I have a home here, and I do play golf here occasionally, and played a nice practice round with my son on Saturday, so it got the real feel of how the Open is playing right now and how hard the greens are and how tough it is. And it's just a special treat to be able to watch these guys play the greatest golf course in the world.
And speaking of the golf course, I know when you talk about it, there are 2 really distinct parts of it. It's there for the taking in the early going, and then you better hang on no matter what the weather is doing, and it's pretty calm right now.
Well, if you look at the statistics, 1 through 7, I've played with 12 handicappers that are 2 under after 7, but 1 through 7, the field is 198 over. That sounds not too good, right? But holes through 8 through 18, the field is 1,045 over. So it's 5 times more bogeys, if you want to look at it that way, on the back part of the golf course, 8 through 18, than the first 7. So you better get under par through 7, otherwise it could be a tough day.
All right, a quick word on Tiger Woods before he tees off here in just a matter of seconds. Sound back.
Rounds of 74, 72 +4. He needs to have that great to front 9, maybe like Davis Love. He's got to shoot in the 60s today. He cannot do it all tomorrow. He has to shoot at least at the worst 69 today.
All right, the leaders coming up a little bit later on in the show, but we get you right out live to the tee at 1.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the 1:40 starting time. From Windermere, Florida, the 2000, 2002, and 2008 United States Open champion, Tiger Woods.
And this would be his tallest order from the 36-hole standpoint in a major championship. He's never come back for more than 6 shots in a major. And now as he hits the weekend here, Tiger a full 7 back in a tie for 25th.
It's just back in his stance, just sort of a punch shot here to get it in play with an iron. He likes it, not even watching it, it's so good. That's the way you want to start, huh, Dan? Yep. That's in perfect position.
And from Fiji, Vijay Singh.
A special exemption given not only to Tom Watson, but to this man, Vijay Singh, and he's taken advantage of it. In fact, only 2 players here, Tiger and Vijay, that have been ranked #1 in the world in this century. Vijay for that short span of some 32 weeks in the middle of this last decade.
He too shot identical rounds of 74-72, and they've had their moments together. There's a tiny bit of a rivalry right here.
16th straight U.S. Open cut made by Vijay Singh. That's the longest active streak going, and out goes Tiger Woods in search of a 15th major championship. But he is going to have to have a great day today in order to make it dramatic.
Monday, it's New York's final chance to make the last comic semis.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, but it's not going to be a snap for everyone.
I can't get 1 yes.
I can give you 1 yes if they both say no.
Last Comic Standing's back Monday, 9/8 Central on NBC.
The 14-piece fan feast at KFC. 14 original recipe or grilled drumsticks and thighs, 2 large mashed potatoes and gravy, 2 large coleslaw, and 6 biscuits, all just $20. Feed 6 for less than $3.50 each, with enough for leftovers. The 14-piece fan feast, just $20 at KFC.
A couple years ago, Les Schwab saved my 4th of July. My tire had blown out on the freeway. Luckily, the tow truck driver was able to call the manager of a Les Schwab tire center. And while I know this might not happen every day, Bruce Ward arrived and opened the store.
Hi there.
I was so impressed, especially when I found out Bruce left a family barbecue to help.
Happy 4th, Nancy.
If there's such a thing as an award for awesomeness, Bruce deserves a bunch of them. I'm Nancy Schutz, and that's my Les Schwab story.
Les Schwab, doing the right thing since 1952.
Years ago, the world was faced with a challenge. And Lexus responded by building the world's first luxury hybrid. Today, 5.5 billion miles later, Lexus has 4 hybrid models on the road, including the HS, the most fuel-efficient of all luxury vehicles. See your Roseville, Modesto, and Sacramento Lexus dealer.
The 7-piece value meal for just $10 is back at KFC. 7 original recipe or grilled drumsticks and thighs, plus 2 large mashed potatoes and gravy, and 3 biscuits, all just $10. Now that's value. Don't cook tonight. Save on a 7-piece value meal, just $10 at KFC.
Meteorologist Dirk Verdorn, tonight at 11 on KCRA.
Pebble Beach Golf Links opening up in 1919. In fact, they'll celebrate the 100-year anniversary at the next U.S. Open stage here in 2019, just announced this week. Par 71, the yardage, the shortest on the card for a U.S. Open since 2004. But you look at the average green size, just 3,500 square feet. And that, along with the winds here and the ever-changing weather, is the real defense of this magnificent golf course. USGA making several changes to this course setup here from 2000. We've got the graduated rough going on. Fairways generally wider, but again, much more dangerous with the cliffs that are brought into play. So we go out back to the first, and Tiger Woods and Vijay Singh and Mark Rolfing with this group.
Thank you, Dan. Tiger with a beautiful tee shot here, 3-iron off the tee to the right-hand side of the fairway.
Blew that wedge.
Mark, a perfect day to play golf, huh, at Pebble Beach?
Yeah, I think it's going to get windier, though, Johnny, so I would say make your hay now if you can early.
Yeah, the fog is starting to break up, and a lot of times when it breaks up, a little bit of wind chases it out of here, so we'll see what happens there. But this is always a tough little shot, Mark, with the ball, 3 inches below your feet. You're out of the box. You're trying to make sure you really hit this flush and not come out of it, hit it thin.
Right, and you definitely don't want to go long today with a hole in the back. 154, pretty much straight downwind.
Probably just a 9-iron for him, huh? He is swinging a lot better, folks. I don't know what he's done in the last week or two, but his stats are much better. He's driving it better, hitting more greens. It's a good sign.
Over to the 8th, and how about this for a dramatic second shot? How about David Duval, who along with Davis Love, Tom Watson, has one of the best rounds going out there today. He's 4 under.
See if you can get the right distance coming out of this light rough. You don't want to miss oh, that's well played. It's not a bad spot at all to leave it short.
Duval has moved from +6 to +2. We move back to the first and Vijay Singh second.
He hit hybrid off the tee, so just has 141, but he's pulled this.
Yeah,
it's going to sit down now.
That'll be a very quick one right down the fall line, but it's getting better by the minute, so it's a good shot. A little local knowledge there, Dan. Look at that.
Tiger and Vijay lined up there for potential birdie putts. And over to the 14th, Peter Jacobsen with a call.
Davis now, after that incredibly hot start, bogeyed 13 and 3 putts 14. Had his hopes up for a while. Let's go back to the 18th tower.
All right, Jake, thank you very much. We talked about Tiger a little bit. Let's talk about the guys here, the final few groups here, beginning with Graham McDowell, the 30-year-old from Northern Ireland. He's won around the world. He's never won over here in the States, but he says he has never been more ready to win a major championship than he is right now. Had a big week a couple of weeks ago at the Celtic Manor Wells Open, which is the site of the Ryder Cup, so maybe he is ready.
You know, his swing is awful quick and a lot of going on at the top of the backswing, and, you know, combine that with Great Britain not winning a U.S. Open since 1970, Tony Jacklin, a lot of pressure on him. And same with, really, if you think about it, Paul Casey to win a United States Open. For some reason, for Europeans, that's been the Bermuda Triangle attempt. You know, it's just tough for him. I'm not saying he can't do it, but I don't like his odds.
What about Phil Mickelson? The 66 yesterday, it was exactly what he said he was going to do, shoot a low score, and here he is, just a couple off the pace. But
I like his chances. He's playing, I think, the best I've seen him play in a long, long time. Tee to green. His putting was way off the first day. If he had a pretty good day putting, he'd be leading probably by 2 shots. But he's had the 5 second-place finishes. It's his time to win. You know, he just turned 40, so clock's ticking, and he's won 3 times, like I said, at Pebble, and he knows his course. So I think he's probably a co-favorite, I really believe, with Dustin Johnson.
Speaking of that 40 years old, Ernie Els now 40 years old. It has been 13 years since the second of Ernie's 2 U.S. Open victories, but he says he's in a pretty good spot, feels very calm here this week.
Well, his stats are very good. He's driving it really good, sort of top 20 in fairways hit and greens hit, and you know, really just putting okay. But I mean, he's looking good, and he's got that calm demeanor. Everything's slow, calm, not too much pressure. He's a double Open champion, and you can't look past Ernie.
Yep, and he knows he's swinging well at a great time. You've already heard from some of our U.S. Open broadcast crew, and we've got some U.S. Open experience, some 9 U.S. Opens right here at Pebble that we counted up. Among them, Gary Koch, Brad Faxon, Peter Jacobsen. Out there on the towers and on the ground is Roger Maltby, Mark Rolfing, who grew up here at Pebble Beach, and Dottie Pepper with us as well. We'll be checking in with Jimmy Roberts a little bit later on with his special perspective of this championship, and the executive director of the USGA, David B. Fay, with us as always. Back out to the first, and Tiger looking for an opening birdie.
Johnny, I don't think this first green gets enough respect from the players. It's one of the most pitched here at Pebble Beach. This one will break to his right and be quick.
It's a tough green to read. It really is. There's almost like a double break. It tries to go left right there, and it stays left much more than the players know. That ball would have missed left if you would have hit it hard enough.
To 15, Tom Watson for par at age 60, the second oldest player to make the cut in a U.S. Open.
It's hard to keep it going at Pebble Beach. There's something about the test that by the back 9, things start falling apart for most players, even when they got it going, like a Davis Love.
There's still a good round going for Watson, +2 today. There he is, only Sam Snead, who's the oldest at age 61 in 1973, but the ageless one, Tom Watson, the champion here back in 1982. And speaking of ageless ones, Vijay Singh
won't have any trouble getting this to the hole mark.
No, he won't. And most of the putts from a position that's hole high have a lot of break. This one doesn't. This is definitely makeable.
Well, he over-respected it. What I'm seeing this week, folks, is guys are under-reading the putts because the greens have never been this fast ever before. 13.5 the stimp meter in the morning, maybe 12.5 in the afternoon.
This is Duvall, who's got a 4-under round going for his birdie at 8.
And speak of a slow putt, I think I've seen one pro ever get it to the hole from there.
Ever? Back to the first. Tiger with a little left here for his par.
A length that he usually makes in his sleep, but it is the first hole, and it's always nice to get it in.
Oop. That barely got in, but a 4 nonetheless for Tiger. Remains at +7. And when asked if he had a chance to win this championship coming from 7 back, one-word answer: absolutely. We'll see. Over to 6.
Jim Furyk with a chance for a birdie. Nicely done here at the par 5 that has been the easiest hole on this Pebble Beach golf links throughout the championship.
Yeah, this championship, one of the many championships that the USGA is conducting this summer, and one of their missions is to make the game of golf available to more and more people. They support programs all over the country that help give people access to this game that otherwise might not be able to play it. And one such program is just down the road from right here at Pebble Beach.
The Youth on Course is the foundation component of the Northern California Golf Association. It facilitates the kids getting to be a part of golf. We provide online curriculums for them. We educate them about golf and then facilitate them having the experience by actually getting on the golf course.
Initially, it was set up to increase the accessibility and the affordability of the game for kids who might not otherwise have the opportunity to participate. Many of these kids come from broken homes. They simply don't have the background or the funds to be able to enjoy the game of golf.
Youth on Course partners with hundreds of facilities in Northern California to allow kids to play golf for as little as $2 a round. These junior golfers also receive top-notch instruction.
Whose responsibility is it to learn? Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Our job is to try and help convey the information, and your job is to understand and apply. I was given opportunities to play when I was young, and professionals, PGA professionals, helped me along the way. And I want to be able to, coin a phrase, pay it forward.
It's a really fun program. I mean, they teach us a lot, and we get to learn a lot about golf.
It's taught me to be patient in life. If you mess up, you can try again.
Got it up in the air.
Be looser and not always try to be in control. It's my favorite thing to play golf.
Good one.
Since 2007, the USGA has provided resources and support to help this program continue to grow.
For the United States Golf Association to recognize us as a partner and to support us at the level that they have is really encouraging to us.
To have the credibility and the backing of an organization like that has been tremendous. It's really a kind of a privilege to work with a lot of these kids because it's changing life.
To make a difference in young lives is truly our goal, and I think we're on the path to getting there.
Some good work there done by the USGA. An opportunity once again to spend some time with our friend, Mr. David Fay, the Executive Director of the USGA. David, a lot to talk about this week. Why don't we start with the special exemptions? Only 2 of them given out this year. I don't think anybody would argue with the first, Tom Watson. He's made the cut, and there's obviously some historical significance. He played well last year and at the Masters this year. But what about Vijay Singh? Vijay Singh given an exemption too. He made the cut as well. But why Vijay? Why not somebody like, let's say, Justin Rose? Justin Rose, you know, won at Memorial, then had to qualify the next 2 days, was unable to do so. He's got a higher world ranking, perhaps would be, you know, more competitive here.
Yeah, well, first, to set the stage, we value the word open in the U.S. Open Championship. We want at least half of the field here to get through qualifying. When it comes to special exemptions, we are historically very stingy. and it's a subjective exercise. Now, in the case of VJ, it came down to this. You have a Hall of Famer who's won 3 majors. The way the world ranking works, you can go in and out of that top 50 based on 1 or 2 sessions. He had some health issues, but basically he was exempt up until nearly the last minute. And we felt, particularly on the basis of his 3 majors and the fact that we think he's still playing well, that he deserved an exemption. When we're dealing with a competition with over 9,000 entries, and we have sectional and local qualifying throughout the country, we've got to set the stage and we've got to lay the places out a few weeks in advance. Sure, if maybe in an ideal world you would get Justin Rose in, which would mean somebody else would have gone out because he would have been in based on his performance in the top 50. But it's a subjective exercise, and I think that VJ's performing pretty well. You said Tom made the cut, so is VJ.
We're seeing him playing with Tiger Woods today. All right, let's move on to another topic that's been a big issue this week, the greens. The course is in magnificent condition, at least to the eye, but there has been some criticism, notably from some top players, about the condition of the course. What's your take on that, David?
What's the old saying? You're entitled to your own opinions, but not necessarily your own facts. The golf greens are excellent. They're in the best condition we've ever had for a U.S. Open here. Chris Dahlhammer and his crew have done a terrific job. And the greens are fast and they're true. Cosmetically, you see some what I call Poe birthmarks. That's natural with Poe greens. They're different strains of grass. They are very smooth. You know, on Thursday, you had 2 players make comments about as it related to the putting greens and putting. World number 2 said he putted awfully. I can accept that. World number 1 said the greens were awful. That's wrong. I cannot accept that.
And the greens looking pretty good late in the afternoon. That's where all the scoring is coming from. David, thanks. Let's go out to the 7th hole.
Jim Furyk, his putt for par after hitting his sandwich over the green. After a quick start to get 2 under on the day. Let's give one back here on the 99-yard par 3 today. Over to 15.
And Davis Love has a birdie putt. Since we last left him, he's picked up a couple of bogeys, so he has suddenly gone to +4 after he was as low as +2 after that torrid start when he went out in 30. And over to the 2nd.
Tiger Woods, 2nd shot here at the long par 4.
From the left rough, Gary, pretty good lie, but it's come out a little bit soft. Needs a big kick. That shows a 3-wood off the tee for accuracy and didn't get it.
Leave, is it? No, it is not. Comes up short of the bunker in the long rough. Not much green to work with from there.
Well, we'll probably never see what we saw back in 2000 at this U.S. Open again, Gary, but it's interesting to compare as you start off with the fairways, what he did 10 years ago, and this week he's actually hit 1 more fairway through the first 2 rounds, just 1 less green in regulation through the first 2 rounds. But that next column there, putts, is where Tiger Woods really just put on an unbelievable display. Did not miss a single putt inside 8 feet back in 2000. Not 1 single 3-putt. So when you add it up, that's the difference between where Tiger is this year as opposed to where he was a decade ago.
Yeah, this week he's 118th in putting, which is really dismal for him.
All right, just a moment ago, Vijay Singh, after a monster drive, just a 154-yard 2nd shot to this 502-yard par 4, but he knew it right away, Johnny. That was a bad shot, pulled.
Yeah, he came down without any legs and came over the top with his shoulders.
Over to the 5th.
And Russell Henley, one of the amateurs to make the cut at +5 here. And a beauty by Henley.
Beautiful stroke. Wow. Sort of a Crenshaw stroke.
2 amateurs making the cut. And Russell's got his brother Adam, who's 12 years older, on the bag for him.
Sounds like he's got the whole family there.
It does. Excellent there by Henley. Even par in his round today.
As we move over to the 9th, good look at the whole location toward the back right portion of the green.
Okay.
The fairway, David Duvall positioned very nicely, Dottie.
Certainly is, Gary.
You know, if anything, I'd say maybe towards leaning back off of it, right?
what a start for David Duvall. Johnny, just as you talked about, you've got to get him early, and he certainly did. Hit a beautiful second shot at the par 5-6 within about 3 feet of the flag that led to an eagle there.
And he's played this front nine one other time, didn't he? In the AT&T, that was I think it was in a high like 29, didn't he shoot? I'm almost sure of it. So
that is correct.
Yeah.
Well, 209
he's a street
yards.
player.
209 yards. They believe this is going to play close to 160.
Downwind, right?
Yes.
Downhill.
And don't need to carry it much past the front of the green. This one rather firm.
Nice. Be nice. Be nice.
Now it's a good leave underneath the hole. And we move back over to the second.
Just come over here, get out of the way.
Tiger trying to move a marshal over here, Gary.
He doesn't know where to go.
Do something with the right. He
just wants to do the right thing.
Headlights. All right, this lie is mediocre at best. They have been mowing the rough toward the green, so the grass is laying in that direction. The problem is there's a lot of grass right behind the ball, and it's straight downwind.
And has to land it somewhat on a downslope, side slope, right from left to right.
Got a jumper, huh?
That was about all he could do.
Ooh, I don't know about that. That was just a bad shot. He could have done better now with that big, soft couple shot, couldn't he, Gary?
Well, I would think so, John. And I would think, if anything, you want to play to the right of the hole and leave an uphill putt. As we go to the 16th, Tom Watson for his par. Nasty little putt here. Big slider to the right. Oh, what a good stroke, Tom Watson. Nice par save at 16.
He's just laughing.
Yeah, that'll bring a big smile to his face. Remains 2 under par in his round today. Chance to watch him a little bit earlier in the day, Johnny. Big ovation at every green received by Tom Watson.
Well, he deserves it. He's an amazing player for an awful lot of years.
Well, Gary, B.J. Singh's ball ended up in this new sort of fescue grass that's mowed around the bunkers. It's very thick, and he has ball in hand. As you can see now, I did not see a sprinkler there, so he must have taken an unplayable lie. So I'm really not sure. There was not a rules official that was called over.
It's hard to believe that he couldn't hack something out of there. So there must be something going on, Gary.
Yeah, I don't know, John. I would agree with you. I mean, I can't imagine the lie was that bad he wouldn't have taken a swing at it from just off the edge of the green.
It just surprised me if he was taking relief from an obstruction there, Gary, that he wouldn't have called an official over, or even Tiger. I didn't see him do that.
Quick.
Yeah, very fast. Has to land it right on the downslope.
BJ.
So underneath the hole, but certainly farther from the hole than he was looking for. This second hole has been the second hardest on the golf course through the first 2 rounds, playing to a stroke average of more than 4.5. It is a par 5 normally, and Johnny, a very small target for a lengthy hole.
It is, and the entrance has been narrowed, and anytime you make a 5 into a 4, you got a tough par.
It's only about 8 or 9 yards wide there in the front portion of the green.
Golf course has just been presented to the players so cool. I mean, all these little, I call them dingle dangles, with their fescue stems. You can see them above Tiger's head to the right, standing up there by the 4, and it's just gorgeous.
This is a tough putt to read. Nose coming into the green from the left, just short of the hole. Wants to kind of force the ball to the right. Virtually everyone misses it to the right.
Yeah, look at that kick to the right there at the end. Yeah. Well, wasn't a well-played hole, was it, Gary?
No, not particularly. So bogey at the second for Tiger. Drops him to +5. We'll move over to the 9th. David Duvall with a chance for a birdie 3 here, Dottie, and good news is uphill putt.
Uphill, and he believes it's going left. He's gotten himself underneath this putt twice.
Yeah, that's about it.
So David Duvall, of course, last year was right there in contention until he bogeyed the 71st hole. That was his only top 10 finish of the year.
In fact, even lost his status, Gary.
Can he get it to the hole, Gary?
That's the question. Very slow.
And it just doesn't get there from there. I mean, the players never hit it hard enough.
And back to the second. VJ. That's a good putt. And Mark will rely on you to find out exactly what the score was for VJ Singh there. Continuing a marvelous run now, 64 consecutive major championships that he's played in on his current streak. And okay, Johnny, there's a man that made it look easy yesterday.
Well, he's really played well the first 2 rounds tee to green. It's just the first day he had one of his worst putting performances, and of course this is Ishikawa.
18 years old and right in the middle of the spotlight. He'll be playing with Ernie Els at 3:40 local time here, Pacific time. Just his 5th career major appearance, trying to become the youngest U.S. Open champion in history. Talk about history. Watson, 17, Pebble Beach. By the way, no penalty for VJ. He did get relief from a sprinkler head, so that was a nice 4 for VJ at the second.
That was a good break. And here's a whole location even Tom Watson hasn't seen, and I have never seen. Very close to the hourglass of the side slope of the middle right side of the green.
Not that 17's easy. It's played the most difficult this week, but this is a much more accessible hole location.
Yeah, in front of the green, you do not want to go long here. That one's to the side, so that's not too bad. But boy, long. If you go by the hole, almost hit the hole and go over the green, you can't get inside of 8 feet.
To 16.
Davis Love's second shot here at the short par 4. Location today, Johnny, on the far left-hand side of the green. Green cants severely from right to left, so the ball wants to work its way toward the hole. And
yeah, that's actually one of the easiest hole locations on the course.
Davis Love does it very nicely, so Love will have a chance for yet another birdie. We're seeing some early here in the opening of the 3rd round of the 110th United States Open Championship. Just another glorious day here at Pebble Beach Golf Links. We'll be back with more action in just a moment.
Camera with wide-angle lens, $300. Identical camera with identical lens, 30% off on MasterCard Marketplace.
Wait, how much?
Ibuprofen, $12. X-ray, $90. Chiropractor, $200.
I'm okay.
A smarter way to shop online, priceless. Introducing MasterCardMarketplace.com, your personalized shopping experience with the things you want for less.
Strength on its own can be impressive. When consistency is added, that's when it becomes real. At Northwestern Mutual, we've been able to deliver real strength for over 150 years. Northwestern Mutual, consistency counts. Put our strength to work for you. Learn how at northwesternmutual.com.
We gave it the power of a supercar. Then we gave it the precision of a Lexus. And in turn, wrote a new definition of what's possible for an automobile. This is the pursuit of the impossible. This is the pursuit of perfection.
I'm thinking all the time.
I'm thinking a good drive puts me inside 100 yards.
Hitting a hard 8
or feathering a 7.
Thinking about whether to draw it or hitting a high fade. I'm thinking about being aggressive.
The green, picking a spot.
Keeping it under the wind. I'm thinking all the time. And when I'm in the moment.
When I absolutely need to make a shot.
There's one thing I don't have to think about. My golf ball. I trust it that much.
Pro V1 and Pro V1X, the most trusted ball in golf.
So rich and delicious.
Hola, amigo. It's me, your TV. Just pulled the plug on your cable to show you something sweet. With DirecTV, get a DVR that stores twice as many shows as cable. so load it up. Sports, soaps, absolutely. Reality show marathon, not my thing, but cool. Lots of movies, why not? You got the room. Stop limiting yourself. Give them a call and check out that deal. DirecTV, it'll change your life.
The 110th U.S. Open Championship is brought to you by MasterCard. There are some things money can't buy. For everything else, there's MasterCard. By Lexus. This is the pursuit of the impossible. This is the pursuit of perfection. And by Lipitor. Sensational Saturday at Pebble Beach. And a great spot in the history of this game. Tom Watson, of course, chipped in from the backside of the green on his way to victory in 82. Second shot and got underneath it here.
Yeah, that was such a beautiful lie, but he just sold it deep into the ground instead of holding it up level with the ball. And I see that happen so many times with pros.
Back to 16.
Davis Love for a birdie.
It's like a different Davis Love from the first 10 holes, huh?
Yeah, certainly has been. All of a sudden that nothing seems to be going his way. We'll move over to the third.
Where Tiger Woods is taking a driver on the par 4 that's been moved up 34 yards today. Yesterday he hit 3 went into the trees and had to take unplayable.
He could technically almost drive 2 holes in a row. This one has really got a shot.
If that gets a little further, he'll have a great little angle up to this back right hole location there.
What a shot.
From behind, he's got to go over that tree. I don't think he hooked it as much as he wanted, Johnny. Look how high that ball is.
Yeah, that was well played. And let's take a look at his swing again and see the improvements since that beautiful takeaway right there. Look at how stable he is. He looks really good. Great extension. The club is in a better position, if you ask me, than it's been for a while. Really looks good. He's not trying to see the club's pointing at the target for the first time in I don't know how long. And now he drops it elbow and right in the slot there. Perfect, 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 and perfect.
Electing to go without an instructor these days after partying with Hank Haney. Says he's just doing it on his own.
That's the first time I've seen him swing in a long time with the driver where that club was pointing right at the target at the top of the backswing, right in the slot.
We've also been seeing some of those abbreviated stinger types of shots that we used to see more of from Tiger in the past.
Playing right in front of Tiger and VJ, Luke Donald. Putt for a birdie. Get to 4 over. Struggled yesterday with a 75. Over to 17.
On a hole where Watson birdied it 3 times on his way to this championship in 82, including the chip in from behind, but it's going to be a bogey 4 here for Tom today.
It was a pretty good tee shot. He just, you know, the chip was very un-Watson-like.
It was some intriguing trio the first couple of days when Watson played with Ryo Ishikawa, 18 years old, and Rory McIlroy, the 21-year-old sensation from Northern Ireland, as we move up ahead to the third.
BJ from 101 yards elected to lay back off the tee. He doesn't like to hit a
tough angle, Brad. There's just almost no way to shoot it with the flag from over there.
Very often, I imagine he wouldn't have thought about driving it here. He doesn't like to hit a hook. Look at this view, the MetLife blimp. We'd like to thank the MetLife blimp for the unique overhead views of today's event. To gain a unique perspective on your retirement, visit MetLife.com and learn how to strengthen your personal safety net today.
Fax, you played in 3 U.S. Opens here. Ever seen this place look better?
No, I never have seen it look like this, and the players have unanimously agreed upon that. You know, the new fairway lines, everybody likes that, the way it's playing firm and fast.
Pretty nice tee shot, huh, Brad?
This is just where you want to be, Johnny, and you know, this is Tiger's strength right here, and I don't think he's lost any part of his short game touch.
I think Dustin Johnson maybe can get on the screen. We'll see a little later.
Yeah, and you know, Tiger didn't really turn that ball that much. I think guys that like to hit a draw are going to be able to run this down there. And the further left you can get this, the better angle you'll have. Right, Mark?
Still not an easy shot.
Fly it all the way back there.
This needs to come down. Still not an an easy shot.
And that's not an easy shot.
But you can't go over, Brad.
No, that looked like it bounced. The sole of the club bounced on the hard ground.
Tried to slide it under instead of just taking it for what it was and just take the smaller swing instead of the big slider swing.
Well, Graham McDowell with a 2-shot lead. First time he's ever had a 36-hole lead in a major championship, and just earlier he had a chance to talk with our Roger Maltby.
Graham, 36-hole leader. First time you've ever had a 36-hole lead over here in America, PGA Tour, let alone a major. Change your mindset at all?
I don't think so. I mean, I think this golf course is enough of a test to where I think I've got to stay in the same mindset. I've got to go out there and try and hit fairways and greens and just respect this golf course. I mean, it doesn't really matter if I'm leading or 3-4 back. I'm going to go out and play the golf course the same way, and I've just got to keep doing that.
Now, coming off that great victory over in Europe at Celtic Manor, your confidence is obviously high. Do you play this place super defensively, or are there spots out there where you think you take your chances?
I think you get the odd green light pin out there for sure, but you know, I don't think you can be super defensive. I mean, I guess my theory is trying to be aggressive to conservative targets. You know, I'm really trying to pick my spots, and I'm trying to commit to shots, and I'm trying to hit those shots. And I mean, take my chances when they come along. I've putted pretty well this week, and anytime I've given myself a birdie opportunity, I've generally taken it, and you know, I've scrambled pretty well. So I mean, I think, like I say, my mindset can change today. I've got to go and respect this golf course and try and keep the ball below the pins as much as possible.
Thanks for your time, and best of luck to you the rest of the way.
Thanks, Raj. Cheers.
Okay.
All right. You get the impression that Graham McDowell is loose, laid back, and ready to maybe put this thing away.
Yeah,
a lot of golf left, though.
One of the changes of this championship are those 3 bunkers on the right side of number 3. It's made a big difference.
Back to 3.
Tiger with a big flop shot here from behind the green. And again, Johnny, it sounded like that was a little clunky.
Garner went in, but that was he just left himself absolutely nothing. The greens are much harder today. You can see the lead. It handles all the way to the ball. That's one thing a lot of you out there could work on.
Johnny, I walked that hole today, and that grass is very thick back there.
Yep.
Over to 10.
David Duval now with his second, with a 6-iron ball just below his feet, which is going to help that ball cut. And that's what you need to do on this approach. Bounce it in, land it short, hope it kicks to the right.
Not his best shot, but
carried that just a little too far, John. Now he's got a very difficult putt from that back fringe. Up to 9.
This just a moment ago, Peter. Henrik Stenson did not play a good tee shot, was in the right rough. Second came up short of the green. Pitching right straight up the hill and right into the hole. So Henrik Stenson to 2 over par and 3 under par on his opening 9.
Wow, what a birdie.
Yeah. Top 10 in this event last year was Henrik Stenson as we go back to 3.
Tiger circling around his par putt. VJ putted before him and left his birdie putt a little bit short.
Brad, you talk about poking a pin into a balloon. If he were to miss this one to make back-to-back bogeys, especially after that great drive he hit here, but I don't know how much an advantage it is to drive it down where Tiger did.
No, he was almost in that in-between spot where he couldn't spin the ball enough.
This is just going a little left.
Just right edge, I think.
Yep, and it's a little up the hill. This is a good green. There's not as much discoloration here. It's very smooth in this back part of the green.
Played it out about 4 inches.
Looked like he pushed that one. That's a disappointing bogey on this par 4. 10 birdies already there today. And Graham McDowell on top by 2 at the U.S. Open at Pebble Beach.
A few years ago, I got a wake-up call. A heart attack at 57. That was a rough time. My doctor told me I should have been doing more for my high cholesterol. You should have listened. You're right. Now I'm eating healthier, and I trust my heart to Lipitor.
When diet and exercise are not enough, adding Lipitor may help. Lipitor is FDA approved to reduce the risk of heart attack and stroke in patients who have heart disease or risk factors for heart disease. Lipitor is backed by over 18 years of research. Lipitor is not for everyone, including people with liver problems and women who are nursing, pregnant, or may become pregnant. You need simple blood tests to check for liver problems. Tell your doctor if you are taking other medications or if you have any muscle pain or weakness. This may be a sign of a rare but serious side effect.
My dad learned the hard way. but you may be able to do something.
Have a heart-to-heart with your doctor about your risk and about Lipitor.
We gave it the power of a supercar. Then we gave it the precision of a Lexus. And in turn, wrote a new definition of what's possible for an automobile. This is the pursuit of the impossible. This is the pursuit of perfection.
When planning for retirement these days, the forecast is full of ifs. If I'm too exposed to downturns, if I'll go through my savings too fast. To help you feel more confident, consider putting a portion of your savings in a MetLife variable annuity. When the market goes up, it gives your assets the potential to grow while protecting you if the market goes down with a steady stream of income. MetLife annuities have helped over 1 million people stay on course with guarantees for the if in life. Get answers about annuities at MetLife.com.
Can't make it to the U.S. Open this year? Go to the official championship website at usopen.com from now until the final putt. Follow all the action with live HD video coverage and exclusive real-time scoring, including the new interactive play tracker. Get all the excitement of the 110th U.S. Open Championship at Pebble Beach. usopen.com. Your ticket to golf's national championship.
Tennis's ultimate test of excellence, the championships, Wimbledon. Coverage begins next Saturday, noon Eastern on NBC.
80 years ago, 1930, following the wins at the British Amateur and the British Open, Bobby Jones traveled to the U.S. Open at Interlochen Country Club outside Minneapolis, where he birdied the 72nd hole for a 2-shot win and a record-tying 4th U.S. Open title. And then it was just 10 weeks later when he capped off the famous Grand Slam. There are all the trophies with a record 5th U.S. Amateur title. Also captained the victorious U.S. Walker Cup team that year. As you see, there is Phil Mickelson looking for that first U.S. Open title. He'll begin this Saturday 2 off the lead of Graham McDowell, and just a while ago Roger had a chance to catch up with Phil.
Phil, obviously your putting made a 180 yesterday from the first round, but the big change really was in your pre-shot routine, taking the left hand off the putter and making practice strokes with the right hand. Is that a hard thing to incorporate and change your pre-shot routine?
No, because that's been part of my practice routine since I've been working with Dave, is to take the top hand and just extend it to the target. That's been our whole thought. And when I was doing that Thursday and taking that top hand to the target, the ball wasn't going on line. I was a little contorted at address. And it helps level me out a little bit and just get my hand going to the target. And so I just thought I'd incorporate it tomorrow. I may or may not do it today. I don't know. It just depends how I feel. But my practice putts, you know, before I play around, I usually putt one-handed just to get that feel.
Whatever it was you did, it worked. Best of luck to you.
Thanks, Roger.
Thanks.
What Phil does, folks, he has a tendency to drop the left shoulder way down and have the right shoulder way up. That's why he said a little contorted. What he meant is his shoulder's too high, his right shoulder, and he dropped that down so it's slightly more level.
Mickelson getting ready to go here in a little more than an hour, Brad.
Well, and I played with VJ a couple weeks ago at the Memorial Tournament, Dan, and he hit the ball beautifully tee to green, and he's struggling with the putter so badly. He's trying different grips almost every hole, trying to find a different way to hold on to the putter, and very uncomfortable on the greens. Let's go over to 18.
Tom Watson coming home here with his third at the par 5.
Watch this swing. It just whoosh, whoosh.
Timeless.
1, 2, like Byron Nelson, who taught him. And hits it like Byron Nelson, too.
Oh, what a beauty for Watson, who this week became just the second player to compete in 5 U.S. Opens on the same golf course. Over to 10.
Duval now for his par after running that 60-footer past and
really pushed that.
Yeah, first bogey of the day for David.
It's U.S. Open ending on Father's Day, and if you're still looking for a gift, go to NBCSports.com/shop. Check out the Father's Day gift pack. Includes an official NBC Sports golf shirt, golf balls, and the 30th anniversary edition of Caddyshack.
Out on the fourth. Out on the fourth. Just a moment ago, Fred Funk elected to lay back off the tee. And wisely. It's going to be a slippery little putt there for his birdie down the hill.
Well, lots of talk this week about Dustin Johnson, just 25 years old. He'll turn 26 on Tuesday. 3 PGA Tour wins, including right here at Pebble Beach, the last 2, but he is 6'4". He's got all sorts of athletic ability, Johnny. And yesterday, you made the comment on our NBC show that you thought he was the favorite.
I really do. I think with this local caddy, Bobby Brown, who can really read these greens, that these are very difficult greens to read. I feel like I know him pretty well, and I'm sure some other guys feel the same way, but he has got the length. He's hitting it like 26 yards longer than any of the leaders. 26 yards. That's just the drive, not counting the iron shot. So he's playing like a different game than everybody else. And I think his caddy knows how to rein him in, and they've won both AT&Ts the last 2 years. I think he thinks he can't lose with this Bobby on his bag.
He'll be in the final group coming up with Graham McDow. Now Watson to try to end it with a birdie.
Just doesn't break when you hit it that solidly. You know, if you got to put it inside the cover, you're going to hit a, you know, Watson kind of come alive putt. There's that old stroke that gets him in trouble right there. That inside out.
Well, he made the cut on the number. He was within 10, as it is in a U.S. Open, of the lead going into the weekend. So it is amazing that he is here, which could be his final U.S. Open. Of course, he could win the U.S. Senior Open Championship and earn himself another spot in a future U.S. Open. To 4.
Luke Donald now for birdie.
Here's a man can putt.
Well, watch this break here. 90-degree turn to the left. I don't think that was just a moment ago. Fourth hole's playing under par today, about 3.7 strokes, so a lot of birdies here today. We've even seen 3 eagles.
Yeah.
Fred Funk down the hill.
This is quick, and it moves fast left, huh, Peter?
Oh, wow, this is so fast. Fred Funk is in the field because he's the reigning U.S. Senior Open champion.
Which you won.
Thank you. He won. Freddie won last year at Crooked Stick. Obviously was respectful of that speed. Now back on the tee. VJ laid up, Mark.
Well, and Tiger waited for the green to clear, Peter, and he doesn't even have a driver. It's a 3-wood.
Yeah, this is playing straight downwind. It's 284 yards with a 3-wood. Tiger's looking at this almost like a long par 3.
Yeah, Davis Love knocked it on, made the eagle with a 3 medal.
We saw eagles from Mike Weir and Henrik Stenson earlier also.
Aiming a little left. I don't know if he's playing a cut.
This one's on a pretty good line if it hangs on, just leaking a little right.
Oh,
not bad.
That's pretty good.
That's a good angle.
Well, approaching the final tee times of the final few groups. 3:50 local time, just a little more than an hour and 20 minutes from the final group. We send you now to Jimmy Roberts for our U.S. Bank NBC Sports Report.
Welcome to the U.S. Bank NBC Sports Report. Here's your host, Jimmy Roberts.
Okay, we'll get you right back to the course in just a moment. Quickly, though, some other sports news for you, starting with day 9 of the World Cup preliminary round continuing, and a good matchup between Japan and the Netherlands. Pick it up with no score, 53rd minute. Robin van Persie sets up his teammate Wesley Sneijder. The deflection gives the Netherlands the 1-0 lead. Move ahead, late second half, the Dutch still holding on to the 1-goal lead. In the 90th minute, Japan the chance to tie. The shot just high over the corner. The Netherlands holds on 1-0, the final. They're 2-0 and haven't been scored upon yet in the tournament. They are the first team to qualify for the round of 16. Ghana and Australia early on, 11th minute off the free kick. Australia's Brett Holman with the rebound right there. The Aussies up 1-0. But Ghana answers back in the 25th minute on the penalty kick. Asamoah Gyan, his second goal of the tournament to tie the game at 1. And that's how it ended. Ghana, with 4 total points, is in good shape. Australia, with just 1, is not. And in a game just concluded, Denmark has defeated Cameroon 2-1. The loss eliminates Cameroon, which was favored by many to advance to the round of 16. Meanwhile, there's more fallout from yesterday's game between the United States and Slovenia. Remember, it wound up a 2-2 tie after Slovenia had gone up 2-0 in the first half. But it appeared that the Americans had actually taken the lead on this disputed play with only a few minutes left. Maurice Adu of the U.S. with what appeared to be the go-ahead goal, but the referee disallowed it, claiming a foul was committed by the United States. Didn't elaborate, and everyone was left to wonder. Now there is a report that the referee, Koman Koulibaly of Mali, no kidding, who's been officiating for 17 years, will no longer be allowed to referee during the remainder of this year's World Cup. No confirmation on the story from FIFA, but they are reviewing the entire incident today. And a quick reminder, get all your World Cup updates on NBCSports.com, including analysis and features by Goal.com. Back to golf. Relive all the great championship moments from the U.S. Open over the years, as only Sports Illustrated can bring them to you. Every SI story and photo, all available in the SI Vault. Through the years, so many memorable images from the Open, all captured on SI covers. To find it all, just go to si.com/vault. The U.S. Open, part of NBC Sports Championship season. And we end this afternoon with a sad note. Manute Bol, the pencil-thin 7'7" former NBA player, died this morning of kidney failure. Bol played 10 seasons in the NBA and devoted much of his post-playing days to improving the living conditions in his native Sudan. Manute Bol was just 47 years old. Very sad. All right, that's it. Back to the course now for more third-round coverage of the 110th U.S. Open Championship.
This has been the U.S. Bank NBC Sports Report. U.S. Bank, all of us serving you.
Back at this gorgeous setting for the 110th United States Open Championship. Gorgeous third round Saturday as you look down on a relatively calm Pebble Beach. Some of the winds beginning to pick up with the morning marine layer clearing. Just earlier, the second shot for Justin Leonard, just getting going here, beginning the day at +3.
Beautiful shot, big hop. That should trickle up close.
And he and his wife Amanda just welcoming their 4th child just a couple of months ago. Went on to make that birdie, and so Justin quickly moved to +2 as we go over to the second.
And he's driven it perfectly here at the long par 4 second.
Playing a draw. See, he played for it. He does.
Oh, he does. Look at this, Johnny. Wow. Oh, man. That's the best second shot I've seen today.
That's better than changing diapers.
I guess. Justin Leonard with a chance to get the +1.
California courses to host this U.S. Open Championship. 5 times Pebble Beach. There'll be a 6th in 2019. Olympic Club will add to its total in a couple of years when it hosts for the 5th time. Riviera once in 48. Torrey Pines, the site of Tiger's incredible run to the championship a couple of years ago. The 11th U.S. Open contested here in California.
Boy, is Olympic Club tough now with the new additions.
Mark, Tiger's got a pretty simple chip here.
It's a shot he could definitely hold. This could turn around his entire championship if he could figure out how to make it 2 here, and certainly no worse than 3. It's wide right all the way.
That's no gimme putt. That's going to have quite a bit of swing to his left. You see Tiger there, only 3 birdies in the championship thus far, tied for 78th in the field, and 83 players made the cut. That's something we don't see from Tiger Woods.
Little different story, Jake. 10 years removed from that performance in 2000.
Let's go up to 5.
The beautiful par 3. We've got Fred Funk for birdie. Get the +5.
Nice big stroke. Always low though. Wasn't good on line, and it wasn't good on pace.
Speaking of pretty par 3s, how about the 7th, Brad?
Well, we said it all week. This is probably the most photographed hole in all of golf. Playing under 100 yards this year, 99 yards from the front of the tee to the front of the pin. And I'll tell you what, this golf ball now looks like a racquetball landed in a racquetball court when it hits. It's bouncing all over the place. There haven't been any birdies in the last few groups after 10 early birdies before the winds come up.
But you can get it close. You just got to land it just on.
You better be real lucky to get it close to this flag. As you can see here from this graphic, it's downhill 29 feet. So that makes the 99 yards playing. Johnny, was 75 yards?
I think about 80, 82, somewhere near. The good news is downhill shots normally, when they come down more vertically, so they don't have as much forward hop. But the bad news, the front of the green actually runs to the back of the green, so it shoots it forward, and then you get the big backspin after the big hop or two. So, you know, it's tough to stop it, but it could be done if a guy wanted to hit it high.
This is Matt Betancourt. He's even par on the day, 4 over for the championship, and he's got a lob wedge like everybody else. But watch this thing land.
Easiest green to hit in regulation today.
Set. Whoa. How's that?
Shot out of a cannon.
I'm telling you. I haven't seen a ball much closer than that in the last 4 or 5 groups. And as Johnny said, from the front of the green to the hole location, it's all downhill. Let's go back to number 4.
Tiger now for his birdie.
Needs to hit it with some conviction, Peter. Even though it's downhill, you got to hit it a little firm to keep the line.
This is the putt that made me an announcer.
Well, somehow you got it done here at this AT&T when you were 46 years old. You were trying all sorts of things. You were putting with your eyes closed. You were looking at the hole.
Claw grip. Yeah.
You somehow got it done.
Yeah, he'll probably make it, but he's got to commit to the line and the speed. Yep, just like that. Makes it look easy.
So he gets 1 back. Let's go over to 7.
David Toms now, after watching Betancourt right in front of him, choosing the same club lob wedge, hoping somehow to find a way to hit it softer than Matt.
I didn't know it was directly downwind.
How's that, Johnny?
Yeah, it's directly downwind. I knew it was helping, but I didn't. Well, it's a little bit of left, but not much.
Over to 11.
David Duval has this big breaking putt from left to right, and we'll use our pinpoint graphic here to give you a sense of it's slightly downhill, and then the big swinger, as you can see Duval is faced with right there.
Well, this is a very small green. I think the smallest on the course. Got 44 inches of fall from back to front, and that it really makes it fast and swinging hard, and that looks pretty darn good.
Oh, man, was that a good looking putt. To match the speed, the line exactly.
He's a good putter.
Over to 2.
Short birdie putt for Justin Leonard. And he's got it. Very nice. Now just +1 for the championship. Hard to believe Justin Leonard has never had a top 10 finish in the United States Open. This is his 16th appearance. As we go to the 5th.
And the 5th, 181 yards. It's, of course, the newest hole here at Pebble Beach. Fred Funk 3-putted in front of him to pick up his 3rd bogey in the last 4 holes to drop to +7.
You know, this shot, you can play it well short of the green. In fact, there's a little downslope 20 yards short of the green that you could play it off and just run it onto the front of the green, which is probably, if you had to play it 1,000 times, you just hit it just short of the green or just barely on the left side and get out of here. And that would probably be the best scoring average if you played it that way. So you can play this short of the green if you want. Doesn't have to, but you can.
This is just left of the flag. It's a good line.
Ty just takes a big hop and just stops in its tracks.
Well, he does play a ball that spins more than anybody else's in the field. It's a higher spinning rated ball, and most guys don't want to use a ball that spins that much because it goes crooked.
Davis Love for par to finish up. Had that incredible front 930, but really cooled off on the back. In fact, played the back in +2.
Nice round, though.
38, but still a good round. 68 for Davis Love. Back to 5 for Vijay Singh as he stares down this hole, designed by Jack Nicklaus and opened up in November of 19 98. The original 5th hole, of course, was an uphill shot of 166 yards that ran inland before they were able to secure this land and make this hole happen.
The loosest swing on the PGA Tour, without a doubt. He is so supple. He makes Sam Snead in his prime look stiff.
So just a little short there is Vijay Singh, but Tiger's got a good look at a birdie, and Graham McDowell will have a good look at the final group of U.S. Open pressure on a Saturday. And you talk about being in a fishbowl. There's the media center, a gigantic building that eventually will beam this championship to some 180 countries around the world. U.S. Open continues, well covered from Pebble Beach.
John Hancock, the future is yours. Visit findtheanswers.com.
Some couples prefer dinner and a movie. For them,
Nice meeting you again.
this is date night.
Get a room.
Undercovers, a new series from J.J. Abrams this fall on NBC.
Navigating today's real estate market is complicated. You've seen the signs. That's why having the right real estate agent is more important than ever. At RE/MAX.com, you can find experts in short sales or bank-owned properties or commercial real estate. Agents who can help speed up the process no matter how intricate. And that's good news, whether you're trying to sell or hoping to buy. Because the only sign you really want to see is sold. Nobody sells more real estate than RE/MAX. Visit RE/MAX.com today.
A collection of treasures lies between these bumpers. Legendary engines, industry gold, awards out the tailpipe, and world-class warranties to back it all up. Sounds like you just hit the jackpot. Ram.
With Baskin-Robbins cakes, Father's Day fun starts at only $9.99.
My son's car was painted at Mako. He liked the work, but I like the price.
Great bodywork, same as dealerships.
And if you need painting services, now is the time from Mako.
For a limited time, Mako's lowest price paint service is on sale for only $229. Whatever your uh-oh, better get Mako.
Call free consumer investigations only on KCRA 3.
Welcome back to our 110th U.S. Open Championship coverage here on NBC Sports on this Saturday at Pebble Beach, where Phil Mickelson looks to take one step closer to finally putting this championship away. There's Butch Harmon, his swing instructor. You see Dustin Johnson in the foreground. He actually works with Butch Harmon as well. And Phil Mickelson just a little more than 45 minutes away from his third-round tee time with Alex Cejka, a qualifier who will be playing with Phil. And then in the second to last group, it's two-time U.S. Open champion Ernie Els and Ryo Ishikawa, 18 years old, from Japan. 10 minutes later, the final group from Northern Ireland, Graham McDowell, and from South Carolina, Dustin Johnson. Out to the 12th.
David Duval's second shot here at the par 3.
Ballooned a 5-iron way up in the air. Gary gave himself a doable bunker shot.
Oh, it should catch the slope and funnel toward the hole. Very creative shot by David Duval. If you go straight at it, it runs away very quickly. We'll go back to the 5th.
BJ has missed his birdie attempt here, but Tiger has a good look at one and a good chance, Mark, to pick up 2 in a row, get it to +4.
He really does, Dan. And Johnny, you're absolutely correct. Tiger's one of only a couple of players in the field, I think, that could have carried it onto the green and stopped it as quickly as he did. He's in a really good spot now. The issue is the slope is going to his right and the wind is coming from the right, so they will counteract each other.
Yeah, I'm not positive on this putt, Mark, that you got to be careful not to miss it left. I'm not playing a lot of breaks, so I think you've got it right. Maybe inside left.
What a beautiful shot that was in birdie. You've got that yacht out there in the background that Tiger would appreciate.
Yeah.
Back-to-back birdies for Tiger.
After bogey in 2 and 3, that's a good comeback.
Yep, so he's kind of right back where he stands as far as the round goes, but still 7 off the lead. And we go over to the 7th.
With our defending champion Lucas Glover with a lob wedge down the hill and trying to find a way. That one a little bit higher than most. It's like a pinball machine back there.
That wind's kicked up, hasn't it?
It has. It's really kicked up, Johnny, and it's straight downhill. So everybody's going to have this lengthy putt for birdie here on number 2. A beautiful sight here at Pebble Beach, one of the best short holes in the world.
One driver has more worldwide wins than any other. One driver is trusted more at every major. One driver is played by more PGA Tour professionals than Callaway, Cleveland, Cobra, Nike, and Ping combined. TaylorMade, the #1 driver in golf.
We're surrounded by information. Human beings use their 5 senses to understand the world. On a smarter planet, organizations have their own set of senses to analyze data from multiple sources and make sense of it instantly. Banks can anticipate credit fraud. Trains can run with fewer delays. The more types of data we understand, the smarter we become. I help organizations sense the world around them. I'm an IBMer. Let's build a smarter planet.
Round of golf for Boo Weekly, his dad, his buddy Toggy, and Arnold Palmer. $240.
You're gonna have to hide the women and children when he gets up here. Look out! Hey, yeah.
Good here.
Yeah! Is that how you used to do it right there?
I didn't know tour pros put divots back.
The perfect foursome.
Very good.
Priceless.
Thank you.
Book tee times for your foursome at select exclusive courses and save up to 40% with your MasterCard.
They're fishermen, they're shrimpers, they're laborers, they're deckhands, they're people who work in restaurants. These are the people of the Gulf Coast who need our help. I'm Darrell Willis. I oversee BP's claims process on the Gulf Coast. BP has got to make things right, and that's why we're here. Part of that responsibility is letting you know what we're doing to make it right. We're replacing the lost income for fishermen, small businessmen, and others who aren't able to work until the spill is cleaned up. Our claims line is open 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. People can call or go online, and we'll help them figure out what information they need to file a claim. We've got about 900 people handling claims and 25 walk-in offices in 4 states. So far, we've paid 18,000 claims at no cost to taxpayers, more than $51 million. I was born and raised in Louisiana. I volunteered for this assignment because this is my home. I'll be here in the Gulf as long as it takes to make this right.
The Golf Digest U.S. Open Challenge returns Father's Day to NBC. Before the final round at Pebble Beach, Drew Brees, Mark Wahlberg, and Wayne Gretzky take on golf's toughest test. The Golf Digest U.S. Open Challenge, tomorrow 1:30 Eastern, only on NBC.
Welcome back at the 12th. David Duval for his par. So Duval will drop his second shot now in the last 3 holes. Take another look at this. Ball hops a little initially, but it definitely moves toward the ocean, breaking to his left. We'll go to the 7th.
Our reigning champion Lucas Glover. This lengthy birdie putt back into the wind with a big swing to the left. Nice speed there. We'll go over to Bob Costas.
All right, and with this seating arrangement here, Jimmy and I look like a couple of guys sitting on a bench waiting for the bus to come by. But until it does, Jimmy is actually here to provide a fascinating slice of golf history.
Leave it to you, Bob.
Yeah.
Welcome to the Open. You know, and by the end of the weekend, all of this will be history, quite literally. But think about it. Do you remember exactly where you were when history has been made before? When a man first walked on the moon? When your team won it all? Fact is, that's often exactly how we think about things. Not only what happened, but where we were when they did.
Around Fort Collins, Colorado, 61-year-old Skip Manning is known to many as the guy who drives the rusty old pickup truck with the jacked-up suspension and the spare tire on the front. There was a time, though, he was known for something else entirely.
I kept it 0 to +5 handicap for 30 years straight, so I kept it below scratch for 30 years, so just a lifelong love affair with the game of golf.
His failing shoulders, though, have turned golf into something that only happens on TV. Still, he loves it and remembers exactly where he was when the planets of the game collided like never before or since. How could he ever forget?
The 60th United States Open Golf Championship on the Cherry Hills course at Denver with the snow-capped Rockies as the backdrop.
50 years ago, the storylines that week meandered all over the competitive and sentimental landscape. The lead changed hands 12 times in the final round. But in the end, it all boiled down to a very simple essence. 3 men, 3 shots, 3 stories. Arnold Palmer arrived in Denver that week as the overwhelming favorite, having already won 5 events, including the Masters.
The first 3 rounds, I played really good golf, and nothing happened. It was just sort of a, Jesus, when is it going to happen? When am I going to start doing what I know I can do?
Palmer was 7 strokes off the lead when a sports writer friend told him he had no chance. He promptly drove the green at the par 4 opening hole and birdied 6 of the first 7 holes. If the definitive shot for Palmer had come at 1, for the reigning U.S. amateur champion, Jack Nicklaus, it came at 13.
I'm 20 years old now. You know, I know I can fix a ball mark, but I didn't have the presence of mind to ask. And I putted it over this ball mark and missed it.
Nicklaus bogeyed the hole, and then 2 more. He had the Open in his sights, but it all evaporated, he said, with that 1 shot. Through the years, he would have many more chances. The man he was playing with would not. 47-year-old Ben Hogan desperately wanted to win a 5th Open. No one ever had. And he came to the 17th hole, tied for the lead. Of all the 284 strokes Hogan made that week, the most significant was his misjudged wedge to the par 5 17th. He hit the ball into the water. It was a shot that stayed with him for the rest of his life.
I put so much spin on it, I just sucked it right back in the water. There isn't a month that goes by that doesn't cut my guts out.
3 men, 3 crucial shots, 3 important stories.
It was the emergence of a young kid. It was the establishment of Arnold Palmer and the dominance in the game, and it was the end of an era.
Then Palmer drops the putt and tosses his cap in the air as he wins with a sensational last round 65 and a score of 280. An amazing triumph with the most sensational rally in Open golf history.
Over the years, the Open has given us so many iconic images. Few more so than that jubilant punctuation mark to the 1960 National Championship.
I've been amazed over the years how many times I've seen on TV the picture of Arnold throwing that visor. It's still on today. Almost every day you can turn on some channel and you'll see that.
Maybe Manning was just more attuned to that old black and white clip because while most of us read about history, Skip Manning got to watch it unfold and then grab his very own small part of it. For when Arnold Palmer's visor fell to earth, the 11-year-old Manning was there to pick it up.
It landed on the green in front of me, and people were starting to run across the green towards the visor to try to get it. And so I scooted out under the ropes and grabbed the visor, and then one of the men handed me a pen and he said, go stand outside the scorer's tent, and when he comes out, have him sign the visor for you. So I did.
Over the next 48 years, wherever he went, it just sat in his room. And then, 2 years ago, Manning made a phone call. A meeting in Latrobe was arranged. And finally, a half-century after Arnold Palmer euphorically launched his visor into the air, it fell back into his hands.
It's with great distinction and honor that I am going to donate this to the USGA Arnold Palmer Museum, because I've had it for 48 years and now I want the rest of the world to see it. Whatever.
Sorry, it looks so ratty. I didn't realize I wore a visor that looked that bad.
You know?
Now, it resides in the USGA's museum. It is, the organization says, along with Ben Hogan's one iron and Bobby Jones' Calamity Jane putter, one of the 3 most important championship artifacts it owns. 3. 3 men, 3 shots, 3 stories. Actually, maybe it's 4. 50 years. This week we celebrate the memory of one of the greatest Open championships ever. If you're of age, you might ask yourself, do you remember where you were? Somewhere out in the Colorado mountains, there's a guy driving a rusty old pickup who will never forget.
Bob, as you said, a little slice of history there. It's interesting, when we visited with Palmer a couple of months ago, he told us that had he not won that Open, he actually thinks he might have gone on to win more because he thinks he was just sated, and perhaps he would have been more driven. Meanwhile, Skip Manning, coincidentally, he actually went to high school and was a big golf star here on the Monterey Peninsula, just up the road in Pebble Beach, and he was so moved by the 1960 Open, he chose a life of golf. For 4 decades, he was actually a golf professional.
You know, Arnie has become increasingly sentimental with the years, as many of us do, and he's up around 80 now. I'm sure he really appreciated that meeting and a chance to look at that artifact, and it's just heartening that in this day and age, Skip had no interest in selling it or making some profit off of it. He gave it back to its rightful owner, who eventually passes it on to the USGA Museum. It's a great story.
And you know what? Through all those years, all those 48 years he had the hat, never wore it to play golf. Sometimes he would take it out, put it on his head, look in the mirror, but a golf professional who never wore Arnie's hat to play golf.
So it actually was that ratty when Arnie was wearing it in 1960?
I guess times have changed, haven't they?
the king, the man can afford a better visor.
What are you going to do?
Let's go to 6.
And this just a moment ago, Tiger Woods' tee shot after a long wait. It's a hole that the fairway has been pushed considerably to the right to bring the water and the cliffs into play. Tiger plays it down the left side absolutely perfectly, so should have no trouble reaching the green in 2.
Well, let's take a look at this swing too. You can see where that club's pointing. It was pointing just left of the bleachers down there. Look at that lead there. That's beautiful. And then turns that left wrist down and stays with it. See how his head stays down all the way till the shoulder knocks it up. And the field better start being worried, because this swing's starting to get on track, and it's a lot more balanced and more in the right positions and in the slot.
Justin Leonard on the 3rd for a lengthy par putter. He drove it in the left rough, left it short of the green, pitched it to here. It's a little sting after 2 birdie start. Let's go back to number 1.
This is the amateur Scott Langley's 2nd shot.
Just picks it off there, no divot at all.
2010 NCAA individual champion.
Wow, nice shot.
And a beauty by Scott Langley. And back to 13.
David Duval, lengthy putt for par here on the uphill 445-yard par 4. Walking after it pretty early, so you know he didn't hit it well. Let's see if it bounce a little bit on the way up. Drops 2 in a row there, but it's not getting any easier today.
There is the personable Graham McDowell, laid back. We'll see how his nerves are able to handle all of this in just a little while. It's 3 o'clock local time, and His tee time coming up in 50 minutes.
Sort of a happy Irishman, and you know, he's got the game, he's got the right attitude, he seems to appreciate the good things that comes his way, but you know, I just don't know if he can handle open pressure, the U.S. Open pressure, and we'll soon find out, won't we? And a lot of guys will hang in there till the 4th round, and then the 4th round they can handle 3 rounds, but they can't handle 4. And some guys can handle 3.5 rounds, but they can't handle the last 9
The
holes.
weekend's different from Thursday, Friday, and Sunday different from today. But 7 of the last 11 36-hole leaders in this championship have gone on to win. So we'll see what happens to Mr. McDowell. And we want to thank MetLife for providing today's one-of-a-kind coverage. MetLife providing the unique protection you need for today's most important ifs in your life on this beautiful Saturday. Back down to 7.
Padraig Harrington, who was one of few to get it to stop close to the flag, and just missed a pretty level putt from that side. The wind's a big factor down on this green, putting, Johnny.
Pretty exposed, isn't it?
It really is. Beautiful view from up there. Let's go back to number 6.
And a good look down from above at the fairway that is quite a bit lower than the level of where the green sits. There's what the players see. Actually, not much. Really have to kind of utilize the grandstand as a...
Boy, it's such a help, the grandstand, because the left edge of the green is right here and the right edge is right here. Before, you had to know about these bushes, but a lot of the players didn't know, because you have different angles according to whether you hit the left side of the fairway or right, huh, Gary? And it was really hard to tell where the green was.
I agree. We see that 34 feet uphill from the fairway to the green.
And see, he knows that the bottom of that grandstand is the demarcation line of how far left you can go. Big shot here for Tiger Woods, Gary. Really big after birdieing the last 2 holes after the 2 bogeys, and you cannot get past this hole when you're Tiger Woods without a 3 or a 4.
The pivotal point back in 2000, the spot where Roger delivered the "it's not a fair fight" line when he took a 7-iron and reached the
over the pine tree. That's gone now.
On the right, which are gone.
And out of the right rough, which is no longer there either, as the fairway now goes all the way over to the edge.
10 years ago, he led the field in scoring in par 5s at 4 under, and this year he's level par for the par 5s. Need to get that turned around. There's that tiny little target. Chaser.
It's a little right, but it should get a left-hand bounce off that edge of the bunker. Tiger Woods will have a very makeable putt for an Eagle 3.
A lot of good things happening with his swing, Gary.
I agree. He's much more on top of the ball, it seems like, Johnny, as we go over to the first.
And here's the NCAA champ from Illinois for the birdie to get it to +1.
Oh man, that's nerves right there. That's not in yet either. But that putt, if you're going to hit that hard, you got to keep it inside the hole.
Back to 6.
Vijay Singh with his second shot.
Great drive, huh?
Yeah, much more aggressive off the tee than Tiger was.
This is just a par 4 from here. Not that this is an easy shot.
You don't want to miss the left, and that is exactly what VJ has done. Hole cut in the back left portion of the green, has to go over the bunker, land on a downslope. And back at the first, Langley was able to make his second putt and recorded a par, remains at +2. We go to the 10th.
Another amateur, Russell Henley, for his birdie.
It's a tough read from here, Peter.
And that's his 4th birdie of the day. He's had an up and down round, but it gets him back to even par for the championship, and he's hanging in there. A birdie on 10 is something else.
And if you're looking for a gift, Father's Day is coming up. The gigantic merchandise tent, which this year is 30,000 square feet in size. I would think you might be able to pick up a U.S. Open souvenir in there somewhere. More than 500,000 U.S. Open logoed items for sale.
Well, we get along. Yeah, we really do. And there's nothing wrong. What I feel for you.
of potential dangers, the world can be a far less threatening place. Take the scary out of life with Travelers Insurance and see the world in a different light.
We gave it the power of a supercar. Then we gave it the precision of a Lexus. And in turn, wrote a new definition of what's possible for an automobile. This is the pursuit of the impossible. This is the pursuit of perfection.
Hey, somebody! Help! Out of control!
1 degree open, 1 degree upright. 295 yards. 3, 2, 1.
Hey, kid. Nice shot. Of course, you know what this means, don't you?
Yep, the drinks are on me. Cheers.
If you cherish golf's special moments, join the organization that cherishes the game. Become a member of the USGA by visiting usga.org today.
Phil Mickelson loves California. He's won 12 times in this state. Only Billy Casper and Tiger Woods have won more on PGA Tour. And talk about the modern day player, Johnny. You got the cell phone on the right hand. Graham McDowell just loosey-goosey hitting chips with the left.
Wow, that is something. I haven't seen that before. This is the U.S. Open, Graham.
Maybe he's trying to remind himself that maybe it's not. Over to 6.
This just a moment ago, Dan. Virtually impossible shot for Vijay Singh, trying to loft it high in the air and land it softly, but carries it way too far. We'll go back to the 4th.
Justin Leonard now with his wedge up the hill, about 60 yards.
Wow, that was a big first bounce.
Yeah, John, you can see how the players are having, even from a small pitch, they have to bounce and run that thing in there. Let's go up to 6.
And VJ for his birdie. Tough putt to Reed here, up and over, just a little ridge, about 6 or 7 feet short of the hole.
Kicks left, and then what does it do?
Yeah, it actually wants to
flatten out.
Yeah, flatten out a little bit. Yeah, VJ, great read. And a nice putt. VJ to +4. Maybe that's his distance, Johnny. Just got to hit it 20 feet instead of 6.
Yeah, it's a strange grip.
Let's take another look at this one from behind. Yeah, it's what a kind of a cross-handed.
Wow, that is like a
belly something or another.
Grip.
Yes, it is.
It's the one he hasn't tried yet.
He got hands going every direction there.
All right, now live Tiger for an Eagle 3. Oops.
Looks like he was just about ready to pull the trigger.
I think a little gust of wind may have hit him there. Like his pants legs, legs of his pants were ruffled all of a sudden.
putt, Gary.
No, it's a little uphill, and it will move right to left.
Seems like his game has become more normal, Gary.
We don't see as many of those magical moments, do we?
No, it's like we were so spoiled for so many years. Now he sort of does things like the rest of the field does.
Like 2-putt birdies?
No, I mean just
right.
4 chips or not getting it up and in. Or
there was that time in his career where you just had the feeling that was going in.
Mm-hmm. The timing was right.
Yeah.
All right, but that's a birdie, and that's 3 in a row. Tiger Woods to +3.
Times have changed. Yes, they have, since that incredible record-setting win. More than a dozen records were set here on the Monterey Peninsula at the U.S. Open 10 years ago. Most strokes under par. This is just some of the highlights as we pick out a half dozen or so numbers to kind of show you and remember just how incredible it was. A 54-hole lead of 10, followed by a 6-shot lead after the first 36 holes. Most birdies by a champion with 21. It was just incredible, and even at the time we were saying that we will probably never see anything like it again, and we haven't.
It actually just totally demoralized almost every pro on tour, including Ernie Els, who finished second. It just was like, hey, this is not really fair.
Over on the 4th, Justin Leonard now for his birdie. You can see how the wind is buffeting. That's exposed. That 4th green is hard against the ocean edge. Let's go back to 3.
Where Martin Keimer has his putt up the hill for a birdie to get himself to +1. Yes. Saw Keimer this morning on the range. He's playing with fellow German Charles Schwartzel, and he said, I get to watch that swing all day. Oh, I'm sorry, Schwartzel, the South African. I'm sorry about that, but nevertheless, a great swing to watch all day. And here's our view from up above at Tiger's, what he's facing here on number 7. Discussing how long this hole is going to play. 99 yards on the card, but with the downhill, the downwind, and the firmness. Really like how Tiger uses his practice swing to get the feel for the shots. You can see him take 3, 4, 5 practice swings. Seeing a nice picture of what he wants to do here. Johnny, he's one of the few guys that spins it enough here to stop it close on this green.
Yeah, he could do it, but he's got to land it exactly perfectly. Otherwise, it'll be 12 feet by.
No balls have come back like that one has. Another chance for a 4th birdie in a row.
Tiger's kept his composure really just excellently the whole championship. He hasn't gotten angry and no outbursts, no frustration. He's really, he looks good. It looks like almost a different guy than we've seen lately.
Outside of the complaints about the greens earlier in the championship, but maybe, you know, frustrated certainly after that opening round.
He's just not a Poana fan, let's face it. And that's why he hasn't played in AT&T since what, 03 is it?
Several years. So look at Vijay Singh. Fax made an ace on this hole. Speaking of the Pebble Beach Pro-Am back in '94.
Yeah, and he is another guy like Tiger that can really spin the ball. He's actually got a 64-degree sand wedge.
Oh my goodness.
Oh my goodness.
That sort of just sums it up, Brad.
It sure does. That hit on the downslope, and this is going to be a terribly difficult chip shot coming back. Let's go over to Bob Costas.
Okay, and we're joined by Tim Rosefort, senior writer, Golf World magazine. When the audience expands at a major like the U.S. Open, sometimes casual fans might pose a question that goes like this. Who's Graham McDowell? That's what we call upon Rosie for. Who's Graham McDowell?
Very good question, Bob. Interesting scene this morning down on Cannery Row in the Del Monte Mall. Here's Graham McDowell out just to kill a morning with a cup of coffee, do some shopping, wearing a U.S. Open T-shirt that his father Ken bought in a merchandise tent for him, and absolutely nobody recognizes him despite all the TV time he gets the last 2 days. Very interesting for the Port Rushman leading the Open, who likes to tell family and friends, America has been the making of me.
How so?
Well, absolutely nobody recruited him coming out of as a kid in Port Rush in the United States. He's going to Queen's University in Belfast. He's an honor student in engineering. But at the University of Alabama, Birmingham, the coach there, Alan Kaufman's got a kid on the team named Chris Devlin, who knows McDowell from back in Ireland, says you should take a chance on this kid. They fly him over, check out his golf swing, look at his grades. He gets 31 out of 36 out of the ACTs, and they give him a shot. But he was like typical of many young kids from Ireland, had the ball off his back foot, strong grip. Eric Eshelman, his first coach at Alabama, his first teacher at Alabama, Birmingham Country Club, excuse me, says you're going to have to change your ball position and your grip. To which McDowell says, you've never been in Northern Ireland, have you? But from those beginnings and those roots, he goes on to win Haskins Award, the equivalent of the Heisman Trophy, which is obviously a great feat and accomplishment for somebody, especially from Alabama, Birmingham.
Okay, so now you're up to date on Graham McDowell. Now on to somebody that everybody knows, Ernie Els, who's in contention.
Well, purists will say Pebble Beach is not a true golf links in a sense, but it's certainly playing that way this week, playing hard and fast. And there's not a more proper links player than Ernie Els. If you look at his Open Championship record, 11 top 10s, the win in 2002. Talking to Ricky Roberts last night about shots like this. This is a pure link shot, the way he ran this golf ball up the front edge of the green. Ricky talking about the 3/4 and the little half shots that Ernie's been pulling off the last 2 days, which is an example of how comfortable he is on this golf course. And he prepped for the links by playing 3 of America's greatest links courses in the Hamptons last week, up at Sabonic where he stays, Shinnecock National Golf Links, closes it out with a little trip down to Pine Valley where he watches the opening of the World Cup. But part of that trip was his father Nels, who was here. He was here from South Africa, shot 78 at Shinnecock, and of course tomorrow being Father's Day, they hope it's a great Father's Day celebration after coming off their vacation, playing 36 a day. And of course for Ernie and son Ben, who's going through the autism, it would be great to see Ernie in a position to win a golf tournament as well.
And he's already won twice on tour this year, so he comes here perhaps primed to win his 3rd Open.
In much better shape, I think, than he did going into the Masters where he'd won. He had a heavy schedule. He's really at peace of mind now, and he's got a good place not only with his game, but also just with his family.
All right, back out to 7.
Where Tiger's looking over his birdie putt. Vijay Singh played a putter from the back rough there and left it about 3 feet short right in Tiger's line and had to move his mark over one putter head. And I played with Vijay, and he uses the largest coin I've ever seen, Johnny. He said, yeah, I'm going to keep marking with this, but I'll move it 4 or 5 putter heads over, but I'm not going to use a penny. He likes that lucky coin. This putt down the hill, a little break to the left at the end. It's a putt you can give it a little wrap into the wind.
It's always been sort of a vague green to read, Brad. There's a lot of local knowledge here.
Yeah, the wind will keep this from breaking too much to the left, I would say, Johnny, with it blowing a little bit towards Tiger's back. But I got to think he's feeling pretty comfortable about his putting stroke right now, too. Good putt and a good effort. Tiger knows that where he's standing right now is all business. 3 over par. He's got a chance as the leaders yet to tee up. Phil Mickelson will be off in 12 minutes. When you come back, you'll get to see him start his round at Pebble Beach, the U.S. Open.
Week after week, city after city, the PGA Tour reaches out to local communities, impacting lives. PricewaterhouseCoopers shares these same ideals, bringing people together to help inspire change.
They will remember that somebody spent time with me and really appreciated me and showed me that I can be somebody if I work hard.
PricewaterhouseCoopers and the PGA Tour applaud all those who support communities in need.
The Nikon D5000. An easy-to-use DSLR with HD movie. It's perfect for low shooting and high shooting, thanks to a swivel LCD. And it has an interchangeable Nikkor lens for head-turning images. The affordable D5000. And check out the acclaimed D90.
They don't like commuting, but they're excellent drivers. They completely ignore the escalator. And even though they live like there's no tomorrow, they already have plans for tomorrow. Big plans. That's the Ultra Life. Michelob Ultra. 95 calories, 2.6 carbs, and exceptionally smooth taste. It's the superior light beer, perfectly balanced for the Ultra Life.
Hey, Clark, what you got there?
It's my number. It's the amount I need to save to retire the way I want. Is that your number?
Yeah.
A gazillion, huh?
Gazillion, bazillion. It's just a guesstimation.
Oh, how do you plan for that?
Well, I blindly throw money at it and hope something good happens.
So you really don't have a plan?
I really don't.
Do you know your number? We can help you find yours and take steps to get there. ING, helping you achieve financial freedom.
Good news, my Phoenix office. The meeting went great. They love the presentation. Judy, great job on the printing.
I'm Amanda.
Tom. James. Nice job on our brochures and letterhead. Louis, keep up the good work with our shipments.
It's Peter.
Great job, everybody.
That's a closet.
You know what, guys? Take the afternoon off.
We can't.
That is why I hired you. World's proudest boss.
We understand you can never have too much help. FedEx Office.
The place, London. The stage, the All England Club. The prize, tennis's most prestigious title.
And Federer stands alone.
The championships, Wimbledon. Coverage begins next Saturday on NBC.
Pebble Beach in a U.S. Open, nothing like it. And together again for the 5th time. 110th edition continues on this Saturday to 7.
VJ Singh for his little putt for par after while we were away. And, oh, that looked like he pulled a little bit. It's a cruel game after making a big one on the last for birdie to number 5.
This was a moment ago. Tough stance for Justin Leonard from the bunker.
You just got to bump it out and see if it kicks straight. That's a fantastic shot.
Justin Leonard's going to save par and remain at +2. 1 under on his round.
That was tougher than it looked.
Just 5 off the pace. Back to 2.
Ian Poulter ready with his second shot here at the long par 4, but now playing straight downwind. Actually seeing some shorter irons being played in here, Johnny, and some good shots.
He's a good player, you know. Casey, McDow, and Poulter. Maybe Great Britain can win an Open, United States Open. Could happen with one of those guys. They got the game to do it.
Over to 14.
David Duval now to save par after a nice pitch from the back of the green.
Ooh, that really broke there.
Yeah, it's off. There's a nose just in front of David that it's going to swing hard to the left. It's hard. The players have missed that putt a lot today.
Well, it's coming back. Sunday night is football night as the NFL returns to NBC with a Hall of Fame game. August 8th. It's coming up. Bengals taking on Tony Romo and America's team. Then it's back to football as the party continues live from New Orleans. Drew Brees and the Saints taking on the Vikings. Only on NBC. That coming your way on September 9th. Phil Mickelson going through the last stages of his putting routine. Ernie Els in the background there. They're the 3rd and 2nd to last groups. Over to the 2nd.
KJ Choi playing his 3rd here at the par 4. Very poor second shot from the fairway, way left and short of the green. And now a lengthy putt left to stay at +1. We go over to the 4th.
And Martin Keimer with a short pitch. Difficult angle here. Seen a lot of players driving this green today. They've seen some eagles.
Nice tight lie, though. He can keep it right of the flag. That's just what he does. He just takes his medicine on.
Yeah, you've got it at the wrong angle, and
yeah,
I think he's trying to just give
putt.
himself a putted birdie, which is wise.
Yeah, it's just a straight uphill putt. He made a great read on the last hole making that putt. Not many guys read number 3 correctly, and he pulled it off. I'm not sure how he did it, but he did.
Let's go back to 1.
And here is Paul Casey, who has said he has not been striking it well this week. Nevertheless, Paul Casey enters this 3rd round at even par, just 3 off the lead.
Good angle.
Had he not triple bogeyed 14 yesterday, he'd be right there with Graham McDow.
Always leans forward, sort of like an old-fashioned swing coming through it, but he hits a good one there. Just right where Tiger Woods hit it.
And Mickelson making his way over to the first tee, just about 5 minutes away. And they love Phil everywhere, especially in his home state here in California.
They've got some interesting shoes on. I haven't seen that with the tan belt and no shoes. It's
working the tan shoe and belt look, looking sharp. Hoping to look even sharper when this weekend concludes as Phil Mickelson looks for that U.S. Open title, which has gotten away from him in recent years.
Strength on its own can be impressive. When consistency is added, that's when it becomes real. At Northwestern Mutual, we've been able to deliver real strength for over 150 years. Northwestern Mutual. Consistency counts. Put our strength to work for you. Learn how at northwesternmutual.com.
Brian Williams and NBC Nightly News. The ongoing disaster in the Gulf. The increasing impact on wildlife, jobs, and families. Our commitment to the people of the Gulf Coast. NBC Nightly News with Brian Williams.
The universe is changing, Captain.
Too bad these cheap props aren't.
But La Quinta is.
La Quinta Inns and Suites?
Yeah, buddy.
Changing?
Let's take a gander, Captain.
They are changing. They have thousands of new rooms.
And lots of neato new lobbies.
They're even better than before.
Book rooms at LQ.com.
Hey, who's captain here?
Wake up on the bright side at La Quinta Inns and Suites.
La Quinta.
Time to buy a new or pre-owned automobile? Then the time is right for the summer sales event at Mercedes-Benz of Sacramento, El Dorado Hills, and Rockland. Like this 07 GL 450 luxury SUV, now just $31,995. This 05 C230 sports sedan, just $15,995. And this 07 E350 luxury sedan, just $25,995. Stop dreaming, start driving. In Sacramento, El Dorado Hills, and Rockland.
With high-speed internet from AT&T, you can connect to the internet at blazing fast speeds. Wow, look at that. So you can go online and check out the news, or you can just catch up with old friends. Hey, buddy, you can download videos and, wow, that was fast. You can do it all from the comfort of home. So, as you can see, it's a, whoa. Just go grab a sandwich.
Get internet with speeds up to 18 megabits per second. Call, visit, or click today. Now for only $24.95 or less per month for 12 months with select bundles.
KCRA 3, where the news comes first in San Joaquin County.
With the Open at Pebble for the 5th time, another group of golfers looks to ace the game's toughest test. No European has celebrated this championship in 40 years. Now, can the luck of the Irish carry Graham McDowell through the weekend? 2 years, 2 wins at the Pebble Beach Pro-Am for Dustin Johnson. Will the 3rd time be a major charm for the 25-year-old? Rio Ishikawa earned his first win in Japan at 15. 3 years later now, can the teenage sensation become the youngest ever to win America's national championship? 2010 has brought with it a resurgent Ernie Els. Can he win his third U.S. Open, 16 years after his first? And then there's gallery favorite Phil Mickelson. The Masters champ has been the Open's runner-up 5 times. Will he finally raise the trophy at Pebble Beach? The third round of the United States Open continues. And as Phil Mickelson and the other contenders prepare to start their third rounds, keep in mind that the first 7 holes have yielded a lot of birdies and eagles in the early going today. Among those out fast, Davis Love and Tom Watson, who both posted under par rounds beginning this morning, and Tiger Woods, who birdied 3 holes in a row on the front 9, although, as you may have seen, he also bogeyed 2 just before that. Things could get more difficult, though, as the day progresses, as winds are expected to gust up to 25 miles per hour. So we'll see how the leaders fare this afternoon. With that, we'll head to the first tee. Phil Mickelson is paired with Alex Cejka, and it is Cejka who will hit first.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the 3:30 starting time from Munich, Germany. Alex Cejka.
Has never won on the PGA Tour, but has 4 European PGA Tour victories. And you might remember the Players Championship a couple of years ago when he had a 5-shot lead headed in the final round, played with Tiger Woods, but shot 79 that day to fade.
And this one is up the left-hand side of the fairway. Should land softly and be fine.
Good start right there.
And from Rancho Santa Fe, California, Phil Mickelson.
Well, maybe the 20th is the charm for Phil Mickelson. It is 20th U.S. Open. The last time anyone opened up with a score as high as 75 and came back to win was Raymond Floyd Shinnecock, 1986.
Just turned 40 this week.
This is a strong one here up the right-hand side. Needs a straight kick.
Yeah, that's a good one. That's going to make the whole play really short there.
And it was that round of 66 yesterday that just catapulted him up the leaderboard from a tie for 66th into a tie for 2nd. It's the kind of move that Tiger's hoping for today. Third shot, though, over at the difficult par 4/8.
It's not really a bad spot right there, but it's just there's no green to work with, and there's worse spots to be, but that's a fast downhill sliding putt. Could have done better.
Tiger faced with perhaps a 3rd bogey there at the 8th. And over at the 1st, Paul Casey with his birdie try.
Always a tough putt to read. That looks pretty good, but it's slow. Anytime you're putting towards the hills, you'll see the pros come up short every time almost. It's amazing.
Should be a par start for Casey, up ahead to 2.
Ian Poulter for his par. That's nicely done. KJ Choi did make a bogey and dropped to +2. Poulter remains at +1, 4 off the lead. We go over to 4.
Now Martin Keimer for his birdie.
Slow.
Slow up the hill. Yeah.
Again, putting towards the hill, you need a caddy to say, you remember where the hill is? This is slow.
It's hard to get yourself to hit it up that hill sometimes. Let's go back to 1.
Now Mickelson, even besides the 5 runner-ups, a record 5 runner-ups. He's been so close so many times with so many high finishes. If you take a look at what he's done in the last 11 U.S. Opens, the first runner-up came at Pinehurst in '99 to Payne Stewart, and then to Tiger Woods at Bethpage in 2002, 2004 Shinnecock, the 3-putt at 17, and then the wreck on the 72nd hole at Wingfoot in 2006. And even in addition to those 5 runner-up finishes, so many close calls for Phil in this U.S. Open, which he dearly would like to put away. His family flew in late yesterday. Dad is here, Amy, the kids. It's a late tee time for Phil, and he said he was going to fill the time today hanging out with his family. Said he'd get some breakfast here and just kind of ease his way into the day.
Total is what? 53.
Alex Shakeup first to play here at the first.
Part of the green will bounce back.
Johnny, they are trying to find a place on this green to land the ball well short of the hole. They know it's going to kick forward.
It's funny because we've seen a lot of balls hit on the front of the green, and Tigers, some of these other balls are just not running back there too much, not as much as the players think.
Yeah, I think landed maybe 10 yards short, 30 feet short would be a good spot.
Should take one big hop and stop. Solid?
It is solid. Just left of the flag. Good line.
That one rolled.
Good shot. Much better start than he had at the Players year before.
He likes it. He says, I'm off to a good start. That's a good feeling.
Tiger would be a good feeling if he can run this in for a par and kind of keep the momentum going his way.
And that's a quick putt.
But just not enough putts have gone in for him this week.
Yeah, going in today, it was tied for 118th in putting, so that hurts.
You got to feel it out, but you have enough of these stops with too much. Yeah.
If this tee shot was an indication of how Phil is going to play today, fasten your seatbelts because it was very aggressive.
Hey, quiet, please, Marshall. Thank you.
Yeah, sometimes the marshals are the ones that cause the problem because they get over the ball and they go, quiet, please.
So Phil has only 120 yards now. Good lie over here. Playing a little bit of a draw toward the center of the green.
Just the opposite of Phil Mickelson, a very conservative shot. Did not take advantage of that long tee shot, and now he's got a long putt, so not very good.
Still trickling back. Phil knew he needed a low round yesterday. He set a 60-something to get back into this championship, and it is exactly what he got after a par open yesterday at the first. At the long par 4 second, this was his second.
He likes it.
He didn't make a single birdie on Thursday. And in the second hole he played, he picked it up. Took him 20 holes to get his first birdie in this championship. And then his second at the third from the fairway bunker.
Tough shot, good angle.
So that would be a second straight birdie for Phil, and he was quickly moving up the board at +2. And then for a birdie at the fourth for 3 in a row. Just like that, he was at +1. Picked up a par at the par 3 fifth. And then for a birdie at the par 5 sixth, which would give him 4 birdies in the first 6 holes. He one-putted the first 8 holes of his round yesterday. Hit a 5-iron on the edge of the cliff at the 8th, then hit a pitching wedge to this spot and buried this one. So 5 birdies in the first 8 holes for Mickelson. Had a par attempt at the next hole at 9 for a 30 on the front. Settled for 5 under in his opening 9 holes. And then made the turn, par the 10th, and then had this for birdie at 11. Which would be his last birdie of the day. And as you say, Johnny, you make hay while you can early, kind of hold on in the last half, and that's what Mickelson did. This par at the 18th, a round of 66, which matched his lowest U.S. Open round ever. And he's now played a total of 74 U.S. Open rounds. So that was a special day yesterday for Mickelson, and an important one. As you can see, only Tiger Woods' first round 65 10 years ago is a better U.S. Open round here at Pebble Beach. But a long birdie try here at the first today.
With all those 1 putts yesterday, Johnny, I think he would like to start with a 2 putt right now. This is not an easy one.
Yeah, very easy to leave this 5 feet short. Doesn't do it. It actually moves towards the middle of the green. In parts right in this area right here, it'll flatten out, and that thing, that's the big problem, is way slower than you think because you're putting away from the ocean up the hill, and I see that all the time.
Shocking start here for Phil.
Over at the 6th, Justin Leonard, lengthy putt for an eagle 3.
Nobody makes longer putts more often than this
well,
man.
That's true, and this one's on a good line. I think it's going to come up a little short, but still a very makeable putt for birdie there to get Justin to +1. We go to 5.
This was a moment ago. Charles Schwartzel for birdie. Ernie Els, his fellow countryman, who actually battled Ernie earlier this year in March, and Schwartzel moves it to +2.
That ground's starting to look like St. Andrews by the minute.
Up ahead to 12.
This was just a moment ago. Dan Sean O'Hare had this lengthy putt for a birdie 2. Back of the green, big sweeping break left to right. Looks like he knew what he was doing. So Sean O'Hare is 2 under par in his round today, and now just +3 for the championship.
He's been struggling a little bit with that putter lately.
Yes, he has. Not there, though, as we go back to the 1st.
And Mickelson tested here for par early.
Hard to imagine he has this long a putt for a par after the tee shot.
I'll agree with that one. This is not the easiest read, is it?
No, the slope goes to the left. Ocean is to the right and behind him.
It's a big confidence boost if you can get it.
So opening bogey for Mickelson, who quickly falls to even, and we go back to the tee at 1.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the 3:40 starting time. From Saitama, Japan, Ryo Ishikawa.
Always the sharp dresser. He's got the black and white plaid. Ryo Ishikawa, lots of firsts at stake here. His first appearance. No Asian has ever won a U.S. Open. Y.E. Yang became the first Asian to win a major when he captured the PGA, but a big day here for the teenager.
Beautiful swing, but doesn't hit a lot of fairways.
Well, he's going to hit this one, Johnny, right up the center.
He's only hit half the fairways this week, and that's going to have to change if he wants to win. And of course, that's just a layup shot, not a driver.
And from George, South Africa, the 1994 and 1997 United States Open champion, Ernie Els.
So Ishikawa plays with 60-year-old Tom Watson the first 2 days. Now he's got 40-year-old two-time U.S. Open champion Ernie Els. It's been 13 years since his last U.S. Open. This could be the longest spread between U.S. Open wins ever if he can pull this off this weekend.
He could do it. Playing it back in the stance with probably a 3-iron.
Just a shade right. Yeah, it's going to catch the rough.
That's boy, it's sitting up like he could hit a driver.
So off goes the teenager and the South African, and while this pair was teeing off, this was Chika for birdie.
A little slicer here and fast, real fast.
He did go on to make the comebacker for par, so a bogey for Mickelson. Chika remains at even. And back to Justin Leonard at 6.
And see if he can 2-putt for his birdie. And he does very nicely. So Justin Leonard, who celebrated a birthday earlier this week, turning 38, moves to +1 for the championship, and now just 4 off the lead. And when we come back, it'll be McDow and Johnson ready to go.
Welcome to the world of Leveza, where nature meets science. If you have high cholesterol, high blood pressure, or diabetes, you may also have very high triglycerides, too much fat in the blood. It's a serious medical condition. Leveza, along with diet, effectively lowers very high triglycerides in adults, but has not been shown to prevent heart attacks or strokes. Leveza starts with omega-3 fish oil that's then purified and concentrated. It's the only omega-3 medication that's FDA approved. You can't get it at a health food store.
Leveza isn't right for everyone. Tell your doctor if you're allergic to fish, have other medical conditions, and about any medications you're taking, especially those that may increase risk of bleeding. Blood tests are needed before and during treatment. In some, LDL or bad cholesterol may increase. Possible side effects include burping, infection, flu-like symptoms, upset stomach, and change in sense of taste.
Ask your doctor about Leveza, the prescription that starts in the sea.
Camera with wide-angle lens, $300. Identical camera with identical lens, 30% off on MasterCard Marketplace.
Wait, how much?
Ibuprofen, $12. X-ray, $90. Chiropractor, $200.
I'm okay.
A smarter way to shop online, priceless. Introducing MasterCardMarketplace.com, your personalized shopping experience with the things you want for less.
We gave it the power of a supercar. Then we gave it the precision of a Lexus. And in turn, wrote a new definition of what's possible for an automobile. This is the pursuit of the impossible. This is the pursuit of perfection.
You want me to invest in what? Imported ice?
Yeah, I mean, people love imported water, so this is the next logical step.
I think I'll stick with following my green line.
Oh, come on.
Hey, working with my guy at Fidelity could have me retiring in a few years. And besides, couldn't people just freeze their imported water?
Don't be ridiculous.
Work with the company that's helping more people reach retirement than anyone else. Because when it comes to investing, you should never settle. Fidelity Investments.
Will Roger Federer win a record-time 7th Wimbledon title?
And Federer stands alone.
The Championships, Wimbledon. Coverage begins next Saturday, noon Eastern on NBC.
That's the view for Ernie Els at the first. Lie looks decent.
I don't know who put this tree there, but when that thing grows up, this hole's going to be dang near impossible. But I think that thing's got to go.
Ernie Els thinking the same thing.
Still helping. Still helping.
Well, you know, if you're in contention at an Open, you're hitting a lot of greens in regulation. And Ernie tied for 4th in that department. Just says he has had a great feel this week. He's not had it in recent major championships. He says he had it in the practice rounds, and he says he's just stress-free, playing his game.
He cannot see where he wants to aim. He's got to sneak it around there or just over the left side of it and maybe leak it left or right. See, he's aiming left. See if he catches a flyer, though. That lie was amazing.
Popping it on the front and just doing a great job keeping it below the hole.
Yeah, he played a floater off that lie, which is what we used to play with the old V grooves.
Ahead to 2.
Phil Mickelson off the tee, as he has done earlier in the week, hitting less than a driver. Fairway bunker down the right side is certainly in play, as is the one on the left, but that's nicely done.
He hits it so far now, Gary.
Yes, that's a long way down there with the 3-wood as we go to the first.
Ishikawa's second.
Beautiful lines on his golf swing. Really goes up the line and right back down the line. And hits a pretty good shot, but the wrong club. Probably a little bit worried about going long.
He's got that real slow putt from the collar. As we go back to the second.
Now, this was a moment ago. Paul Casey with his 3rd shot out of the Barranca. Some 50 yards short of the green, and that fails to get out.
Can't believe he took that little of a swing in that stuff. He had to swing like a driver to get it out of there.
All right, we'll go over to the 9th, and Tiger Woods playing his 3rd shot here at the par 4.
Well, that's been the big difference in his game this year. Number 1 in scrambling last year, folks. Got to get this. Number 1 this year, 172nd.
110th U.S. Open Championship is being brought to you by Northwestern Mutual. Put our strength to work for you. And by TaylorMade, the #1 driver in golf. Pebble Beach in the U.S. Open, ready to welcome a 6th championship here in 2019 as we get back to Casey at the 2nd.
Yeah, and now this his 5th shot. Remember when we left him last, he was still in the heavy fescue grass, unable to reach the green from there. So now we have about 10 or 12 feet left for a double bogey 6.
And a very difficult putt to make.
Yes.
And he had the triple at 14 yesterday. As we get back to the first tee, as Graham McDowell and Dustin Johnson about ready to get things started here. Be sure that McDowell will have to play within his own game, because he is going to see some shots and some distance from Dustin Johnson that is so rare even on today's long-hitting PGA Tour. Back to Tiger at 9.
Yeah, couldn't have left this little pitch shot in a much more difficult position. Downhill, sweeping left to right break. So difficult because you have to hit the putt so softly.
And Poana can make it come offline if he hit it easy.
Good stroke.
He went with the aggressive stroke.
Yes, he did. I guess he figures he's at that stage, Johnny, where he really doesn't have much to lose.
Yeah, he didn't leak it in there. He just drove it in the cup.
So a par there, and he's out in even par 35. But that's not as good as it could be, that's for sure, on the easier front 9 as we go back to the first.
This is a slow putt for Ishikawa for birdie.
Yes, sir. Be hard to see him get it there, but he's young.
Watson talked about how aggressive he was, and there's one of those where he runs it by. He says he reminds me when I was 18 years old and used to do the same thing.
That gives me another gray hair just watching that next putt.
Back to the tee at 1.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the 3:50 starting time. From Myrtle Beach, South Carolina, Dustin Johnson.
And it will be interesting to see how the 25-year-old handles today. But if you ask his caddy, Bobby Brown, who was a looper here at Pebble Beach a while back, he says he doesn't get nervous. He says he is a flatliner. He just doesn't get out of his skin.
And what an arc. The modern Tom Weiskopf right here.
This is a beauty, Johnny.
Yeah, he does play a game that's unfamiliar to a lot of people. He just got a lot of horsepower.
And from Portrush, Northern Ireland, Graham McDowell.
One of the reasons why McDowell is so confident coming in here is the weekend performance that he put on at the Ryder Cup site at Celtic Manor, Wales. Shot 63-64 on the weekend to put that tournament away, and it was so impressive that the Ryder Cup captain Colin Montgomery texted him and said, "Way to go, Graham. See you in Wales in October."
He needs a good start today, though. He needs to hit fairways and greens just like he said. Short backswing.
Hybrid club here is going a little bit up the right center, but should be fine, I would imagine. No, that's going to catch her up. Doesn't carry far enough.
That's sitting up, sort of, but not great. That's a bit of a go or lie.
All right, so everybody on the golf course on this Saturday, and while they were hitting, this was Ernie for birdie up ahead on the green.
Should move right, about right now.
So Ernie with a par start, and now we're live for Ishikawa's par.
This is so fast. And when you got it that fast, you got to know that the break is doubled, and he did not factor that in.
So both Mickelson and Ishikawa open up with bogeys up ahead at 2.
Yes, a moment ago for his double bogey. Paul Casey, now it's always left and always too much speed. So,
what a start.
Yes, this is now for a triple bogey 7.
Boy, if he could erase 14 in this hole.
I was going to say that's 2 triples he's had down, the 8 on the 14th. That was just a moment ago. So now at +3. Now live out of the fairway. Phil Mickelson.
Too much.
180 yards for Phil, and he must have good karma here, Gary, because he knocked it 3 feet from the hole with a second shot yesterday.
Sets up very nicely for a left-handed draw. Oh, it lands right on the back of that little knob that comes in just to the right of the hole and takes a huge hop.
They misclubbed on one and misclubbed on two.
Let's take another look at the actual contact. I think it was actually quite good. Johnny just carries the ball farther than he's trying to.
Yeah, he's a little jacked up, but those are huge.
Watch it land right on the back of that little knob and just boing, just like a trampoline.
Yeah, you're not going to land it past the hole with a long shot like that and expect to stop it today. They have a.
Well, as always, the MetLife Blimp is here providing aerial coverage, and with a wide range of resources and the financial strength to back them up, you can count on MetLife to be there always for the ifs in your life.
Well, the one thing you can count on that blimp is it always points into the wind. So if you want to know how the wind's blowing, just go look at the blimp.
Yeah, and hopefully Snoopy has a seatbelt on as the winds are coming up a little bit here this afternoon. Just a beautiful look down at Stillwater Cove, 6th hole, 7th little par 3, and the 8th at the top of your screen.
Pebble's always nice. Clouds or sunshine, but I'll take the sunshine.
Oh yeah, makes that ocean really have some beautiful colors when the sun comes out.
Brings it all sharp.
All right, back at the second. Ernie Els and has taken driver, which he certainly doesn't have to do.
No, in fact, Gary, he had 3-wood in his hand first and switched to driver, helping wind, and he had bombed one here yesterday.
And no, you wouldn't want to hit a low push here.
Fairway does slope from left to right, so you need to try to take the ball up just off that bunker you see over at the top of Ernie's head.
There it is. That's down the right side. It'll need a bit of a favorable kick.
Well, he gets it. Wow. Is that long?
To the crosswalk.
I think that may be the longest one we've seen today as we go back to the first.
Does this look familiar? Ernie Els territory for McDowell.
I'll say. And you can't see the flagstick from where his eyeballs are, and that makes it a little disconcerting. I'm not sure if the tree is in play or not, if he has to skirt around. The good news, got a left to the right wind, Roger.
Well, he does, and helping, John, but that tree could be in play. Has 151 left to the hole, which is in the back right, much less than that, obviously, to the front. I believe he can get over this tree comfortably. He's waiting for play to go off of number 2, which is close to this right-hand side. But I believe he can get over it comfortably and land it toward the front of the green.
He's an engineer. He ought to be able to pull this off.
You can see him
Pretty
kind of
good
shot.
Look at this
What
shot.
shot by McDowell.
Shot of the day right there to start out. Hits a poor drive and then just hits the best shot we've seen all day.
What a start for McDowell to kind of calm yourself down, run that birdie in to start things up and get it to 4 under. Let's go to 2.
And Mickelson's pitch from behind the green on the way. Wow, he carried that ball a long way.
The distance control on 1 and 2 is not good, Gary.
Now, like you say, Johnny, you wonder if he's just not really amped up. Back to the first.
Dustin Johnson, who just ripped his iron off the tee, 129 left.
He has a very beautiful tempo. He's got such a big arc. The downswing is just gravity. That could be good.
Good start for the final pair.
Over at the 4th, KJ Choi for his birdie. After a bogey on the difficult second. Back to even par for the day. Kind of hanging around, KJ. Let's go back to 2.
And this was just a moment ago. Ishikawa with his tee shot. It was hit hard, but I think it's up the left.
He hits a lot of balls left, Gary.
Ooh.
Has a tendency to get too upright going back, and then he pulls them.
Well, you can follow live streaming coverage of a couple of pretty nice holes. 7 and 17, 2 of the marquee par 3s here at Pebble, all day today and tomorrow on NBCSports.com. during our broadcasts. Back to the second.
And Mickelson for par.
Anybody been making this, Gary?
Well, not really, Johnny. Most of the guys have not hit it firmly enough and missed it right. Yeah. So certainly not the start that Phil Mickelson was looking for.
What a difference a day makes. The first round, Mickelson called his putting horrific. 32 putts in the first round, and those highlights we showed you, he one-putted the first 8 holes on his way to a total of 25. Just 1 bogey and a 5-under score of 66 versus the 75 that he shot in the first round. Made some adjustments after getting some advice from Dave Stockton. Over to 4.
And Ian Poulter straight up the hill for his birdie. Very nice. The 4th hole today is playing one of the easiest, as you would expect it. 284 yards, a drivable par 4. Let's go back to 2.
Mickelson for his bogey. So a very disappointing start for Phil Mickelson. Bogey at 1 and another at 2. Now at +1, we go over to the 10th.
Now Tiger Woods now, after a huge drive, he got this way down the hill. You can see the ball hanging below his feet, and this is a that's
right off the green.
As we've said, Tiger hits the ball hard enough to make it spin like that. Back to 1.
Dustin Johnson for an opening birdie. Pretty quick putt.
It's a good start. That's very fast. That's, you know, the greens are running 13 right now probably. Yeah, that putt was about a 25.
Dow's going to have a chance to run it to 4 under. Very close. Looks like Dustin Johnson's going to finish out here.
Dell will be standing in his line and on top of his ball if he didn't putt out first.
Each U.S. Open winner at Pebble Beach has won the Pebble Beach National Pro-Am previously. 6 Pro-Am winners in this field, including Dustin Johnson and Phil Mickelson. And Tiger Woods, of course. But again, we've talked about it all week. A much different golf course than it plays in February. Hard and fast. And McDow played a beautiful shot from the rough to set up this opening birdie try from maybe 3 feet.
Not much there, Roger. Left center or something?
Yeah, there's very little in this, Johnny. Certainly underneath the hole, hit it firm, and if there are any butterflies, this goes a long way to calm them, doesn't it?
Yes, sir. Very nice. It's hard not to like this man. He's a very friendly fellow and very bright and well spoken, and he plays the game. He doesn't overwork it, and he's just a nice guy.
Kind of guy you'd like to head over to the Irish pub and have a cold one with.
Well, maybe root beer.
over to 10, Jake.
Tiger Woods putting up the hill. You can see he did not like that the minute he hit it. And back at 4, Jerry Kelly with a less than driver. Looks like 3 wood. Jerry always leans
right.
You can see him leaning after it. Wants it to go right.
Right.
And it and it does.
Oh, makes it by a foot. What a shot.
That's a beautiful shot. Leave it to the USGA to make something fun out of a hole out here at Pebble Beach. Number 4 is a hole you don't think about hitting driver until this week.
That'll be on their Christmas card this year. That's the gift.
Well, Phil's taken out the driver on number 3, 370 yards today, and this wind is blowing right to left. It's a favorable shot for him here, isn't it, Mark?
We got to rearrange the tee box here to make room for Mickelson.
Well, he had to move on Mike, actually, because he wants to get as far over as he can to see the angle.
Let's go back to 2 for a second.
Well, over at 2, it looks like Ernie Els expected to get some relief from the crosswalk area where the gallery goes across the fairway.
That's exactly right, Gary. Tom O'Toole from the USGA was brought in, as well as Brian Clare, and no relief at this point.
Back at 3.
Phil standing in the rough.
Oh, Phil!
course, is all he's got there.
Got to cut it.
That's all he's got.
I'll tell you what, this hole has given everybody fits. It's really hard to get that shot close to the hole location. Back there on the right, you got to hit it over that bunker on a downslope.
Good shot, though.
Let's go back to 2. Great shot.
He's got that wedge, remember, that's got more loft.
All right. Bell's getting ready. Dottie, was the lie an issue?
No, I don't think the lie was fine. It's very firm underfoot because of all the traffic, but the lie itself is fine. 147 straight downwind.
Trying to carry the ball right to the front of the putting surface.
Nice little half swings, Gary.
He's playing some very creative shots. I know that, Johnny. He's obviously very comfortable with the way the golf course is playing. That's not a bad leave, even though it's a little short of the green.
And those crosswalks, if they're not chopped off, you're not getting any relief.
Head to 4.
Jerry Kelly now after a perfect tee shot, putting for his eagle. This should go just a little to his right, and you saw it hop right off the blade.
You just mic him up. We could go home.
Oh, that would be that's a show in itself.
I don't know if we would have had a mic on him for the first 2 holes. Jake started double, and now it's gone birdie.
That puts a smile on his face, though. Let's go back to 2.
Graham McDowell on the tee.
With driver here, Gary, wind down and a little left to right.
It's a quick swing.
Transition very fast from backswing to downswing.
So far, so good.
Yeah, I was going to say.
This is terrific here. They're going to land in the left center. This will be wonderful.
Yeah.
Look at that thing scooting. I haven't seen a ball do that since the old days at 17th at Augusta and the 15th hole at Augusta.
Well, how about this? Leading in driving distance and in greens hit in regulation, #1 in both categories this week.
Same as Tiger when he won here in 2000.
He's got the length. He can carry it over that bunker down the left side.
What an arc.
This ball going at the extreme left-hand side. This is going to need a kick to the right. It gets it. Oh, this is pretty good now.
Well, we thought Ernie Els had a long drive. That one's almost past the crosswalk area.
Yeah, and that hit that upslope, but didn't even get the benefit from the forward bounce.
Well, 2 beautiful tee shots by the final pair at the long, difficult par 4 second. When you hit it that far, all of a sudden it becomes a birdie hole. Graham McDowell, after the spectacular shot at the first, now has a 3-shot lead, and we'll be back with more in just a moment.
It can happen anytime. An everyday moment can turn romantic at a moment's notice. And when it does, men with erectile dysfunction can be more confident in their ability to be ready with Cialis for daily use. Cialis for daily use is a clinically proven low-dose tablet you take every day, so you can be ready anytime the moment's right for you and your partner.
Tell your doctor about your medical condition and all medications, and ask if you're healthy enough for sexual activity.
Don't take Cialis if you take nitrates for chest pain, as this may cause an unsafe drop in blood pressure.
Don't drink alcohol in excess with Cialis. Side effects may include headache, upset stomach, delayed backache, or muscle ache. To avoid long-term injury, seek immediate medical help for an erection lasting more than 4 hours. If you have any sudden decrease or loss in hearing or vision, stop taking Cialis and call your doctor right away.
Ask your doctor if Cialis for daily use is right for you. For a 30-tablet free trial offer, go to Cialis.com.
I'm currently in college. I'm a physiotherapist. I am a salesman for a steel mill. My friends call me Danny. Rick. My name's Bernard. I play the Pro V1X. The performance of the ball from tee to green is phenomenal. I feel as if I get exactly the same distance every time. I just trust the Pro V1. Playing golf is also time that would be normally spent with my family, so I've got to make everything count. So I use the Pro V1. I'd say golf comes first, although maybe academics should.
Titleist Pro V1 and Pro V1X, the most trusted ball in golf.
U.S. Bank can meet all your business's financial needs, helping you reach new heights. From business lending to payment services, equipment financing to commercial real estate, to the personal banking needs of every employee. U.S. Bank offers the expertise and stability you deserve, whether your business is global or your world is local, you don't just get one of us. You get all of us serving you. U.S. Bank.
At this moment, across the country, families are packing their bags for a getaway. And no matter where they end up, they'll all be home by dinner. Plan your own at playgolfamerica.com. From finding fun and affordable programs to finding advice from PGA and LPGA professionals, playgolfamerica.com has a way for you to get away. Visit today for details. playgolfamerica.com, your link to the game.
All sorts of souvenirs to pick up here in the Pebble Beach shops, and one of the most photographed places in all the world. Forget about just golf courses, just any kind of landscape. The Monterey Peninsula, no other land like it in the world. And you add the great championship history to it. It is just one of the most beautiful spots you could ever visit. Ernie Els, pretty good shape in front of the green at 2.
Yeah, putting up the hill, moving left to right. Ooh, that one bobbled quite a bit coming out of the fringe. So a little more left for par than he would like as we go to the third.
Phil Mickelson on the third with his second shot from 40 yards, very close to where Tiger Woods hit his second shot from deep over the green.
Wow, that was some backspin.
That's some backspin. A little lower trajectory than Tiger shot too, wasn't it, Johnny?
That's some amazing spin. Look at how much weight he's got on the front foot there and how far back he's playing this up, Brad.
Yep.
You know, his wedge has got 21 grooves. It's got more grooves than any other manufacturer. Callaway has that. It's fairly newsworthy. They believe that the more grooves you have, even though they're tiny ones, the more grip you get on the ball.
Over at the second is Ishikawa for his par. Remember, his tee shot was well left. Second shot through the green. Got it back to that position just a moment ago. So nervous length in the hole. That's a good thing. And now Ernie for his par. There's another guy who made a little adjustment to his putting after the first round. Changed the ball position a little bit. So
after that drive.
Yeah, and it wasn't that he wasn't given relief out of that crosswalk. He was unhappy about where he would have had to drop the ball. I guess it would have been into the intermediate cut of rough, which he didn't like. But was entitled to relief as we go to the 11th.
All of a sudden, just 2 players under par in this championship on this Saturday. Second for Tiger at 11. Smallest green on the course.
And one of the most tilted greens from back to front on the course, and that could be close. Look at how much trickles in this green. And this putt right here is no gimme.
Back to 2.
We have McDow ready with his second shot, Raj.
.159 left to the hole here, Gary. Downwind, a little bit of a valley. Will work to the right if it lands on the left side of the green. Work to the left if it lands on the right.
Probably no more than a 9-iron, I would think. Oh, that's beautiful. Lands it very softly on the front of the green.
He looks good, Gary.
Yes, he does.
He may not shave till he wins this U.S. Open.
At the third.
Phil's got a chance to right the ship here. See if he can get something going after a 2-bogey start. Quick putt from that side of the green. Misread it slightly.
Well, when you hit it that easy, it doubles the break.
One slot's perfect.
Back at the second, Dustin Johnson with his second shot.
142, and this just a little bit of a wedge for him.
Seems to like it.
Right at it.
Ooh, takes that big hop, though. Still not a bad shot. Area of the game that he and Butch Harmon are working on quite a bit. They figure that he's got a lot of those wedge shots in a round of golf. And
yeah, what they joke about 150 yards in, so they're working on the wedge.
Yeah,
game.
Exactly.
No, I know. But I like the way you're
over at the third.
Ernie setting up from the right side of the tee to take advantage of the angle. This tee moved up some 34 yards today to give the players a big decision here whether to go for it or lay it back, Dottie.
Well, Ishikawa made the decision to go for it, Brad with driver, and Ernie obviously not being as aggressive.
There's been a lot of in-between yardage second shots here, Dottie.
Beautifully struck and turning left. I can't see where it lands, Brad.
No, that's in the intermediate rough, and it's a bad angle. Well, it's a good angle, but he's going to have to go over the edge of the bunker there, and that's going to be a difficult shot out of that lie. That ball went down in the grass.
Johnny, you've seen a few of these in your days at Pebble?
Yes. That's nice to see. You know, that one's got its calendar a little wrong. They're supposed to be here in wintertime.
Take a look at the pinpoint animation for the putt that Tiger Woods is looking at 11. Downhill, as you can see there, flattens out a little bit at the end, and a pretty good left to right swing.
Yes, sir. Yeah, it's got swing all right. This green has got a lot of back to front, and you can see he's left his ball marker there. Maybe he thinks he's going to roll off the green. I don't know.
He's never won a major when he's played the first 2 rounds over par, so a lot of things Tiger's battling to try to do for the first time. He chipped in for his first birdie of the week on this hole yesterday, so not only was it Mickelson who didn't make a single birdie during the first round, Tiger also took a long time before he got a red number.
It's a hard putt to make. It really is. You just got to match a perfect speed with more break than it looks. There it is.
He gave nothing, drops in birdie number 4. So Tiger back at +3, 1 under on the day. Still 7 behind, but this was
what speed?
A beautiful putt. Yep.
Yeah, he kept it up on the high side. You can talk to a putt that's on the high side, and you can't talk to one on the low.
Talking about this change into the guard between Mickelson and Tiger, Phil Mickelson has now finished higher than Tiger the last 6 times they have played in a tournament. And Mickelson getting the better of Tiger at the moment for now. As we go back to the second.
Dustin Johnson, lengthy putt for a birdie.
About 25 feet here, Gary, slightly downhill, and we'll turn to his left on the way down there.
Doesn't move as much as most players see.
Starts to move left, then flattens out.
Kind of flattens out a little bit yet.
That's that brow you were talking about, Gary.
As we move ahead to the par 5-6, Scott Langley, the 21-year-old amateur, has an eagle chance here.
Well, that put him in contention right here.
I guess.
Even
looks good, Johnny. Looks good. Oh, he's at +1.
You've got to be kidding me.
Young man who's had some experience here at Pebble Beach. He played in the First Tee Open, the Champions Tour event. He won the team aspect with Dana Quigley a couple of years back. So we go to 15.
Let's check in with the other amateur, Russell Henley.
Nice full stroke there. Beautiful stroke.
Wow. Southeastern Conference Player of the Year.
What a gorgeous putting stroke.
Drops it in and moves to +5. So the 2 amateurs to make the cut, not just making the cut, but making some moves here on this Saturday. Back over to 3.
Morels is about to hit a second shot. Dottie, how's the lie?
The lie is, I would say, better than average, Brad. 99 yards. But the angle, as you mentioned, just not very good.
Looks like he's elected just a little pitch and run, which is a really smart shot from there.
Very smart.
All you can do, you'll have him cut back up the hill over to 2.
Graham McDowell for his birdie.
Good look at it here. A putt you want to go right, but it'll straighten up in the area of the cup, even back to the left.
Firm
maybe.
enough? Yes, it is. How about this start? Birdie for Graham McDowell. The lead is now 4. Yes. What a way to calm the nerves. To the 4th.
Yeah, Phil Mickelson now on the 4th tee with an iron mark.
Yeah, this is a low bullet up the left-hand side. Would need a big kick to the right.
Wow.
Plenty of club.
Plenty of club, but that is a the only way you can stop that bunker shot is for it to hit the flagstick. That is tough. Take a look at the lie. It's clean. Looks like it sits up, but let's go up to 6.
This was a moment ago. Peter Gregory Havre, the Frenchman. Chance for a birdie to reach even par. That's nicely done. Man with 3 wins on the European Tour, making his first appearance in a U.S. Open championship. And now they've made it over to the tee at 7, Brad.
Well, Scott Langley will be feeling pretty good after that eagle. He played a practice round with Tom Watson. He said he listened to Tom Watson tell stories about how well he had played. Now he's going to have his own stories to tell. Just a lob wedge here.
Nice little punch swing.
Hit it right by the flag, and that's as good as you're going to do right about now, Johnny.
It looks good. Who knows? Well, let's take a look at this 7th hole. It's just 99 yards. It's not a hard hole if you hit a proper shot. It's the easiest green on the course to hit. Not a lot of birdies, though. Just a few over 10. I haven't got the latest stat, but it's a beautiful hole, and it's a fun hole, and it's a hole that almost anybody can birdie with a good shot.
Well, Johnny, here's a stat for you. There's actually been 9 birdies here today, and there hasn't been one since 1 o'clock when Robert Allenby went through. So over 3 hours since the last birdie.
It's hard to believe.
This is Gregory Havre for his little lob wedge.
Nice little bump sound.
He's at even par, 2 under for the day, and that was very close to being close to the hole. It's the only way you're going to get it close in this hole is to get it somehow to land in the rough and trickle out of there. Back and on 3, Ishikawa from just over the green.
Well, didn't play the smart shot the way Ernie did from a very similar angle, Brad, and paid the price. Tried to bring it in high, unable to stop it.
Delicate shot, but he's got some beautiful touch, Dottie.
Wonderful touch and a wonderful shot.
Back on the tee where Graham McDowell, birdie start, Raj. What's he doing here?
Less than driver here, Brad. This ball kind of hanging a little further right than he might want it to. Wants it to get down.
Oh, and it just snuck into the bunker, and that's going to be an awkward stance and an awkward angle. Here's the pro tracer with the 3-wood, trying to hit a draw.
Just didn't hook, did it?
No, the wind didn't get it, and he just kind of left the face open a little bit.
Well, this is doable for Dustin Johnson if he wants to try it.
Fasten your seat belts. He's got driver.
That's a big swing, too, way past parallel. And he can draw it, too.
I hit it kind of high. It should be all right.
Good angle.
It's down there a little bit further, but still going to have to contend with that little bit of knoll. And on the green, Ernie's got a lengthy putt here.
On a green that Johnny Miller says does not break as much from back to front as the others on the golf course.
And it likes to go left, believe it or not.
Good run there. Very flat there around the hole, isn't it, Johnny?
It actually goes left just slightly. You can't see it, but it's there. He almost read it perfectly, Dottie.
That was a good putt. Let's go over to 12.
Tiger Woods on the tee with a 5-iron, 193 yards. Location in the front center.
Was it right?
Late. Yeah, I think that's hanging out to the right, Johnny.
Might be a hook, though.
I don't think so. No.
Almost
hard left to right.
Just a yard
or two. It would have kicked left.
Yeah, it would have kicked left and rolled right on the green. In fact, that's the way the USGA set this hole up, is to land short and run it in.
Well, the grass at Wimbledon coming your way very soon. Part of NBC Sports Championship season next Saturday, noon Eastern time, only on NBC. All the greats will be there. Roger Federer, Rafael Nadal. Ultimate test of excellence, Wimbledon. This is the ultimate test in golf. The U.S. Open back at the 4th.
Alexander checking now up the hill for his birdie. He laid back off the tee and tried a little bump and run in there, and the ball hit and stopped on the front of the green. So that's a disappointing 4th hole for Alexander. Now, Mark, if there's anybody that can hit this bunker shot, it's Phil Mickelson.
Well, it will test every ounce of his prowess as a bunker player, Peter, no doubt.
You can see it's downwind. He's got a clean lie.
These bunkers have been rototilled. Not many people know that, and with the rototilling makes it where the ball will not spin like it would if there's a firm base.
Yeah, I've noticed a lot of bunker shots come out, John. They just come out dead. No spin. They hit and they just run on. But that was one of the best we've seen. If you take a look here.
It's just that, you know, you got a soft base underneath there, and you can't sort of squeeze it against the hardness that's normally underneath there about an inch or two. And so it just sort of comes out like, you know, just
like a little flour sifter. It's all been puffed up, fluffed out.
Let's go to 13.
A moment ago, Padraig Harrington, the 13th hole. First look today at the 445-yard par 4. Harrington kind of hanging around. Look at this low driving shot. It's got a chance. Oh, it just goes over the edge. Beautiful shot. I'm sure he's smiling. Let's go back to 6.
KJ Choi with a chance for an eagle here. This would move him to -1. Little right to left break. No firmer.
That was slow.
Yeah. Back to 4.
Now Mickelson knows exactly what this putt does, Mark.
He is using that one hand only on the club pre-shot putting routine. Big putt here.
What a disappointing start for Phil.
Starting to look like round number 1.
Back to 3.
Where McDowell's just in the bunker, Roger. Awkward stance.
Yes, ball a little bit below his feet. Has 137 left to the hole here, Brad. Not a good angle. Just trying to get this ball into the center of the green if you can.
Trying to hit it flush.
Aim right at the cameraman back there over the green and hope to hold it on the center of this green. It's hard to hit it.
They made good contact.
Stay up. That can go in that big fescue with a bad bounce, but that's not a bad shot there, Roger.
Not at all. Not at all. Dustin now just 63 yards left to the hole, but even with this angle, it's still not quite far enough left. He still has to play left to the hole. Can't fly it over the corner of the green there, some 15 feet short of the hole, and stop it. I wouldn't believe.
He's going high.
Well, I don't think that really had any chance. It'll kick down into the green. Okay.
That's a good break, Roger. That could have stayed up there and given him a fit. Let's go back to 12.
Tiger with a very delicate second shot here at the par 3. You can see him aiming way right. Lob it out of the rough and just let it trickle down to the hole. That's a little better touch, Johnny.
Yeah, that was nice. Very nice.
Over at 4. Ishikawa now with his tee shot. Dottie, this is too much club for him as long as he is.
Absolutely. Actually, Davis Love reached this green with a 3-wood. If he nails this, Peter, it could go in that hazard long.
Playing a little squeeze cut.
Yeah, trying to squeeze it in that tiny, tiny little gap. It's a bullet.
That's about a 7-yard fairway right there. I spoke too soon. It's perfect. He knew what he was doing. What do I know? I'm sitting in a tower. That was a fantastic play.
That was a little Trevino shot.
Talk to us when you have a head cover that looks just like you.
Take a look at this swing, folks. He's aiming left. You see his feet? His feet are aiming right. He's aiming right at the bunker, right at the top of his head is where his line is. And he comes down onto it really sharply, hits down on it. So he's actually driving it down. And look where the ball is now. It's left of his head, and it just upshoot cuts perfectly like a little, you know, chip slice. A lot of you guys out there have that shot down pat.
Dottie, what Ernie's got a fairway medal.
Yeah, I would believe this would have a completely different flight, high and drawing if I had to bet.
Gives you a good look right at what they're seeing. Straightaway hole.
That's exactly the shot we've got, but headed toward the left bunker, Peter.
Exactly in the same position Phil Mickelson was in just a few minutes ago. Let's go up to 7.
KJ Choi with his lob wedge down the hill. Hit soft. Oh, and look at that bounce. Just stayed out of the back bunker. The group in front. Havre made par and Langley made a bogey. KJ Choi in the thick of it again in another major this year. Even par. Back on the third. Roger.
Yeah, this is about 50 feet and putting uphill slightly. There's not a lot of break in this putt. Speed the bigger issue.
Maybe that little bit of fringe behind him is a big issue too. Roger, got to pick the putter up. It's not too bad. Got a little tester, right to left. Poulter now playing with Choi. As well as even par. Just rocket ship off these greens.
Well, I mean, how on earth are you supposed to play to that?
Shakespearean.
I don't know if Ian knows there's a camera right there.
Maybe. I think he does.
Well, maybe you're right, Dan. I think he does. To 5.
Message delivered. Par 3 fit Mickelson, 181 yards.
Good looking line here for Phil. It's the right distance.
Mickelson trying to get it back on track after a couple of bogeys early.
And that is an easy putt right there. I think he'll make that one.
To 12.
Tiger for his par. This is that little putt that'll go left if it's not struck firmly. Yeah, rattles it into the back of the hole. So Tiger remains at +3. Wanted to par in his round today. Still 8 shots off the lead as we go to 3.
Dustin Johnson with his birdie putt. Up the hill, slightly breaking to the left. Tough to get it all the way up there. Not many birdies here either today.
All right, let's collect ourselves here and check out this leaderboard. Graham McDowell began the day at 3 under, 2-shot lead. It has now swelled to 4. He's got some challenges at the third in that bunker. Dustin Johnson, the only other player under par. Look at all the evens. Else, Poulter, who's still muttering to himself at the 7th. Ishikawa, who has an eagle try coming up at the 4th. And there's Mickelson, who started off 2 behind, but 2 early bogeys, and he has now drifted 6 shots off of McDowell's lead. Paul Casey had another triple bogey. He's at +3. Davis Love in with a good round of 68. Back out to the 3rd.
McDowell's got a little tester, Roger.
First sort of little nervous putt he's had, and if anything, there'll be a little movement to the left, if anything at all.
Yeah, he can't believe it didn't break, Johnny.
Little hiccup. But still a good start, Roger. You get through 3 holes here, 1 under, you're a happy man.
I think he hit that putt where he wanted to, Johnny. He's looking at the read like, yeah, should have broken to the left, and it didn't. To 4.
Well, we just saw Phil Mickelson with this shot, Dottie.
Yeah, slightly on the upslope, Peter, but needs to land it on the downslope. That's the toughest part of this shot.
You get cute and leave it in that fescue.
You sure could.
That's what we've seen all day. Anybody in that left bunker is going to end up with about a 10 or 12 footer. Exclusive views of today's action are provided by the MetLife Blimp. To also see how MetLife tools and resources can help you build a personal safety net, visit MetLife.com today. We've been coming here for many years. Take a look at that. There's number 6, 7, and 8. Jack Nicklaus talks about how this is one of his favorite spots. I think we would all echo that sentiment.
Well, you played with so many luminaries through the years here, Peter.
Well, I'm
Jack
familiar.
Lemmon and Arnold Palmer. I mean, your list goes on in your memories here.
I can see all of Lemon's tee shots on 4 right there in the ocean.
Or on the beach. You won here, Peter. It's a lot of fun when you win at Pebble.
Oh boy, this is a dream playing here now. There's been 7 eagles today on the golf course. Only 6 in the first 2 rounds, and 3 of those eagles today have come right here on the 4th. Davis Love earlier this morning, Mike Weir, and Henrik Stenson. Could this be the 4th?
Well, it's certainly a pretty simple putt. He's motioned like he believes it's just outside right to start.
all those camera shutters you hear there as Ishikawa gets a tap-in birdie. I mean, he is followed everywhere by the Japanese media here.
Let's go up to 5.
And Mickelson with a good chance here, Johnny, as you mentioned.
Oh, this is just where you want to putt from. It's very straight.
There it is, back to even, and with McDow losing a stroke, Mickelson is back within 4.
As they say, he needed that.
To 7.
KJ Choi from the back edge here, lucky not to go into the sand. Be aggressive with that shot back into the wind. Almost hold it. Now I'll have a knee knocker. Back to 4.
Ernie Els now for his birdie to get back to red figures. Should take a hard turn to the left there, but played just a little too much break. Oh, it's a short hole, but what a tricky green.
It was a nice gift by the USGA. It's a more kinder USGA than I remember, having a 284-yard hole that's playing downwind.
Let's go up to 5.
And check in on Cheka. 4 par. For 5 in a row to start this 3rd round. And he still has some work left for the bogey. Back over to the 4th.
Well, Roger, we're
just a hybrid.
Roger, we saw Phil Mickelson hit an iron up there almost onto the green, and Dustin has that kind of length.
Well, I'm not going to say he can't. It seems improbable to hit one. What is it, 277 to the front edge?
Yeah, it's
breeze is helping.
Phil's ball would have been past the pin with an iron, and this is going right.
Well, this is hanging right. Well, gets a decent kick. Look at this chasing.
Hanging right on it.
It ricocheted perfectly.
Wow. How about that, Raj? That works for me. I asked Mike Davis on the way up to the tee here. I said, did you change the par of the hole today, too?
Is this a fair fight, Raj?
Look at that lean. He's leaning. It's fine.
Hey,
no
this,
big deal.
This hole's no tougher than the 8th hole at Oakmont.
That's a 6-footer for Eagle. Thank you very much. He got away with one there. Now Graham McDowell, after watching that, that's got to be a little bit of an intimidation factor.
Well, it looks like he's got a hybrid club out here.
Well, you can see there, straight downwind. It's pretty firm in the first 40 yards in front of that green, so anything in front will just chase right on, just like we saw Dustin Johnson's ball do.
Going straight at it.
Looks like he's hanging a little to the right. He's got his work cut out for him now.
Good angle.
35-yard bunker shot there. Let's go up to 5.
And Ishikawa coming off the birdie at 4 with an 8-iron here at the 181-yard 5th. Hits it high and can land it soft. Karams to the right and way back.
He hits a lot of balls left of where he's aiming. He gets sometimes too upright going back, and that just puts him slightly over the top, and you'll notice a lot of his misses will be left. He's been doing that for ever since I've been watching him, a couple years now.
That'll be some birdie putt. Back on the tee is Ernie.
This is a 9-iron for Ernie. Wind just dropped a touch. A wonderful line to start if it's the right number.
Drops it in front, and Ernie Els. Ball takes a little peek as it goes by.
Yeah, this is a definite bump and run hole. You can land 30 yards short of the green as the downslope and run it right on.
Tiger at 13.
With his second shot from just in the right rough. Not a very good angle, but the hole is located back left.
Oh, come on, be the right club.
Today.
Right club.
That's right, Tiger. Dead center.
He's spinning it out of that. Cutter rough there, Johnny. That's a great shot for Tiger and a chance to pick up another one. Choi and Poulter both bogeyed the 7th. Poulter still, I can hear that tirade. But Graham McDowell on top by 3 at windy Pebble Beach for the U.S. Open.
We gave it the power of a supercar. Then we gave it the precision of a Lexus. And in turn, wrote a new definition of what's possible for an automobile. This is the pursuit of the impossible. This is the pursuit of perfection.
I'm Greg Hopkins, President and CEO of Cleveland Golf. And if you're a golfer, you probably know us for our wedge, the #1 wedge in golf. Lately, there's been a lot of talk about wedge grooves and rules. There's also been a lot of talk about our new CG15 wedge with its laser milled face and patented zip grooves. These grooves have the maximum dimensions allowed under the rules of golf and can be played legally by the vast majority of you until 2024. Yet at the end of this year, we will be required to stop producing the CG15 with these grooves. These truly are the ultimate grooves, and this truly is your last chance to get them. You can visit yearofthewedge.com for more information. But whether you think you need them or not, I encourage you to replace your current wedge set for maximum legal performance. This is the year, and this is the wedge.
John Hancock, the future is yours. Visit findtheanswers.com.
Round of golf for Camilo Villegas, his brother, his dad, and Gary Player.
What do we play them for? Push-ups, maybe? We like those.
$280.
Brother, take it easy on me, please.
Beautiful swing.
Everybody kind of makes fun of me the way I read putts. Yeah, I'm just trying to get the ball in the hole. We'll find it. We'll find it. Kick it in the middle of the fairway.
Toda la plata, eh? The perfect foursome. Priceless. Book tee times for your foursome at select exclusive courses and save up to 40% with your MasterCard.
It is the most physically demanding test.
This is really nerve-wracking.
Golf's elite take the stage for the U.S. Women's Open. Coming July 10th to NBC.
Continue our look back at U.S. Open championships. 60 years ago in 1950, Ben Hogan at Marion, one of the great comebacks in sports history at the 1950 U.S. Open. The victory just to be walking 16 months after the near-fatal car accident, which left him in the hospital for a couple of months following that famous one-iron approach to the 72nd hole. He two-putted for par to get into an 18-hole playoff the next day with Lloyd Mangrum and George Fazio. And despite suffering severe leg pains, lifted the trophy after shooting a 69, second of his 4 U.S. Open wins while we were away at the 4th.
McDow with a long bunker shot. And that was, while we were away, that was well played. And now live, McDowell for his birdie. Up the hill, breaking to the right. A lot of players underread that break.
Not supposed to play 3 and 4, 1 over.
It's over to 5.
Ishikawa's long birdie try has already missed. Ernie Els for his. And Els continues to look for his first birdie. Speaking of birdies, Tiger.
On 13, Tiger Woods for his birdie to get to 2 over. Left to righter. First fist pump. Oh, he's fired up. And if Phil Mickelson's predictions are anything close to accurate, +2 is right where Tiger Woods wants to be. Back to 4.
Now Dustin Johnson leads the PGA Tour in 2010 with 12 eagles. Most on the PGA Tour. Not much in this putt, Roger.
No, it's pretty straight. If anything, it might drift just the shade right, but I would certainly keep it inside the hole on the left with a little speed uphill here.
That's a way to jumpstart your round.
Wow.
That gets Dustin Johnson to 3 under par for the championship and just 1 back. Let's go up to 18.
Jim Furyk, 2003 U.S. Open champion of Olympia Fields for birdie. Many people thought he would have a great chance this week. But +8 through 3 rounds after his 74 today. And up at 5, this is the 2-putt that Ishikawa's looking for to stay at 1 under. That long putt from the back of the green, and he pays the price. Bogey for Ishikawa, and he's back to even.
Doesn't have enough local knowledge to play more break. He's missing them low.
16.
Sean O'Hare for a birdie 3. Big swing from right to left here. Oh, nice. Sean O'Hare, birdie at 15. Now another at 16. He's at +3 for the championship and 2 under par in his round today. Over at 5.
Dustin Johnson.
You just sort of feel that this guy, as Jim Carrey says, I like it a lot. This course.
Well, talked about how you mentioned yesterday that you thought he was the favorite.
I just think he loves it here. It's his spot, he feels.
Let's turn in a little left. Going to need the kick right.
That'll be good. That's a good spot. It keeps trickling. Watch this. It just keeps trickling. I knew that. I've been there before.
And so is Dustin, although it's a harder, firmer, faster course than the one he plays in February, but he has just been in complete control. Beautiful look from behind Mickelson at 6.
As he plays up the cliff. Second shot here at the par 5.
248 for Phil. Very low shot. Climbs over the hill.
The perfect line. It's as good as they get up. Get up there. Go.
He knows it's just a little short.
Yeah.
Not bad, though.
I think it's short.
Well, let's take a closer look at the par 5 6th, 523 yards. You can see the outlined area. That's where the fairway used to be. Certainly was over there in the 2000 U.S. Open. Now the fairway shifted hard to the right along the edge of the cliffs. 1 bunker up the left side in 2000, now 5 that pinch in and narrow the landing area. Players play the second shot up that cliff some 34 feet to the level of the putting surface. And the whole location today all the way in the back left corner. But we have seen 3 eagles here so far today. Checking out with his second.
Might be going
right. This is a pretty good line here. If it gets up, it should.
It did. It got a great bounce, Mark. Kick to the right and forward. Checkett will have a very makeable putt for an eagle 3. Back to the 5th.
And Graham McDowell off the tee after Johnson put another one in there close.
Is that going left or is it good?
Come on. Nice bounce.
He wants the bounce that Dustin Johnson got, and that didn't land near as soft.
That was a mistake right there. And, you know, he messed up 3 with the bogey and didn't birdie 4. So even though he started birdie, the last 2 holes, he's lost 2 shots.
Dustin Johnson turning up the heat on Graham McDowell with an eagle at the 4th. The only 2 players under par in the 110th and 5th U.S. Open Championship at Pebble.
Your number. It's the amount you need to have saved to retire the way you want. And lately, it seems your number is more at risk than ever. ING can help you find ways to protect your number while you work toward it. So your number can be there for you or your family later. Find your number and discover ways you can protect it at ingyournumber.com.
This week, if you're afraid of heights, you may want to sit down for this one.
Every single time, I think I've seen everything on this show.
America's Got Talent. 2 new hours Tuesday and another new hour Wednesday on NBC.
I have a few simple rules.
No takeout.
No feet on the dashboard.
No kids under 7. Hand wash only. No dirty feet.
I prefer for people to wash their hands.
The kids really want a dog, but no.
Of all the ways to prevent a luxury automobile from losing value, perhaps the smartest is to get one designed to keep it. Test drive any Acura during the Driven by Reason sales event.
Take advantage of attractive offers on the 2010 Acura MDX for well-qualified customers.
You might not know it, but you are constantly using electricity.
Hey! Yeah.
Even when you're not at home. But by simply turning off or unplugging unused appliances, we can make sure there is always enough energy to go around.
Steady, boys! Steady!
Is this Ben's warehouse?
No, it's just over that hill!
You want suits? They've got the top designers. There's even an on-site tailor every day. A snip here, a stitch there.
Well, let him know you're coming. Release the pigeon!
There's a place men belong. That place is Men's Warehouse. Right now, during our summer sale, buy one designer suit and get one free. I guarantee it.
Meteorologist Dirk Verdorn, tonight at 11 on KCRA 3.
Back here at Pebble Beach, out to the 6th.
Mickelson's lengthy eagle effort from the front edge of the green. Oh, that's carrying a lot of speed. Needs to slow down. Okay. Back at the 4th. Excuse me, at 5.
And the second shot for Graham McDowell while we were away. Watch this touch from that sand you were talking about, Johnny. Perfectly done by McDowell.
Yeah, that was pretty sweet there on a green that's like a rock.
So McDowell's going to remain at 4 under, and now we're live with Dustin Johnson. Marco Mira has the 5 titles here in this Pebble Beach National Pro-Am that is contested here earlier in the year. Dustin Johnson maybe on his way to being the new king of Pebble with his 2 wins, and then that tie for 7th in the previous one that he didn't win.
Yeah, that's some good playing here in the Monterey Peninsula.
And now this for a birdie to catch McDowell at 4 under.
Moves a little right. He's playing for it, but always low. Again, if you hit it easy, you got to double the break.
He'll stay 1 back to 6.
Check his eagle putt on the way.
See how many putts are low, Gary?
Yeah, you're absolutely correct, Johnny. The speed of the green, the ball is going to break more than it normally does.
That's what's really protecting Pebble Beach right now is the greens are quicker than the guys have ever played it, and they're playing the same break, but when you hit it easy, it just breaks quicker.
So check it with the 2-putt birdie. He moves to even par.
That's why Tiger, those putts that he's been hitting recently, he's using enough speed he can play the traditional breaks. And I think that's a good move if he got the guts to do it.
All right, Mark. Good opportunity here for Mickelson to pick up another one.
It is. He's looked at the putt from all different angles, and caddy Jim Mackay has not lined it up for Phil to help him. So I think Phil's pretty confident he knows what's going to happen here. This green is very exposed on the top of this cliff, so the wind is going to affect it. The wind is coming from Phil's left.
There's been a tendency from this location on the green, Johnny. It's to miss to the right, not play enough break.
Looks like he's aiming out enough on the left to pull it off.
Well off the hole.
Yeah, he was playing a lot of break. Ouch.
Up at 14.
Tiger Woods now with his 3rd shot on the par 5 14th from about 100 yards.
Up there.
He's now in a tie for 12th, Peter, 6 back. So, you know, he's sort of sniffing now.
Even though he's got a sand wedge. So difficult.
You've seen a little bit of everything here today, Jake, and this week you have.
We've seen 4s, we've seen 9s.
Well, he's in position to take advantage of this hole. You can stop it if you hit a good shot.
Yeah, we've seen the ball stop on the green today. A popular spot is long and right.
He's aiming about 6 feet right of the hole with a little baby draw.
It's got to sit down. Sit. But it's good now. That's the corner of the green where the ball creeps and falls all the way off that ledge.
Well, Jake mentioned the big numbers, and how about just on the 14th alone yesterday? Zach Johnson played a little ping pong with it, made a quadruple bogey. Paul Casey made a triple. Ian Poulter had a triple. Y.E. Yang made a triple, part of a inward 9 of 49. It's the second toughest hole this week, and a par 5 that'll grab your attention. That green can be and look impossible at times.
Back to 6.
Ernie Els with his second shot here at the par 5.
And less than 200 to the front, Gary. Wind hard out of the right now. It's good contact up the right side, now turning.
It's a straight bounce. It's going to just ease off of the intermediate cut. That's going to leave an awkward little shot with that knob coming into the green off the bunker. So we go to 8.
KJ Choi for a birdie at 8.
Trying to get to level par.
Good birdie, always at the 8. He's back within 4 to 6.
Ishikawa's second shot.
It's only 211 total. Oh, a much higher flight than Ernie Els, turning left. This will miss left.
And it's in the left green side bunker. I've seen virtually no one get the ball up and down from there. Have to land it right on the downslope as we go to 7.
Shaka's shot into the little par 3. They don't know how hard this green is.
That was carried way too far anyway, Brad.
Rolf, that's a popular spot there. Everybody's hit it back. A few years ago, Phil Mickelson's playing with Paul Casey during the AT&T in a practice round, and Phil said, let's have a contest to see who can throw it on this green. Phil took a couple steps and chucked it down the hill and landed in the bunker. Paul Casey took one look, threw it on the green, hit the pin, stopped it to 3 feet. Bet you Mickelson will like that shot right now. That's the only way you're going to get it close, if you hit it on the pin. But Mickelson probably using a 64-degree club here, isn't he, Mark?
I would think that's what it is. And he doesn't even really have to hit this one hard. Of course, the more club head speed, the more spin.
Looks like he's got that ball teed up awfully high.
This one's a mile in the air, just right of the hole. Huge bounce.
Over to 14.
You just get that feeling that Tiger Woods is turning it on. This now for his birdie.
That's such a good putt there, but that does break left.
But when you hit putts that good, they're going to go in. Let's take a look at his reaction. He likes it. Ooh, just caught the lip. He shouldn't be going to his knees with that new ACL. Be careful. Let's go back to 6.
This was just a moment ago. Dustin Johnson off the tee, and why wouldn't you hit the iron if you can hit it 280-something yards? That one starts out well to the right, though.
Coming back.
Well, it's okay. You can see the hazard line there, just some 4 or 5 yards right of where that ball ended up. And now live, Graham McDowell.
Well, the wind is mostly from the right, but to the players back here at the tee, it feels as though it's coming back into their face a bit, which I really don't think it can be. I think it has to be almost directly from the right.
Aiming down the right side for a power draw.
Okay, good swing down the middle.
All right, so both Dustin Johnson and Graham McDowell should have no problem reaching the par 5 6th into. Right now it's Graham McDow holding the one-shot lead over Dustin Johnson. Johnson coming off that dramatic Eagle 2 at the 4th. We'll be back after this.
Well, seeing as how you both won major championships using method putter, we really appreciate your time stopping by today.
Sure, man.
We've been experimenting with some new polymers, and we'd love to get your feedback.
Oh, no problem. Let's get to work.
Here you go, David. Let me top that off for you.
Thanks, Stuart.
Anytime.
Sink! Millions of men 45 and older just don't feel like they used to. Are you one of them? Remember when you had more energy for 18 holes with your buddies? More passion for the one you love? More fun with your family and friends? Could be an easily treatable condition called low T.
Come on, stop living in the shadows. You've got a life to live.
So don't blame it on aging. Go to isitlowt.com to find out more.
We gave it the power of a supercar. Then we gave it the precision of a Lexus. And in turn, wrote a new definition of what's possible for an automobile. This is the pursuit of the impossible. This is the pursuit of perfection.
Strength on its own can be impressive. When consistency is added, that's when it becomes real. At Northwestern Mutual, we've been able to deliver real strength for over 150 years. Northwestern Mutual, consistency counts. Put our strength to work for you. Learn how at northwesternmutual.com.
This is just gonna pass right on through. Okay. Because we are golfing today, my friend. Give it 10 minutes, it's gonna be a drizzle. Letting up. It's hardly raining now. Where are you going?
If you share this, well, unquenchable passion for the game of golf, become a member of the USGA.
You a single?
Visit usga.org today to learn more.
The place, London. The stage, the All England Club. The prize, tennis's most prestigious title.
And Federer stands alone.
The championships, Wimbledon. Coverage begins next Saturday on NBC.
Back at this U.S. Open, Pebble Beach, often called the greatest meeting of land and water in the world, and all you have to do is look at the images here, and you certainly have no argument with that. As we welcome you back to this 5th U.S. Open stage here at Pebble Beach, 5 o'clock out here on the West Coast. A chance for us to kind of reset things for you here. Graham McDowell, who had the 2-shot lead heading into this third round. 1-shot lead over Dustin Johnson, who has been very, very impressive with his length and his coolness out here so far.
Yeah, Dustin just makes it look easy with his distance and with his record here at Pebble Beach. So, of course, Els is in good shape here, putting for birdie on the easy par 5 6th hole. Gary, not the easiest putt to read.
No, it isn't. It actually will jump to the left pretty quickly if it's not struck firmly. Good stroke. Ishikawa was unable to get it up and down out of that left green side bunker. In fact, still has a little work left for his par. But Els with a nice up and down from just short of the green. He moves it to 1 under as we go up to the 7th.
Phil Mickelson has his 40-footer.
No one's made this putt.
Nobody's made this putt. Nobody's birdied this hole, Johnny, since 1 o'clock.
A lot of them short also, right? Putting that
into the wind, and it's a little bit uphill right at the very end. At the 15th.
This was a moment ago. 397-yard par 4. Tiger off the tee. Ugh. Appears to not like it at all, but
I think he pulled it, and he thought maybe that'd run down under that bunker and that the tall fescue there. But he'll get down there and he'll go, ooh, not bad at all. Good angle
in the fairway as well. Tiger at +2, half dozen shots behind. Began the day 7 off the lead. back over to the par 5 6th.
Dustin Johnson will be first to play his second shot.
I mean, just call it 2 bills, basically. A little less than that. 90 right around there.
Not a good angle, Gary.
I like this. I mean, honestly, I think this is going to get front edge fast. That's my call.
273 left to the hole here.
Green's right there.
I believe it's a 3-iron again. Of course, the players use a tree behind the green as a sight line. Hole some little bit left of that.
Well, this is going to chase right on past the hole.
What a shot.
Oh, it goes just up against the primary cut there. It'll be an interesting lie as to what he can do from there.
That's a heck of a line he took, though, with that bad angle. That was a good shot.
All right, McDow next.
253 left for Graham.
His line, I think, is exactly, Gary, right there.
Yeah.
There's some bad things that could happen if you push it, or you get a big, quick hook.
Starts it out well to the right. It is drawing. Wants it to keep drawing.
And I believe that ball caught the front right green side bunker.
A little short, Pops? Short.
That will not be an easy bunker shot. There it is. A fairly lengthy shot.
It was well struck, wasn't it?
Yeah, it just didn't quite turn enough. Here you see with the hole in the back left portion of the green a long way away as we go to 15.
For Tiger's second.
Little baby stance playing right off his right toe. Not many people know that shot. He's trap drawing it in there. Real low trap draw. Playing it. But he overcooked it. But sitting down, not the easiest shot in the world. But he would not be happy with. He had identical shot off the tee and then identical second shot. Both pull hooks.
Well, 2011 U.S. Open headed to the D.C. area Congressional Country Club again, where Ernie Els won the title back in '97. It's been sold out, the U.S. Open, for 24 consecutive years, so you might want to get a jump on tickets by getting onto the USGA.org website and getting a hold of yours. And speaking of Ernie, the 2-time champion on the tee at 7.
Fresh off a birdie at number 6. Lob wedge again. Staring it down.
Good
popular
spin.
spot. Good spin.
Yeah, that had good spin on that ball.
Look at him. Go away. Go away. That was while we were away in Ishikawa now. Sending that one way up in the air. Landed close to the hole. And they're laughing. They know how hard it is. Up to 8.
And Mickelson, who hit a 5-iron off this tee yesterday, and almost went over the cliff.
Which is great. I mean, you want to get it up there. I'm telling you, if I was caddying for you, if you're a good player, get it close to the cliff.
Yeah, Johnny, Paul Casey just hit one in the group ahead of him. Didn't get it nearly far enough up the hill. Couldn't hardly even see the green.
It's a big mistake to be scared of that cliff, because even if you go over once out of 5, the one time you go over the cliff, you got such a short iron to the green, you're going to probably make 5, which is not that bad.
Mickelson joked about it yesterday. He said maybe I'll have to hit a 6-iron today. And this hole has really changed. One of the more dramatic changes here by the USGA, with the fairway moving in well to the right, Johnny, as you see the old fairway lined out there in yellow.
And it rolls off on the right, so if you hit it down the right side, it'll roll right off the cliff. But I'll tell you, the scariest shot I ever hit in my life, one time I was using the Miller philosophy, and I hit it within a foot of the 100-foot drop there. And you want to have an exciting shot, try hitting that shot a foot from the cliff. There wasn't a lot of weight shift to the left.
And when you get down to that tiny green, there's the way it moves all over the place. And here's Tiger over at 15 with his 3rd. Looks like he's got a decent lie. Looking to chip this in.
Well, that came out real nicely, and didn't grab the club and gives himself just a little right center putt.
You should
stay at +2, 6 back as we go to the leader.
McDowell's third at the par 5, 6th.
Plenty of green to work with here and coming downwind.
Well, he gets it to stop pretty nicely. Good shot. Head at 7.
Ernie's got putt from the same place where Phil was, 40 feet or so.
Can you get it to the hole?
Everybody's got it a little left here as well, Johnny. Good pace.
It just looks like it's going to sort of move right at the beginning, and it's not.
Yeah, there's a little knoll there on the edge of the bunker.
Players under 50 with the most top 10s in professional majors. Ernie only trailing Tiger Woods. And that has been kind of the story for Ernie. And it really kind of materialized here 10 years ago when he finished second, 15 shots behind Tiger. He finished runner-up in 3 of the 4 major championships that year, 2 of them behind Tiger. A total of 6 runner-ups in majors and the 3 wins for Ernie.
Yeah, all those close calls and top 10s help pay the bills, but nobody remembers them when you retire.
Ishikawa, Dottie?
Well, Brad, he's done something very smart since the first hole. He's been working these hand warmers. Keeping his hands at a very steady temperature, and with the temperature getting colder, I can't think but it's going to help him from here on in.
Right, and that's the coldest spot on the golf course out on that point. Over to 6.
Dustin Johnson with a delicate little third shot here, only about 10 feet of green. Well, that trickles on by a little farther than he would like, but certainly the technique was good.
I think he was bold enough. He tried to make that, and here's Tiger, of course, saving par.
Remaining at +2. 6 off the pace.
I like that he's acknowledging the gallery. You know, a lot of times he's in his own little world, and it's good to see.
Back to 6.
Graham McDow, a chance to move it to 5 under.
It's an important up and in. I don't know what you feel like, Gary.
Well, easiest hole on the golf course, and if you don't walk away making a 4, you got to be disappointed. This is not an easy putt, Raj. This one will dart to the left.
Yes, it will, and more usually than the players see.
Well, you think with the ocean to the right that it might hold it up a little bit, but
there's ocean everywhere.
Well, the main part is to his right. That was tentative. Oof. That was very tentative. So a par 5 at the 6th for McDowell. Remain at 4 under. And Johnson with a chance now to vie for the lead.
Roger, you saw that chip go by the hole, move a little right. I guess this will move a titch left, huh?
Yes, just a little bit, John. I would think probably just inside the right corner if you have some speed on it.
I haven't seen this guy hiccup yet in his career when he has a chance to win.
This is caddy Bobby Brown says he's a flatliner, Gary.
Yeah, and that's a wonderful attribute to have if you can remain that calm. Very laid-back kind of guy. Yeah, good start. So now we have a tie atop the leaderboard, 4 under par. Dustin Johnson utilizing his length at the short par 4 4th to make an eagle 2, and a relatively easy birdie there at the 6th.
Could have a superstar in the making here.
Over at 17.
You might have heard a little roar while we were over at the action at the 6th, produced by the second shot by the defending champion Lucas Glover, going behind the hole and using the slope.
Give you an idea how sort of semi-crazy this whole location is. It's in a spot I've never seen before.
Tapping par for Glover, +9 for the championship at the 10th.
A moment ago, Gregory Havre from La Rochelle, France, very quietly going along.
Good swing.
Beautiful. He's one over for the championship, and
about to go even, maybe.
Easily the best shot we've seen today. Let's go back to 7.
Well,
the 7th hole, playing at 99 yards today, is making it the shortest hole in U.S. Open history post-World War II, and it's given these players fits, Roger.
Shortest does not translate to easiest, does it?
No, it's now playing over par today, and you haven't seen a shot land on this green yet today, but watch this.
See how the longest hitter in the field handles the shortest.
Go.
Oh,
Go.
Could be good. He wants it to
I think
go.
it's there.
Yeah.
Watch this, Ben.
That is unbelievable.
I told you could hit it close. You just had to wait for 40 guys.
Did he get nervous, do you think, there? Dan?
I don't know. Let's put him on the EKG machine and see where his heart rate is right now. I know I got out of my chair.
He was yelling, go.
Go. Go.
It's incredible. He can put that much spin on that shortest shot downwind. Let's go up to 8.
And Phil Mickelson, who is a bit more back, but in great position here, Mark, with his second.
He is 191 to the hole. Hole location right in the center of the green, but it's not an easy spot unless you come in from the left, Johnny.
Just go.
For it to go. Not the worst spot, but they want it better.
That's the shot that everybody leaves 5, 6, 7, 8 feet short. Let's see if he can use the local knowledge he has.
Back to 7.
Co-leader McDowell. He might have pulled it.
This is pulled a little bit.
Ouch. That's going to be a tough one. But Dustin Johnson putting on a little bit of a show and have a chance to take the lead, maybe a 2-shot lead. Yeah, if you're one of those seals, sea lions, otters, whales, wakeboarders, you'll be out here seeing from there. Dustin Johnson, Graham McDowell leading at Pebble Beach by 3. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
Round of golf for Boo Weekly, his dad, his buddy Toggy, and Arnold Palmer. $240.
You're gonna have to hide the women and children when he gets up here. Look out! Hey, yeah.
Good here.
Yeah! Is that how you used to do it right there?
I didn't know tour pros put divots back.
The perfect foursome.
Very good.
Priceless.
Thank you.
Book tee times for your foursome at select exclusive courses and save up to 40% with your MasterCard.
A few years ago, I got a wake-up call. A heart attack at 57. That was a rough time. My doctor told me I should have been doing more for my high cholesterol. You should have listened. You're right. Now I'm eating healthier, and I trust my heart to Lipitor.
When diet and exercise are not enough, adding Lipitor may help. Lipitor is FDA approved to reduce the risk of heart attack and stroke in patients who have heart disease or risk factors for heart disease. Lipitor is backed by over 18 years of research. Lipitor is not for everyone, including people with liver problems and women who are nursing, pregnant, or may become pregnant. You need simple blood tests to check for liver problems. Tell your doctor if you are taking other medications or if you have any muscle pain or weakness. This may be a sign of a rare but serious side effect.
My dad learned the hard way, but you may be able to do something.
Have a heart-to-heart with your doctor about your risk and about Lipitor.
Hey, Clark, what you got there?
It's my number. It's the amount I need to save to retire the way I want. Is that your number?
Yeah.
A gazillion, huh?
Bazillion. It's just a guesstimation.
Oh, how do you plan for that?
Well, I blindly throw money at it and hope something good happens.
So you really don't have a plan?
I really don't.
Do you know your number? We can help you find yours and take steps to get there. ING, helping you achieve financial freedom.
We gave it the power of a supercar. Then we gave it the precision of a Lexus. And in turn, wrote a new definition of what's possible for an automobile. This is the pursuit of the impossible. This is the pursuit of perfection.
The assassination plot
We have to evacuate. What's going on? We think the attack is already underway.
is not the event.
We may have a problem. He's going to tell them about the event.
Well, it's always fun at Pebble Beach, and it's been especially entertaining during this third round of the U.S. Open. All sorts of beautiful sights, some great play, and while we were away, all that was left at the 7th for Dustin Johnson to take the lead by himself in the United States Open.
While we were away, Graham McDowell with a tricky little shot to carry the little bit of fringe, and it hits a downslope. It carries well by, and now he's got a tough putt.
Well, I talked about there's 2 golf courses out here. And, you know, the first 7 holes is one golf course. The field is just 26 over par for the first 7 holes. And the last 8 to 18, the field is 250 over par. So I'll give you an idea of what they're going to face coming up.
And this is a tricky little putt that could go a little bit to the right, Roger.
Yeah, will slip a little right.
Oh, he likes that. Good save. 1 back now. Up to 16.
Tiger Woods positioned perfectly at the short par 4. Second shot back down the hill into the wind. Seen very few balls close to the hole here today. Oh, will it spin? It does. So Tiger Woods with yet another chance for a birdie. Up at 8.
And Mickelson, who was short of the green with his 3rd, Mark.
This one is slow. Alex Checa just putted it from off the green. He's 25 feet short of the hole.
Well, this is the putt everyone leaves short unless you know better. Who knows this?
That is
golf
not
ball?
bad.
Yeah, that's a good. That was going in, by the way.
You'll take any 4 at 8 as this stretch begins the much celebrated and infamous Cliffs of Doom, holes 8, 9, and 10. 3 of the most brutal par 4s you'll see anywhere. This was Checa and his 3rd, playing with Mickelson earlier.
Well, it is getting a little like St. Andrews out here. Guys are, watch this ball. That'll show you how much uphill it is. And that's not a good feeling when you watch your ball roll back to the edge of the green.
To a long par putt left for Checa to 10.
The Frenchman Havre, after a beautiful approach for his birdie to get back to even par for the championship. Well done, going along very nicely. And a little bit under the radar, but he's well in this championship. Back to 16.
Where Tiger Woods is eyeing this putt from just over 10 feet. Only 3 birdies here all day, Johnny. So
really,
yeah, it's funny that we just have not seen any putts go in. Saw Sean O'Hare make one a little while ago from below the hole. This one down the hill and moving to the right.
And again, when you have to hit it this softly, Gary, any break is accentuated.
Well, I remember in the final round back in 2000, he made a putt of about this length for a par, and the look in his eyes at that point was pretty amazing.
Yeah,
determination.
He was determined not to bogey a hole with that big 10-shot lead, and that was his goal.
Back at the 8th hole, Checa made a bogey 5. Mickelson was able to make his par. This would move Tiger to +1 and 3 under par in the round today.
See if you can keep from missing it low.
He's got it. Oh, there's a fist pump.
Yeah, that's the first fist pump in a long time that you really felt kind of
meant something.
Told you that I'm getting it back.
Back at 8.
Second for Ernie Els, Dottie.
He's laid back again for the second straight day. Almost the same exact yardage as yesterday, where he came up short with a 7. This is a 6. What a teach.
Beauty by Ernie. 1 under.
He's swinging really well right now. Just he's getting his game back to where he wanted it. He's been working hard.
One of the greatest views in all the world. The second shot to the 8th. Ishikawa.
Went through a very long stretching and staying warm routine here before this second shot.
Playing it well left. I hope he's playing a high cut.
It started left, Johnny, but it's not giving it up.
He's aiming over there. That's a bad miss right there. He was aiming right there. And that's into the grain, which is unusual out here, and sitting down. So that's going to really be a hard up and in. He could miss the green from there if you don't watch out.
Talked about the cliffs of doom. Combined, these holes have produced more double bogeys than birdies in the 4 U.S. Opens here. And look at the tally this week. All those bogeys and doubles.
You know, it couldn't play any easier. It's been playing downwind, 8, 9, and 10. If 8, 9, and 10 were playing in a south wind, it would be unbelievable how many over par the players would be.
Now the leader by 1, Dustin Johnson. First time solo leader of this championship as he enters the cliffs of doom. Doesn't appear to be excited about that one.
Well,
but he's right down the middle and approaching the cliff.
That is fantastic.
That is
right there.
Perfect.
Yeah, it is. There's nothing to watch. I mean, you hit it. You're hitting a blind shot. So the minute you hit it, you can go over and talk to your caddy while it's in the air.
McDow now trailing.
You know, this fellow is a ball striker. He's #1 in greens and regulation on the European Tour this season, hitting 76% of the greens, which is really great. So he's a player. This is no little fluke here you're watching.
This 2 will be just fine. Right in the middle.
Yeah.
Beauty by McDowell. Dustin Johnson there on the edge. Is he on the threshold of winning the greatest championship he's ever won? Davis Lovin at 3 under with his round. And Tiger Woods, little by little, is beginning to look a little like the old Tiger. NBC's golf coverage is brought to you by the Bristol-Myers Squibb-Sanofi Pharmaceuticals Partnership.
If you've had a heart attack caused by a completely blocked artery, another heart attack could be lurking, waiting to strike. A heart attack that's caused by a clot, one that could be fatal. But Plavix helps save lives. Plavix, taken with other heart medicines, goes beyond what other heart medicines do alone to provide greater protection against heart attack or stroke and even death by helping to keep blood platelets from sticking together and forming dangerous clots. Ask your doctor if Plavix is right for you. Protection that helps save lives.
Certain genetic factors and some medicines, such as Prilosec, reduce the effect of Plavix, leaving you at greater risk for heart attack and stroke. Your doctor may use genetic tests to determine treatment. Don't stop taking Plavix without talking to your doctor, as your risk of heart attack or stroke may increase. People with stomach ulcers or conditions that cause bleeding should not use Plavix. Taking Plavix alone or with some other medicines, including aspirin, may increase bleeding risk, so tell your doctor when planning surgery. Tell your doctor all medicines you take, including aspirin, especially if you've had a stroke. If fever, unexplained weakness, or confusion develops, tell your doctor promptly. These may be signs of TTP, a rare but potentially life-threatening condition reported sometimes less than 2 weeks after starting Plavix. Other rare but serious side effects may occur.
You want me to invest in what? Imported ice?
Yeah, I mean, people love imported water, so this is the next logical step.
I think I'll stick with following my green line.
Oh, come on.
Hey, working with my guy at Fidelity could have me retiring in a few years. And besides, couldn't people just freeze their imported water?
Don't be ridiculous.
Work with a company that's helping more people reach retirement than anyone else. Because when it comes to investing, you should never settle. Fidelity Investments.
I swing swing like a girl. I swing like a girl. I swing like a girl.
The USGA conducts 6 national championships every year for women. Apply to play in one of these championships or follow the action at usga.org.
The 110th United States Open Championship is brought to you by Fidelity Investments. Turn here. And by Titleist. Find out which Titleist is best for your game. Out to the tee at 17. Tiger Woods coming off another birdie. One of the most difficult holes here. You got to hoist it high, land it soft. And Tiger is just about hole high on the color. A moment ago, Ishikawa from this difficult position left of 8 green. That is fast moving back down, as you can see.
That's a tough shot to get the right distance.
Buddy's going to have a crack at his par below the hole, and Ernie Els for a birdie. Dottie.
You know, birdie he's had to wait to start the whole process for because of the tee shots going off at 9 right behind him. Definitely moving to the right, no question about that. Talked about the changes he made in his setup after a real wobbly day with the putter day 1.
Yeah, Ernie he's always kind of, you know, and every golfer does, Dottie, as you know, he battles the setup in his full swing, and you battle the setup and the ball position in your putting, and it really can throw you off. And Ernie's battled those problems like everybody has in their career.
It led to some bad speed and some unsure putts in round 1, but yesterday was certainly a difference. I will say, though, he's still been fidgeting over the setup really since the first green with the putter.
He was asked, how do you feel? He says, I feel comfortable. And then he said, you know, it's been a long time since I've won one of these. 13 years since the latest at 9.
And just a moment ago, Dan Mickelson off the tee. That is wayward. I don't know if it's in that bunker or in the long grass, but neither are very good. Left of the fairway as we go back to 8.
Another record-breaking crowd here at this U.S. Open. They have been all over this golf course all during the week, practice sessions included.
His idol is Tiger Woods and Ian Poulter, especially the way Ian Poulter dresses, and these pants could be Ian Poulter's. Very similar, and he used to have a head cover on his driver with the face of Ian Poulter. So
now he's got his own.
Yeah.
Caricature.
Yeah, he likes to dress up, which is nice. Europeans really do dress well, most of them. They wear really sharp clothing.
Putting a part of his game he's really been working on since the Japan Tour Championship a few weeks ago. Swirls around and drops in.
I'm surprised that went in. That looked like it was going to lip out, but that's a good one for him. That's really good.
Travels with a big entourage, as many as 12. He'll bring a chef with him, manager, agent, workout guy. 18-year-old traveling the world playing golf, and Tiger getting a nice ovation. Some of the loudest ovations I've heard for Tiger since he came back to this game. And Johnny, I think it has a lot to do with the way he's playing. People thirst for the old Tiger Woods on the golf course, and they're getting a little bit more of a dose of him lately. And the pinpoint animation facing Graham McDowell here. 231 yards off the tee, 188 yards left. 175 to the front across the bay.
And it drops 10 feet from where he is down to the green, because it drops down then rises back up, you can see, and it just plays about 2 or 3 yards shorter than the actual yardage because of the drop.
Wind really in kind of a lull right now, Johnny, helping a little bit from the left.
Always a difficult shot. You want to kick it left and you don't want to lose it right.
He's hit it very high, and this is pretty much right at the hole.
Yeah,
comes up a little short. It's okay.
Might roll back down, though. See if it stops. Nope. There it goes. Yeah, it might hang in there. And it's slowly making you feel like, what the heck is going on up there? Not bad. Good shot. Slow putt.
The sign at the end of this fairway that says danger steep cliff. Mickelson got a good look at it yesterday. As you look at Dustin Johnson, the only player not to miss a green today. Perfect 7 for 7.
It's now from 169.
Didn't sound real clicky for some reason.
No. And once it down, it's right of the hole.
It didn't. You could almost hear it, Roger. It wasn't compressed right. It was just a little bit of a wipe, and there's a difference in the sound when the guy wipes it a little bit.
So as soon as we say he's perfect in greens and regulation, he dumps it in the bunker. To 9.
Mickelson, and the tee shot did find the fairway bunker up the left-hand side. And how about this shot? 229 yards down the hill, ocean on the right, deep bunker front left.
This is almost a crazy shot. This takes some serious skill.
Tried to get too much out of it.
I'm surprised that he punched it, though. Seeing that he needed to get some height, Gary, you know, the punch would be the low version. You would think he would have swung with the slope. But this could be very dangerous for Phil. Gary?
Right, let's take another look here, Johnny. We'll zoom into the lip, and let's see if we can actually see where this ball makes contact. Yeah, you can see it right there, very clear. Just caught the high fescue grass right at the top of the bunker. I agree. I mean, you would think you'd try to hang back a little bit more and help the ball up in the air.
But that's not Phil, is it?
Well,
that was a shot that, boy, you're really asking with the big old upslope hook line, a lip and no opening and ocean to the right and deep bunker left. You sort of wonder.
Set up for Phil.
He's not much better off now than he was before. He's probably got 215 now, downhill lie in the rough.
This could go anywhere, Mark. Another little punch.
Well, it went low, and it's pretty straight toward the right-hand side, but it's got to stop.
Yeah, that needs to slow down. That's going to find the hazard and into a little patch of that thick fescue.
And it's not a good shot for a lefty.
Not at all.
Better for a righty.
Up to 17.
Tiger Woods taking a very long, careful look at this second shot.
Well, I was right there today just checking everything out because it's such an unusual little hole location on the side of that hill. You can see how the cup is tilted. This one here, to get it close, you could play it almost sideways, or you could say I'm going to make it and go ahead and take a chance of going 6-8 feet by, believe it or not. So this is sort of one of those putts that you just got to ask yourself, do I take the chance? But no, he's going with the baby stroke out to the right. It's probably got a 7-foot break.
Oh, it looks good. Oh, man, what a two.
That's a crazy putt. That's an old Tiger Woods putt. That is sound kind of putting right there.
And he has revved up this gallery as he heads to the par 5 18th at even par into a tie for 4th.
Wow. That's a wowzer. I mean, you got to see where this starts, and just a little tiny. He's aiming that thing, let's say 6-7 feet right on a 10-footer.
And he's got this crowd revved up. 7th birdie of the day. And while Tiger was putting, this was Dustin Johnson from the bunker.
No green to work with, and he hits a perfect shot.
Handles it coolly.
I mean, he made that ball come out there like it had.
So now we're live with Graham McDowell. Roger?
Well, it's just inside 30 feet and up over a brow that comes into the green from the right-hand bunker, which will influence this putt to the left. May straighten up a little bit in the area of the cup, though, wouldn't it, John?
Yeah, I think so. And it's the main thing here is you just want to cozy it up there if you can. I think the best we've seen is really Phil Mickelson, left it about 1.5 feet short. Most guys will leave this more short than that. What's going on? Is he just
waiting for play to go off of the 9th tee? Ernie Els has just driven Ishikawa next to play, so Graham is waiting for them to be on their way.
How good was Dustin's little sand shot? That was a good
really
one,
good. I mean, he landed it really soft. He had it on a little bit of an upslope, which helped, but I thought it was a terrific bunker shot.
I don't see his left hand at the top of the backswing is a little strange bowed, but he seems to be a heck of a player, Roger. This Dustin Johnson seems like the real deal.
They're waiting for the tee shots over at the 9th.
Ishikawa now driving at 9. He'll be the last to play.
Really a nice swing, isn't it? He does have trouble hitting fairways, but it really has got a beautiful flow of his swing, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's got wonderful rhythm to it, Johnny, no doubt.
He just sometimes gets a little too upright, I think, on the backswing, Gary.
All right, up at the toward the green. Look at this, Mark. Mickelson has some sort of short club turned upside down. Going to play it right-handed.
It's really the only option he's got, and you know this could be a turning point in this whole championship for him. This is a very dangerous shot. He's got to get it up and over some grass in front of him to clear the hazard. Safe would be going a little bit left.
This could go a lot of places.
That's just about what he needed to do.
Now will it come back off there and come back toward the hole? No, it gets caught up. Wow, that is going to leave a fast putt straight down the hill.
Just doesn't have a lot of pep right now, Phil doesn't.
Back at 8.
Right now with things calmed down on the tee at 9, McDowell, Roger.
Again, tough to get the speed right here. Will break to his left for the most part, up over a hill. And then as it starts breaking left on top of that hill, it starts to run away really slightly. Tough to get the speed right.
Yeah, the hard thing is leaving it 3 feet short, which is not the worst thing in the world, but I see him leaving it short.
It's got to go.
Way short.
I mean, that's just so predictable. That's why having a local caddy like Dustin Johnson has is a huge advantage, you know, to tell you, you know, you're going to leave this 5 feet short if you don't hit it. I mean, I could be a good caddy here.
Yeah.
What place it's in.
Yeah, Dustin Johnson's caddied here for years. Pebble Beach.
Martin Keimer on 13 with his putt, and talk about a lot of break here. Look at the pinpoint animation of this putt. And this, Johnny, that looks like 15 feet of break.
Yeah, 13 has got the craziest break on the golf course, I think. 13 and maybe 11.
Lee Westwood also said this green's like putting on broccoli. You can see all the discoloration here with the Poana.
The greens are better than they look.
Yeah, they are, especially today.
Look at this.
With some pace. Keimer to get back to 3 over and even on the day.
How could a guy from Germany be reading the greens better than anyone else?
I know. He's in 11th place, not out of it. Back to 8.
Yep, Brad McDowell left with a long par try here.
Well, read this putt by himself for the longest time, and then finally at the end in frustration called his caddy over to take a look for a second opinion.
That'd be Ken Comboy's caddy who's helping them, and we talked about how Graham McDowell came in here. There's that win at Celtic Manor Wells Open where he shot 64-63 on the weekend to put it away, and then all those other fairly high finishes, especially in Spain, the 4th place, China, another top 10. McDowell came into this U.S. Open, into this major, he said, the best prepared to win a major he's ever felt by far.
These are the kind of putts you got to make, huh, Roger?
Be real hard to imagine he has much confidence here, John.
Just drill it in there.
Okay.
Well, 3 weeks ago, he wasn't even sure he had done enough with a 28th place finish in that BMW championship at Wentworth to remain in the top 50. So he almost didn't even get into this field. Over to Mickelson at 9.
Yeah, this is now his 5th shot. Very speedy, big break to the right.
Was even par going into this hole, Gary. Good try.
Now that's very well done, but it's still going to be a 6. And we'll move Mickelson to +2 as we go back to 8.
And Dustin Johnson for par.
And again, for him, these are the knee knockers you got to make if you want to win the championship.
Never easy on this golf course and never easy on this hole, Johnny.
Not in the afternoon.
Ooh, that curls in.
Another great up and in.
Johnson knows it was close, but it's in for a par. McDow remains 1 behind Johnson, and Tiger Woods, after back-to-back birdies at 16 and 17, the latest, getting the crowd off their feet. He's within 5.
The Coastal Town.
Well, hello. It's your TV. I unplugged your cable so I can show you something genius. DirecTV. With DirecTV, now you only need 1 DVR for the whole house. Record a movie in the living room. Watch it in the bedroom, pause it, and pick it up in the bathroom because you can. I know what you're thinking. Dreams really do come true, and cable can't do that. So give them a call and hook me up. DirecTV. It'll change your life. The disappearance is not the event.
Where is she? Where's my girlfriend?
We may have a problem. He's going to tell them about the event.
Years ago, the world was faced with a challenge. And Lexus responded by building the world's first luxury hybrid. Today, 5.5 billion miles later, Lexus has 4 hybrid models on the road, including the HS, the most fuel-efficient of all luxury vehicles. See your Roseville, Modesto, and Sacramento Lexus dealer.
Steady, boys! Steady!
Is this Ben's warehouse?
No, it's just over that hill!
You want suits? They've got the top design. There's even an on-site tailor every day. A snip here, a stitch there.
Well, let them know you're coming. Release the pigeon!
There's a place men belong. That place is Men's Warehouse. Right now, during our summer sale, buy 1 designer suit and get 1 free. I guarantee it.
I've always wanted to do this, sir. Buckle up.
Mario, there's a big left turn coming up. Funny. Mario, I kind of have to go to the bathroom.
We have a left turn coming up.
I got it.
Crosswalk.
I see it.
I'm hungry.
Honda performance lives in our race cars and in the Accord and Civic Coupes. See your Honda dealer for special offers or go to shophonda.com and enter for a chance to start an IndyCar race with Mario Andretti.
Meteorologist Eileen Javora, Monday from 4:30 to 7 a.m.
Back on this late afternoon, well into the evening back on the East Coast, Tiger Woods on the par 5 18th has worked it all the way down to even par. At one point, he was +6 today through the first 3 holes for the championship.
Important tee shot, and he hasn't had the greatest success on this hole off the tee, but that could be right behind that tree, dead center. I think he's got to hit a little squirrely fade or something real low.
Tee at 9.
Dustin Johnson's ball on the way.
I like the way he stays down and through it.
Keeps a shot going up the right. See if it'll hang on.
You know, he almost increases the spine. He has a little chase move like a Trevino, or you know, it's down and through.
That just trickles into the intermediate cut of rough.
What an important tee shot, huh? We saw the importance with Phil Mickelson.
Yeah, and this would be the ideal shot shape. Would be a little left to right, take it toward the bunkers down the left side, let it peel a little to the right.
Want to hit it right in this area here, and a little fade to that would be real juicy. Looking at it tentatively, isn't he?
this one going up the right as well, but we'll see if it hangs on.
That's good. Well, it gets the monster bounce, and that will catch the ski slope and race on down the hill.
Didn't look at it like he loved it, did he?
No, it's going to be
Ricochet.
fine. Yeah, ricochets off the rough and down there where he's got a flat line, a great angle.
And he didn't go in that little pile of divots that everybody's been in.
While they were hitting, this was going on up at the green. Ishikawa with his third. Very delicate little shot straight down the hill.
Seems pretty good at those. That's not a bad lead.
No, it isn't.
Well, for 6.5 hours of coverage here on NBC Sports isn't enough, you can check out the U.S. Open wrap-up show presented by Lexus live on NBCSports.com. At the conclusion of our championship coverage, full wrap-up of the day's events. Back out to 9.
Ernie Els third. Dottie.
Well, actually, Gary, it's quite a good lie pitching back into the green. There's just not a whole lot, or into the wind, not much green to work with.
Took a big first hop.
That sounded like he caught an awful lot of golf ball.
Said that was the area of his game that he felt like was needed the most work coming into this championship. Said he'd been spending a lot of time on his short game.
Just took too big a swing, Dottie.
Yeah, it was
a big swing. He could have taken a little baby one.
Only had to move the ball a couple of feet.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Maybe he's trying to play a sand shot, though.
Well, it's a difficult hole, no question. The 9th, 4th hardest through the first 2 rounds as we move ahead to 18.
Tiger and Stevie peering around that tree, see what kind of angle and shot they can play. There's the angle from behind. He's going to have to hit a low little squeezer with the ocean on the left over there. That's a scary looking.
Yeah, the good news is it's no problem hitting the little fader. The bad news is the shot really doesn't set up that great for a long fade shot. It sets up better for if he lays it short of the way that bunker kicks out to the right. So he'll have to leave a little longer third shot, I would think, than he would have liked. He doesn't like that glove. He said that one's worn out.
Back to 9.
Els for his par.
Slow.
Very slow. And most guys have read too much break in this as the week.
Well, he's got the line, all right, but not firm enough. Bogey will drop him to even. We'll go ahead to 18 again, and this is a pretty aggressive club, isn't
He's
it?
got a 3-wood.
Yeah, he's going to play a cut, and he'll probably, knowing the field and knowing human nature, this will probably be overcut over to the right rough.
Mickelson.
Maybe I'm wrong. He might knock it right on the green.
From a similar spot, knock it in the
But this is
water.
a long shot. The second tree is 240. It's
somebody making a noise.
Yeah, the second tree down there is 244 to the middle. So he's got to have, what's that, 20, 25 yards? He's got to have 265 at least to the hole. So maybe he's just going to nuke one. I don't know. Maybe he's filling his oats. He's got enough distance to pull this off, but this is a crazy shot.
He's got birdie. He's feeling it.
Come on! Come on!
How about this shot? Shot of the day. How about that shot?
Wake up the echoes of Pebble.
It's a double rouser.
The guy that decimated the field 10 years ago is feeling it again. What a shot. And you heard him say, go, go.
Going with that helicopter follow through. He knows he hit it great.
There's been a lot of people that have waited a long time to see that kind of energy and intensity back in Tiger Woods. And say what you will about whatever's happened off the golf course, that is fun to watch.
That's just a superhuman shot right there, and it takes a lot of guts to even try it, and it takes even more guts to actually pull it off.
He's going to have an eagle putt coming up to 9.
And Els and Ishikawa both made bogey in the group in front as Dustin Johnson's second shot is on the way.
This from 192.
Uh-oh. Got the big, huge hop, and that is all the way through the green. That is not an easy place to play from, as we've seen.
Kind of a hush over this place right now with what Tiger's just done at 18.
Well, he's looking at a possible 30 Woods on the back now. If he holds that in 31, and the field has been averaging 39 plus on the back 9. We've never seen him charge in a major from behind and win, and this might be his best chance to come out of nowhere and pass everybody and win a major championship to get that number 15.
Largest comeback ever after 36 holes, 6 shots. He began the day 7 back. He was 9 shots off the lead after back-to-back bogeys at 2 and 3. With an eagle here, he could be at 2 under. And you know, you mentioned the back 9, Johnny. The best back 9 today is John Mallinger's 35. Only one player has played it under par today to 9.
Dowell's second.
154, pretty level lie, pretty good angle, downwind right to left. It's a good looking shot.
Yeah, this could be really good. And it is.
Nice shot.
Dowell had bogeyed the 9th hole in each of the first 2 rounds, but a great opportunity there as we go ahead to 10.
Yeah, back on 10, Phil Mickelson going the other way. As you see, after a double bogey on 9, he played his second shot down the bank, and that's well played. He's got that left for his par. Frustrating day for Phil Mickelson, no question about that. Let's go back up to 18.
Slightly reminiscent of the Saturday at Torrey Pines a couple of years ago. He was 5 back at the back 9 that day in San Diego, then eagled 13, chipped in birdie at 17, and the eagled the 18th and took the lead after 54 holes. If he's able to get it to 2 under, it's not too far-fetched to think that he could be in the final group, maybe 1 off the lead or even have the lead.
This might be the best 9 holes Tiger Woods has ever played. You got, considering what the field is doing, he's at a shot for a 30 on the back 9. He shoots 35-30 if he makes his putt for 65.
VJ tapping in. VJ's been going the other way, but that's a birdie for VJ. Plus 4 rounds, 75. As this group features the only players to be ranked number 1 the last decade here.
Wow, that sort of took my breath away, that second shot, and now he's got that Tiger stare going again, doesn't he?
Yep, let's take a look at this card. There's the 2 bogeys at 2 and 3. He was 9 shots behind, then boom, boom, boom. Birdies at 4 through 6, bogey at 8. So he goes out, and then 4 more birdies on the back and an eagle try here. This for a 6 under 30 on the back.
Well, there's that cat-like concentration there. Yeah, this putt is not an easy putt to make, but it's definitely within his range. He made that crazy putt on 17 with a 7-foot break. This one will break 10 inches right.
Only have been 3 eagles ever in a U.S. Open here on the 18th.
Huge gallery here at 18, folks.
To hear a pin drop right now, just hear the waves. Let's just sit back and enjoy this. didn't quite have enough pace.
Had a lot of break on that putt. I'm not sure he saw it all, but that's a heck of a 18-hole score and a terrific 31 back nine.
For a 66, he matches Mickelson's 66 for the round of the championship. And it's gotten Tiger Woods right back in this.
He's in third place all by himself. And I just don't see the leader shooting under par on the back nine with the pressure, but I might be wrong. Graham McDowell just hit that great shot into number 9 to probably get to 5 under. And Dustin's been flawless for 2-3 years at this course.
You mentioned maybe the best round by Tiger. 8 birdies in this round, most ever in a U.S. Open round for Tiger Woods.
Look at this touch.
Yeah, this was just a moment ago, Johnny, and I tell you what, the big guy with all the power has got the touch around the greens too. Complete package. Ahead at 10.
But Charman's grooming him, and it's working.
Phil Mickelson now to save his par. Stop the bleeding. Oh, gutsy. What a gutsy up and down from the ocean bank. One thing about Phil Mickelson, he is clutch. Let's go back to 9.
Graham McDowell for birdie. Share the lead at 5 under. Beautifully done. Well played hole. Excellent tee shot. Nice second. Confident putt. Now tied with Johnson at 5 under. We go to the 10th.
Ernie Els now from 203 yards. Perfect tee shot. Trying to bounce this in. That's well played. And getting better.
It's getting like St. Andrews, Peter.
It is. It is.
They're getting to be thinking about that in another week or so.
Well, there's so many greens on fairway grade here, John, that you can bump and run these. Let's go back to 9.
Johnson for his par. Ooh.
That was not a hard putt.
Wow.
We didn't expect that, Gary.
No, that is certainly the first hiccup we've seen from him today. All came off the putter face dead left.
I sort of wonder, with all the roaring coming from Tiger, if that doesn't somehow get under your skin.
Certainly used to. All right, so Dustin Johnson, surprise bogey there. Now 1 back of Graham McDowell. Up to 10.
And a moment ago, Ishikawa with his second from 170 yards. Hoists it way up in the air. I don't think he likes it.
He's going to have to learn a little knockdown punch before he's done if he wants to be great.
That's right. Kind of reminds me a little of Tiger Woods when he was that age. Tiger used to hoist the ball way up in the air. And he learned how to hit that knockdown stinger.
And a lot of half shots, 3/4 shots.
I remember back in '95 Open Championship at St. Andrews, Ernie Els and I were paired with Tiger, and Tiger would hit a lot of iron shots up in the air, and he really did know how to control his trajectory, and he has learned that. That's the experience you gain playing out here a lot. Take a look at Graham McDowell's scorecard. The front side, you see, opened with 2 birdies. Quite a surprise coming right out of the blocks. Great birdie on 9 right there. Very meticulous with his pre-shot routine. You see he takes it back, John, and he kind of almost wipes across it like he wants to make sure the club goes left after impact.
Well, because in his real swing, he has a tendency to do the opposite. So that's his way of neutralizing that little quick drop-in move he has.
I like his swing, the speed, quick transition. I can think of 2 other players with that kind of quick transition, Ben Hogan and Nick Price.
Yeah, he's a good player. You know, like I said, he's leading the European Tour in greens and regulation. This is not some fluke that's one putting every green. He's just a good, solid player.
Speaking of good, solid players, Dustin Johnson.
Well, he got a little warm on that missed 2-footer, and the sweater's off now.
Well, you know, in a 72-hole championship like the U.S. Open, you're going to miss a few putts. You're going to miss a few shots. You just got to shake it off.
He likes it. Got that knee action like a Weiskopf, you know. It's sort of an old-fashioned knee action, but man, he hits it a long way.
You can see the slope of that fairway. It's about a 10% slope from left to right. That ball runs all the way down that hill. Let's join Jimmy Roberts.
All right, Jake, thanks very much. Here with Tiger Woods, a 66 today, but I suppose the more significant number is 31 on the backside. What got into you when you made the turn? You started off 2 bogeys in the first 3 holes and clearly had it together on the back. What was up?
Well, I was just trying to get back to even par or 1 over for the championship. I thought that would have been a nice place to end up at, and just happened to do a couple better than that.
Yeah, you absolutely did. Does confidence kind of build? You see that things are working and it allows you to do some things that perhaps you might not have been able to do?
Well, I just kept telling myself it's a process. You got to stay patient. This is a long haul, a U.S. Open, and just keep plodding along. I made a couple key saves for par, one being at 9. You just gotta hang in there, and I did that.
All right, one of the more notable shots clearly on the back 9, your second shot at 18. It appeared to be a pretty aggressive player. We're watching it now. What was going through your mind as you're choosing that shot?
Well, it's just a holdy 3-wood. All I gotta do is try to wrap the gap and just hold it. And if I overcut it, no big deal. It's in the front bunker. Just make sure I stay committed to holding it.
So you go into tomorrow, or at least at this point, tied for 3rd. You started the day tied for 25th. Who knows what's going to happen here? Does this change your mindset at all? Are you going to keep your foot on the gas? It's kind of unlikely that you go, this is the lowest score that you've had in your comeback, and to have it under these conditions, somewhat unlikely. Wouldn't you agree?
Well, it's the U.S. Open. You just got to keep plodding along. And, you know, at all U.S. Opens, all the ones that I've won, you have to have a nice little stretch of 9 holes. And, you know, I did that today.
Absolutely did. Tiger, thanks for stopping by. Congratulations. Let's go back to Dan.
All right, thank you, Jimmy. He does today what Mickelson did yesterday, a 66 to put himself right back into this championship. Prime time Saturday night.
Got a kick out of that 3-wood he's explaining. It's just a little holdy 265-yard slice 3-wood with the Pacific Ocean on the edge of the green.
Over to 10.
Ernie now for his birdie. Breaking to the right, just didn't hit it. John, we've been saying so many times when you have those uphill putts, it's just hard to get yourself to hit it. So Ernie Els makes a par on 10. Number 10 playing is the 4th toughest hole in the championship. Graham McDowell sits on top, 5 under par with a 1-shot lead over Dustin Johnson. We'll be right back.
We gave it the power of a supercar. Then we gave it the precision of a Lexus. And in turn, wrote a new definition of what's possible for an automobile. This is the pursuit of the impossible. This is the pursuit of perfection.
John Hancock, the future is yours. Visit findtheanswers.com.
Camera with wide-angle lens, $300. Identical camera with identical lens, 30% off on MasterCard Marketplace.
Wait, how much?
Ibuprofen, $12. X-ray, $90. Chiropractor, $200.
I'm okay.
A smarter way to shop online, priceless. Introducing MasterCardMarketplace.com, your personalized shopping experience with the things you want for less.
Welcome to the world of Laveza.
where nature meets science. If you have high cholesterol, high blood pressure, or diabetes, you may also have very high triglycerides, too much fat in the blood. It's a serious medical condition. Leveza, along with diet, effectively lowers very high triglycerides in adults, but has not been shown to prevent heart attacks or strokes. Leveza starts with omega-3 fish oil that's then purified and concentrated. It's the only omega-3 medication that's FDA approved. You can't get it at a health food store.
Leveza isn't right for everyone. Tell your doctor if you're allergic to fish, have other medical conditions, and about any medications you're taking, especially those that may increase risk of bleeding. Blood tests are needed before and during treatment. In some, LDL or bad cholesterol may increase. Possible side effects include burping, infection, flu-like symptoms, upset stomach, and change in sense of taste.
Ask your doctor about Leveza, the prescription that starts in the sea.
The global disaster
The ground wall just started shaking. Wait, there's this noise. Wait, nothing's happening.
is not the event.
Oh my God!
We may have a problem. He's going to tell them about the event.
Back at the U.S. Open at Pebble Beach. Third round Saturday, 110th edition continues here on NBC Sports. Out to the 10th.
Graham McDowell now with his second shot, 192 yards. Ball below his feet.
I'm going to favor a little left.
Trying to bounce this in.
Kick right. Might hang up.
Yeah, hangs up, comes back, but that's going to be a very interesting pitch shot there.
Yeah, let's take a look here at Graham McDowell, and we will zero in. I want you to watch right as he gets to the top of his swing. Here's that little lay down move you're talking about, Johnny, how the club just kind of drops to the inside like that. That's why he's trying to work on that practice swing we keep seeing.
Yeah, he bows that left wrist like
Yes,
Dustin Johnson. Dustin Johnson does that about 5 times more. You got to see Dustin on this. It's unbelievable.
Yep. The difference in McDowell and Johnson, their driving prowess.
You're right,
Dustin's only got 139 yards left.
Good.
With a wedge, and oh, that's a fantastic shot. Let's go up to 11.
This was a moment ago. Second for Phil Mickelson from just under 100.
One of the few birdie holes on the back 9.
Chance to put some spin on it, trying to keep it right there, bring it back. And Mickelson's going to have a good chance to get it back to +1. And we're live here with Mickelson and you, Mark.
It's about 4 feet slightly up the hill, a little bit slow and not much break, but it will break some to the left.
Second birdie for Mickelson, who moves it back to +1 within 6.
Who knows, there might be a Mickelson Woods coming down the back 9 tomorrow. You never know. But McDowell's playing solid, obviously, and Dustin loves Pebble.
Well, Mickelson was in the spotlight Friday. Tiger Saturday night, 66. Stealing the show for now.
Back at 10, Graham McDowell with his chip down the green. You can see his ball has come just in front of that second cut of rough.
You wouldn't call this very slow.
No, you can see it's a great shot right there to see how this green runs away from Graham. And if he's not careful, he can chip this thing 15, 20 feet by. But he seems to have great touch around the greens, and he's playing well. I would expect him to hit this nicely and put it within at least 5 feet, John.
Yeah, just want to get it going.
A bit of a double breaker here. Move left early on and go back right down by the hole.
Yeah, he left himself a great putt for par, straight back up the hill.
I like that he watched it, Roger, as it went past the hole, like Phil Mickelson does. He watches it like a cat. It's really important that you do that and watch the break.
See how he hits down on that ball back in his stance. Makes a little mini swing. He's tick the ball. See it just tumbling as it goes. Let's go over to 11.
And this the second for Ishikawa.
It's a second of 122 yards. Wonderful angle and such a huge advantage to hit this fairway.
And our little
Good
note,
save. Good save back there at the 10th.
Yeah, I'll say. And our notes said that Yannick spent $1 million developing his driver. It's a.
Oh, he looks it over back to 10.
Roger, he's got this straight down the hill.
It might move ever so slightly right, but not much.
The wind's freshening. It's a tough putt to read, Roger, because you got to sort of hit it semi-softly, don't you?
Well, yeah, he's putting right back into the wind, however, which is gusting a little bit now. It seems to be picking up somewhere, which really was the forecast for late today. Winds picking up between 5 and 8 o'clock tonight.
This will erase the 9th hole problem.
Just lost its speed. It's back to 11.
And Ishikawa hit this approach while Dustin Johnson was putting from 122. And back to 10.
Roger, this is certainly no gimme.
Well, no, it's not. It's uphill, but he can be aggressive with. But the tendency, again, would be for it to move a little bit left away from the ocean. And, you know, so many putts here seem to move toward the ocean. They don't all do, but it's always in the back of your mind. And it makes putting along the coast here, I think, puts a seed of doubt in your mind as to the accuracy of your read.
Well, what happens, there's a brow that sticks out here, and it affects this putt that'll kick it just a titch left. You saw the tail to the right when it rolled down past the hole.
Wow. Clutch.
Right in the middle.
We saw Mickelson make a clutch putt for par, and just in the group ahead of him, and McDow right after him. Back up to 11.
And Ernie Els from that first cut, 92 left.
He's got one of those lies that could jump. And
ooh, just hangs up.
Not bad. Not bad at all, really.
Let's send it over to Bob Costas.
All right, lots more golf remaining now as we move into prime time on the East Coast. More to come from Pebble Beach. But if, as the cliche goes, you are just joining us, you have missed a lot. Tiger Woods bogeyed 2 of the first 3 holes today, and then everything kicked in. He wound up with 8 birdies, and on the back 9, he shot a 31. He concluded by birdieing the last 3 holes of the day. Let's pick it up there. This is at the par 4 16th. And the putt drops, and the charge already was on. It just picked up steam. We go to the par 3 17th for birdie here. And that one finds the bottom of the jar. But he saves some of his best work for the 18th. From nearly behind the tree, his second shot with the 3-wood. You can hear him cheering it on. Come on, come on. That left him with an eagle opportunity. Could have had a 65 and a 30 on the back. The eagle, however, did not drop. He settles for the birdie. That brings us to Phil Mickelson and his birdie attempt at the par 3 5th. Mickelson has given a couple of shots back today. He is now 1 over and 6 back of the leader. Ernie Els for birdie at the par 5 6th. He's at even par and 5 back. The leader is Graham McDowell. This will be his birdie attempt at the 2nd early on for him today. As we speak, he leads at 5 under. Dustin Johnson made a run at him and actually overtook him. Had a terrific stretch on the front 9 that included an eagle at the 4th. He's hit the ball longer off the tee than anyone in the field this week. And on what is now a short par 4, they shortened it for today, he makes the eagle putt. 3 holes later, here he is on the 7th.
Go. Go.
nearly aced it, taps it in for the bird. He briefly overtook McDowell and went a shot in front, but then there was a two-shot swing on the 9th when Johnson bogeyed and McDowell birdied. So McDowell is now back in front by a stroke over Dustin Johnson, but the huge story is Tiger Woods, who at one point was 9 shots back after those 2 bogeys in the first 3 holes. Now he's made a move to within 4. He shot 66 for the day. He had 8 birdies and 3 bogeys on the day, but only 1 bogey after the 3rd hole. That terrific run, he concludes with birdies at 16, 17, and 18. And to put it mildly, he is very much in the mix as we go to 12.
Phil Mickelson on the tee at the par 3, 193 yards today, 187 to the front edge.
It was designed to hit short of the green and bounce it in. That's what the USGA wanted to accomplish here, Gary.
It was a hard 6-iron, Johnny, and he's turned it way too much. That misses to the right. That is not good. Have to land the ball right on the downslope.
A moment ago, Gregory Havre, the Frenchman,
Channel 1, baby.
chipping from the back of the frustratingly difficult 14th hole. In. So that takes Havre to even par for the championship. Tied with Ernie Els for 4th place. You can see Tiger Woods making his presence known with a 66 today into 3rd place. Still trailing Graham McDowell and Dustin Johnson. Things are just heating up at Pebble Beach.
I'm Darrell Willis. I oversee BP's claims process on the Gulf Coast. We have to make things right, and that's why we're here. We're replacing the lost income for fishermen, small businessmen, and others who aren't able to work until the spill is cleaned up. Our claims line is open 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and we'll help them figure out what information they need to file a claim. I volunteered for this assignment because this is my home. I'll be here in the Gulf as long as it takes to make this right.
Garmin phone, connecting to the worlds around you. It's the first Android-powered smartphone and Garmin GPS in one. Navigate your world. Garmin phone, exclusively at T-Mobile. Visit GarminPhone.com today.
Strength on its own can be impressive. When consistency is added, that's when it becomes real. At Northwestern Mutual, we've been able to deliver real strength for over 150 years. Northwestern Mutual, consistency counts. Put our strength to work for you. Learn how at northwesternmutual.com.
I've never had an eagle.
Heck, I've never had a birdie.
I would not recognize just for fun of it.
I've never played a round of golf.
But I support the first tee.
It's teaching my daughter important values.
It gets them off the couch.
He's more patient, focused.
Self-confident.
He's just a happier kid.
At the First Tee, we teach kids important values they can take with them from the golf course to their communities and to the rest of their lives. This message was furnished by PricewaterhouseCoopers, a proud supporter of the First Tee since 2000.
The game you love. And everything about it. At your fingertips. 24/7, 365 days a year. USGA.org.
It's the 3rd annual Golf Digest U.S. Open Challenge, and there's no lack of star power from the caddies to the celebrity trio of players. Drew Brees, New Orleans Saints quarterback and Super Bowl MVP. With his entourage in tow, Hollywood heavyweight Mark Wahlberg. Along with Wayne Gretzky, whose magic number is always 99. And Peggy Ferentz, the contest winner and the first woman to take on this challenge. Can they break 100 at Pebble Beach, or will Pebble Beach break them? The Golf Digest U.S. Open Challenge tomorrow on NBC.
Well, trust me, there were no 66s shot on that day, but here's Ishikawa for par at 11.
while we were away, Ernie got his up and down for par, so he remains at even. And so now we're live with McDowell. Roger.
Oh, just in the intermediate cut here, 136 from the right-hand side. Ball has just slightly.
All right, 136 here for McDowell. Leader by 1 over Johnson.
Just a bad angle and probably no spin whatsoever. So it's going to just, well, came down pretty darn soft. He did a good job. Really good job with that. So the green's got a lot of back to front tilt, so it's not bouncing as much as some of the other ones.
Good round going here for McDowell. 2 under on the day. Johnson 3 under on the day from just 98.
There's only 3 birdie holes really on the back 9. It's this one, 15 and 18. That's it. They've got to take advantage of these 3 holes that can give something to you.
Time and time again, he's able to take advantage of his length and get some spin on those shorter irons for the approaches. Over to 12.
Just a moment ago, Mickelson, ball exploding out of the long rough. It was a difficult shot, had to land on the downslope, and it came out much quicker than he had anticipated. And now his 3rd shot here at the par 3. We'll drop a shot and we'll go up to 18.
All right, Gary, and certainly no disrespect to what Graham McDowell and Dustin Johnson have been able to do today, playing some very solid golf. The leaders of this championship, McDowell by himself, Johnson trailing by 1. But Tiger Woods doing today, Johnny, what we used to see him do, literally just kind of sucking all the energy from everybody in the field and the golf course into his own environment. I mean, it's really the first time I can remember since this comeback that we've had that kind of feeling that he's back for real in the Tiger-like fashion on the golf course that we've seen. It's amazing stuff.
The amazing part is that, you know, he's 2 over after 3, and it looked like he was gone. You know, it's like catch a bus, but he just hung in there, and he started really hitting quality shots, and then he started making those really tough putts. 16 was not an easy putt. 17 was a 1 in 10 putt with a 6-7 foot break, and then the shot at 18 was definitely like the year 2000. That shot was amazing, very heroic and brave.
And the man that finished 15 shots behind in the runner-up position at that 2000 U.S. Open, Ernie Els on the tee at 12.
And on the tee with a 6-iron, put 5-iron away. Gary, I got to believe he's going to have to flight this ball down, manage it going into the wind.
Well, he's been playing a lot of shots short and letting it bounce up, and that is the best way to play it from the right.
He's tugged this left. It's flirting with the bunker.
Yeah. Players are hitting this green only 28% of the time in this 3rd round. It's a very tough tee shot.
You know, when you tee it high like that, you almost pull it every time. I do it all the time, and I don't know why I do it. It happens.
So listen to yourself.
I know.
Commentate.
This is an amazing new hole here, folks. It's a whole brand new tee. Made this hole go from a real easy birdie hole, just a wedge for these guys, to, you know, a very strong par 4.
Johnny, it's the widest fairway on the course, 59 or 60 yards wide, right in that spot where Phil drove it.
Well, let's take a look at the animation with the new tee. What happens is this bunker is 256 yards, which is no trouble. The right bunker is in play, but now all of a sudden this hole's 445 yards, uphill 2nd shot, a lot of right to left tilt, a very difficult green to make putts on unless you keep it underneath the hole, and you can see all the little arrows and the different breaks, but that back left hole location is not easy, and you know, the ball likes to go over there, but it's easy to leave it short on your 2nd shot. It's really, you don't want to go long. Well, I haven't seen a good shot here yet.
There haven't been many, Johnny, as I just mentioned. They're only hitting the green about 1/4 of the time.
Well, I haven't seen one hit the green so far.
It's a Ishikawa with a 5-iron. He's got it way up in the air. Is it going to be far enough?
Yeah, that was a good shot.
No,
that's not
okay. No, that's a good lead.
Was it 20 feet?
Yeah, it's only about 20 feet away.
That was a fine shot.
Back to 11.
And a big breaker here for McDowell.
I'll say, with all the tilt that's in this green, this is just a big wiper to the right. See if you can cozy it up there. You're not trying to make this usually. He's trying to 2-putt, and he does that pretty well. It's not a gimme, but that's an inside left putt, but pretty good putt.
McDowell should stay at 5 under. We go to 14.
KJ Choi with his 4th shot now as he hit a nice wedge to the green. It spun off the green to that position, and there you see.
That's a tough lie there, too.
The fun continues. Back to 11.
And Dustin Johnson for birdie.
There you go.
Yes.
He's so casual. You know, that's the thing. You watch his body language. It's very loose. You watch the way he walks. It's just like he's going to the movies.
Well, he's in a U.S. Open movie right now as one of the main players, tied for the lead. 4 clear of Tiger.
That was a sweet birdie right there. He could have birdied the last 2 holes, you know. Short birdie in the last hole he just missed.
And both of these guys, Johnson and McDowell, the final group on a Saturday at the U.S. Open, playing very, very well. Johnson 4 under on his round. McDowell 2 under, tied for the lead in the 110th U.S. Open. But look who's just over their shoulder.
Hey, Clark, what you got there?
It's my number. It's the amount I need to save to retire the way I want. Is that your number?
Yeah.
A gazillion, huh?
Gazillion, bazillion. It's just a guesstimation.
Oh, how do you plan for that?
Well, I blindly throw money at it and hope something good happens.
So you really don't have a plan?
I really don't.
Do you know your number? We can help you find yours and take steps to get there. ING, helping you achieve financial freedom.
We gave it the power of a supercar. Then we gave it the precision of a Lexus. And in turn, wrote a new definition of what's possible for an automobile. This is the pursuit of the impossible. This is the pursuit of perfection.
When we started the development of Penta TP, we went and asked tour players 2 simple questions. What do you like and dislike about the balls you play today? We found that most balls have some level of sacrifice. That's all changed. We've engineered Penta TP different than any ball we've ever designed. We've given it 5 layers to cover all 5 shot categories: driver, long iron, mid-iron, short iron, and 100 yards and in. And the pros love it. They can have everything they want in just one ball. No compromise.
This is a baby. A baby generating data in a neonatal ward. Every heartbeat, every breath, every anomaly, from over 1,000 pieces of unique information per second. Helping doctors find new ways to detect life-threatening infections up to 24 hours sooner. On a smarter planet, analyze the data and you can predict what will happen faster. So you can do what they're doing in Toronto and build a smarter hospital. Let's build a smarter planet.
Hey, who's this? Oh, that's Kyle. He aced his 5th grade geography class. Huh. You see, now that we're using FedEx to ship globally, I have to learn all the countries again, so I brought in Kyle as a consultant. Did you know that we have customers in Czechoslovakia?
Actually, it's called the Czech Republic.
Yes, Kyle. You are a lifesaver. And without Kyle, I never would have heard of that new country called Buttheadistan.
We understand you want to grow internationally. FedEx serves over 220 countries and territories.
Monday, it's New York's final chance to make the Last Comic semis.
Yes! Yes.
Yeah, but it's not going to be a snap for everyone.
I can't get 1 yes.
I can give you 1 yes if they both say no. Last Comic Standing's back. Monday, 9/8 Central on NBC.
You do a great job here at this U.S. Open at Pebble, that temporary locker room, cherry wood lockers for all the U.S. Open champion. As you look down the line, Angel Cabrera, Tiger Woods with 3, looking for a 4th, and the defending champion Lucas Glover with the distinction of locker number 1 here. Out to the 12th for the 2-time champ.
Yeah, with a lengthy putt left for par.
It's one, Gary, I saw Davis Love make earlier today. It doesn't break much.
It's not firm enough.
He had a red right.
Yes, he did. Not a great bunker shot from the front bunker, and anything else will drop a shot at the 12th. Now +1 for the championship. Full 6 shots off the lead. Up at 13.
Phil Mickelson has his 2nd shot from 151 yards up the hill into the wind. A little knockdown. I love how he covers those shots, Johnny.
See if he gets it back to the hole. It's hard to get it back there. Most people leave it right there. You don't want to get it past the hole and a chance going over.
Up to 14.
KJ Choi for his bogey to try to stay within shouting distance of our lead. Oh, man.
Doesn't like this hole, huh?
Well, nobody likes 14 this week, John.
I like it.
Wow, I do too, but it is played. It just is causing these players fits.
What's wrong with having to hit precision?
No, well, I agree, but Poulter and Choi spun their wedges off the green. It was difficult. Let's go to 12.
Dustin Johnson on the tee at the par 3.
Yeah.
Up in the group in front, Ishikawa was able to two-putt from the front fringe, so he remains at +2.
In your mind, you think you got to hit between these bunkers right here, otherwise you're not going to hit the green. I would imagine if you hit it hole high, it's got to go 20 feet past, huh, Gary?
Yes.
Well, this launched way up in the air, but turning left.
Gets over the bunker. And I'll leave a delicate little chip from there. We go ahead to 13.
Ralph Mickelson's got a big uphill putt here.
See if he can get it to the hole. I think he'll read it right.
Left his short, breaks a little bit towards the water at the end, but not much. Aggressive run. Let's go up to 16.
Where Tim Clark is positioned nicely in the fairway. Tim usually very good with the short irons. Oh, this one should funnel its way toward the hole, and that's one of the better second shots we've seen here at the 16th all day long. With 6 birdies recorded here today. And back at the 12th, Graham McDowell on the tee.
Wind right in the player's face here, and he likes to flight the ball a little right to left. I would look for this ball to start at the right side of the green with some draw.
It's a daunting shot, isn't it, Roger? Because you feel like, well, I can't really, I got to hit it between the bunkers, because if I don't, it'll go in that left bunker. And if you pull it a little, because you're not hitting enough club to get it over.
This ball turning on left of the hole as well.
Well, it carries the bunker, but it will not hold. Lands right on the downslope. Green, not much depth to it.
Dustin Johnson and Graham McDowell continue to share the lead in this 110th U.S. Open Championship. With Tiger 4 off the lead, we send you to Bob Costas for our U.S. Bank NBC Sports Report.
Welcome to the U.S. Bank NBC Sports Report. Here's your host, Bob Costas.
And we'll get you back out to the course in just a moment. But first, while we have a chance, a quick look at some other sports news. Starting with baseball. Interleague play this weekend. Manny Ramirez back at Fenway Park for his first visit since his controversial departure almost 2 years ago. Dodgers and Red Sox. We pick it up in the 6th with the Dodgers trailing 3-1. And Manny connects for the solo shot off his longtime teammate, the knuckleballer Tim Wakefield. A mixture of boos and cheers for him as he circles the bases. It's 3-2 Boston. Bottom of the 9th, game tied at 4. Dustin Pedroia with the game-winning single to right off Jonathan Broxton. The rookie Daniel Nava will come across head first to win it. 5-4 is the final score, 2 in a row for the Red Sox over the Dodgers. The Dodgers now have dropped 3 straight and 6 of their last 8. The Red Sox, though, are playing well. They've won 5 in a row, and at present, they're just a game behind the Yankees in the American League East. The Yanks were at home today against the Mets. Bottom of the 3rd, Yankees trailing 3-1, man on for Mark Teixeira, who connects for the 2-run shot. It's his 11th of the season and ties it up at 3. Bottom of the 4th, and the Yankees with the long ball again. This time it's Curtis Granderson with the 2-run homer. Gives the Yankees a 5-3 lead. That turns out to be all the scoring as the Mets' 8-game winning streak is snapped. Phil Hughes outduels Mike Pelfrey. Hughes becomes the 2nd pitcher in the AL and the 3rd in the majors with 10 wins this year. Yanks are now a half game up on Tampa, pending the outcome of the Rays game tonight against the Marlins. The Mets, meanwhile, are a game behind Atlanta in the National League East. But the game of the day was in Philadelphia. Twins trailed 9-4 entering the ninth. But this 2-out, 2-run homer by Joe Mauer off Brad Lidge capped a 5-run rally and sent it to extra innings. The teams traded solo homers in the 10th, and then Minnesota took a 1-run lead in the 11th and finally sealed it with Matt Tolbert's 2-run double off Danny Baez. So the Twins trailed 9-4 in the ninth, but they win it 13-10 in 11, and they lead the American League Central by a game over the Tigers. On to the World Cup, and today the Netherlands beat Japan 1-0. The Dutch are through to the round of 16. Cameroon was ousted after losing to Denmark, and Ghana is in good shape after a draw with Australia. The Aussies, however, are now unlikely to advance. That's it. Back to the course now for more third-round coverage of the 110th U.S. Open.
This has been the U.S. Bank NBC Sports Report. U.S. Bank, all of us serving you.
And at the 12th, Graham McDow playing his second from behind the green.
Decent line. Chipping downhill. Will move a little bit to his right. Wow. That's coming out way too hot. Carried it way too far.
Really turned the toe down, didn't he, Gary? Like he almost hooded it at impact and jumped.
It was very surprising. How about Dustin Johnson's lie, Raj?
Well, the lie itself is okay, and I think it's going to give him the opportunity. I think he's practicing the big swing, trying to hit it straight up in the air and hit a flop shot, but it's a funny angle on it. I mean, if he carries it just onto the green, it's really going to kind of catch a downhill, side hill slope, kicking it to the left. So this is a very tough little shot. There's that kick to the left. Really, that's not too bad.
I think it's about as good as you can do.
I would think so. Now for more on Dustin Johnson, let's bring in Tim Rosafort.
Thanks, Gary. Dustin started his day in a quiet session at Monterey Peninsula, pretty close to here on the back range, working short game shots like we just saw, and also that wedge game. We saw him stick on the previous hole and make birdie. His caddy, Bobby Brown, who's a Pebble Beach caddy, told me yesterday he's seen an increased work ethic since he's going to work with Butch Harmon, and also 12% better in greens and regulation. Bobby doesn't buy into the theory that winning here twice in February would have a positive impact on him in June. He says obviously he's walking very comfortable. He knows the lines out here. He knows the pull of the greens. He knows where to miss it, and he's not missing much. One thing Bobby did tell me about the nerves, they do not exist in Dustin. He said he's a flat liner. He thinks that's his best quality other than being a freak athlete. And he also said, dude, like a Northern California would, I'm starting to feel that vibe that I felt before. Back to you.
But dude, this is a U.S. Open.
Nobody flatlines at the U.S. Open.
All right, McDowell for the par.
And this will be moving to his left. And from this point, he pitched it so far past the hole. This, too, is downhill, moving to the left on him.
How about this par? Well, Graham McDowell said in Friday's opening round he got a little frustrated and didn't control his emotions particularly well. Thought he did a much better job in yesterday's second round, and there's a good example right there. Staying in the moment, just focusing on the shot at hand. Great save for par as we go up to 14.
Well, you can see Phil Mickelson hit an errant tee shot here, Mark.
Well, not only was it crooked, it was short. Peter, he kind of popped it up, and so now this is an extremely difficult layup for Phil. It's actually a good thing he's left-handed, because if he were right-handed, he'd be standing up on the side of that hill. He is waiting for the group up ahead to clear the fairway. I'm not sure he can advance it as far as they are down there.
Well, we saw what he tried to do earlier on 9. Tried to get a little too much over that. Let's go look at 12.
And an important par putt for Dustin Johnson.
A slider to his right.
Firm enough? Yes, it is. So 2 clutch par putts.
Boy, he looks comfortable on these greens, Gary.
Yes, he certainly does. I like what he does, how he makes the practice stroke looking at the hole or trying to visualize the line, not focused on the mechanics of the stroke. Very well done. We go ahead to 14.
So Mickelson now with his second out of the fairway bunker. Takes a big lash at that. And that's a nice layup. Unfortunately, it's going to be pretty far back.
That's going to be a fun shot.
Let's go to 16.
And the Frenchman, Havre, with his second in the group in front. Tim Clark was able to make that short putt for a birdie here at 16 to go to +3. And will this one hold? Well, not bad. So Havre hanging around at even par, still right in it. 3 wins on the European Tour for Havre. As we go back to 13.
Players within 5 shots of the lead at the start of this third round. 15, currently 4.
This straight in.
As Dustin Johnson, Graham McDow, Tiger separated by 4 shots. Then you got Havre, the next best at even 5 back.
We know where it's supposed to be on paper.
Well, Dustin Johnson's got his driver out here, and unlike most players that are worried about carrying it 256 yards to get into the fairway, he's got to avoid the bunker that's 290 out on the right side of the fairway. So he's got to get it down the left side here. A lot more speed there.
This is overturned to the left. This is going quite a ways left.
Cart path?
It's caught the cart path and crossed the other side. Over by the 10th tee.
Didn't seem to have shot it forward. It seemed like he shot more left.
Looks like he's going to be in some of the walked out, browned out areas. Might not be too bad over there, actually.
Might have hit the curb, huh?
Did hit the curb. Now McDowell, both these guys got to feel pretty good after those pars on 12.
12's a brute. 3 there is a half birdie almost.
You know, McDowell, his comments were great. He's played all over the world. He says, I'm just going to worry about the golf course. It's a lot easier said than done with Tiger Woods on the leaderboard, and you're playing with a guy that's at 40 yards by you.
Take a lash at that one.
This is drawing up to left center. This is good. Very good.
Pretty good. See?
Well, as the last group plays the 13th hole into the sun and up the hill, Dustin Johnson, Graham McDowell, top of the leaderboard here at Pebble Beach at the U.S. Open Championship.
When planning for retirement these days, the forecast is full of ifs. If I'm too expensive, if I'll go through my savings too fast. To help you feel more confident, consider putting a portion of
D'Onofrio's final 2 episodes of Criminal Intent, Sunday 9/8 Central, here on NBC.
There's even an onside Taylor.
And the players in contention. Graham McDowell, the leader by 2, has been very steady playing alongside Dustin Johnson. They currently share the lead in the U.S. Open. Phil Mickelson, 66 yesterday, seems like a long way away. Instead, it was Tiger who shot that 66 today with an array of unbelievable shots down the stretch. Another U.S. Open championship on the line at Pebble to follow in the great footsteps of the greats who've won here before. And now to Mickelson at 14.
Mickelson now from 220.
What's the chance of hitting that little top tier?
Oh, impossible, as you can see. Put it probably in one of the few places he can get this up and down, and put it in the bunker. Let's go up to 16.
And Gregory Havre for a birdie 3.
Made a lot of shots this week. Chips, putts.
Yeah, that's a little too high. Really no indication of his good play this week coming in. Johnny played in 13 events on the European Tour, only 1 top 10 and 6 missed cuts as we go to 13.
Well, he's one of the 3 players under par today, 2 under for the day. So Ray is feeling pretty good about himself.
Roger, Graham McDowell's got 180 yards.
He does, up the hill into the wind with his shot shape. Hole in the back left. Really sets up nicely for him.
Yeah, way back in his stance to drive a draw in there, Roger.
Can draw it in off that slope. That's how the balls are getting close.
Is it coming back?
Kind of hung this right.
Not kind of. He did.
Shots playing uphill and into the wind, and a lot of players leaving it short. What does Dustin have, Roger?
Dustin's got 164 left, and he's over here really in the left rough of the 9th hole. But it's where the galleries walk. The lie is perfect, and the angle really is fine to shoot it right up right of the hole into the center of the green.
Swing, good shot.
He's hitting very, very high. This looks like it might need to go some.
Familiar spot, but not too hard up and downs from the front of the green. Little pitch shot.
Well, earlier we talked about how reminiscent this day today was to 2 years ago, the last time Tiger won a major championship, the U.S. Open at Torrey Pines. He was 5 back at the time before this championship changer, what you termed it, Johnny, the eagle putt at the par 5 13th. 208-yard 5-iron to 65 feet, drops it down, and the roars and the chase is on. And then at 17, look on his face, you know he knows that he got away with one. Nevertheless, chip and birdie 3 for Tiger. And then at the par 5 18th, after a 5-wood from 227 yards, landed within 35 feet of the cup. The eagle, which would give him the 54-hole lead by himself. Next day, went on to sink a clutch putt to force a playoff with Rocco Mediate. And then today, as he headed to this back 9, also at the 13th, this was his second shot. And at the time, Tiger was +3, several shots off the lead again.
That was a twirler.
About 7 shots off the pace when he began this midway through the back 9, and then pars at 14, 15, a birdie at 16, and this at 17 to get it back to even. And then from 260 yards, a cut, a 3-wood hold, he said. Had another eagle look. Again at the 18th green on a Saturday at a U.S. Open. Was not able to make that, but did 2-putt for birdie to finish with 3 in a row to play his last 15 holes in 7 under. And Tiger through 3, 1 under right now, 4 back of the leaders who are both at the 13th.
Well, Dustin Johnson's got a long chip up the hill here, Rogers. The sun a factor at all?
Well, he is chipping right into the sun. It's not quite low enough, I think, yet in the sky to be a real problem, but that could be coming up here in the next couple of holes. Just a little chip and run. It's slow coming up this hill.
Oh, shit.
Whoa.
There's a knee knocker.
Oh, that's a nasty putt.
That
nasty
is fast.
putt.
Goes a little right, and that is fast. Up to 14.
Mickelson now out of the greenside bunker after that 220-yard third. Up the slope. Oh, this is very good. Very good. Trying to keep the ball on that top slope is difficult. That left for par. Back to 13.
McDowell looks like he's chosen the putter. A lot more break from this side, Roger.
Yes, this has a big sweeping break to the left. This is a hard putt to control the pace on. It actually kind of bottoms out when the hole's cut on the left-hand side. But as it's turning left in the middle of the putt, it is running downhill and picking up some pace. If you can get this inside a few feet, you've done a very good job.
Yeah, to judge both the speed and the break is a big challenge. 60 feet or so. The whole location's 20 yards on.
Roger, you have to be pretty impressed with this player right here, huh?
Well, I am, John. I really expected him to be more nervous, and I know he's played around the world and won around the world, so on and so forth, and coming off a win a couple of weeks ago. But I really thought the moment here, leading the U.S. Open, might cause some nervousness, and he never appeared that way at any time from the start. Matter of fact, started out with a birdie in the first hole, first 2 holes. Yeah, I mean, he's looked terrific all day, really.
He's a very bright fellow and happy-go-lucky guy, it seems like, in a way, and very typical Irishman. And it's fun to pull for him, really.
I would have thought it would have been difficult finishing his round early yesterday and not playing until 3:50 today. That's a lot of time to wait leading the U.S. Open.
Now from this angle, Brad, the sun may be an issue. You could see him shielding his eyes from the sun.
Between the tree and our tower. It's 20 feet of break there.
That just keeps getting better. That's really pretty good. That's very good and underneath the hole.
That's a great lead. Yeah, he says wow. Twice he says wow. He's happy.
Yeah, look at that. Look at mother with 2 babies. That's a nice.
Check them for tickets.
Back at 14, Mickelson now for his par.
That's a crazy par.
That's a great par. That shows a lot of guts, John.
That sand shot, you'd have to be there to try it. If he hits it easy, it runs all the way off the green to the front. It hits a little long, goes all the way down the hill the other side.
There are many guys that could have played that bunker shot, John. Back to 13.
Roger, I hit a few putts early this morning from here, and it was fast.
This is the very definition of nasty right here. This is just really a hard putt. A little slider right, very quick.
I don't think it breaks that much. A lot of the players here misjudge this a little bit. But again, it's a speed that's so difficult.
Great camera angle.
Even just outside the left edge. Not enough pace.
It did break. He had a good putt, Roger.
Wasn't a bad putt.
No, he hit it where he was aiming. He didn't push or pull it.
That was the chip's fault there.
Just not going to see many guys make that putt, really or not.
Doesn't seem to hit many bad putts, Brad.
No, he's been impressive around the greens. You know, a guy that hits it this far, you don't expect him to have great short shots. Let's go over to 14.
And just a moment ago, Alexander Shakeup for his par, hanging in there, 1 over for the championship. Oh, almost the same putt Mickelson just made. He showed him the line and just ran out of speed. Unfortunate bogey for Alex. Back to 13.
Well, McDowell's got his tester too, Roger.
Well, it is, but at least it's a putt he can hit firmly from underneath the hole.
Not much movement either. Get up and down. Good 4. Dowell now with the lead by 1.
We'll be the last man standing here at Pebble, and we got the last comic standing. Monday, New York's best and funniest comedians with their last chance to make the semifinals. An all-new Last Comic Standing, Monday at 8/7 Central, only on NBC. Back out to 14.
Dottie, Ernie's got about 100 yards left.
Yep, just 3 shy of that, Peter. And what a really good second he played. He drove it in the fairway bunker, held the shot against the hill, against the wind.
Well, I think the players that have been successful are the ones that have laid it up as close as they can to the green to get the shortest club they can in their hand. See, the wind is.
Dottie, this is playing 5.6 average. That's almost like an easy par 6.
Well, there was some talk among some people this morning about just play it as a par 6, and if you do better, you've won the game.
Well, John, you said this morning that watching Mickelson play, it was so exciting you need to buckle your seatbelt.
Yeah.
When they get to 14, they need their seatbelt, a shoulder strap, and headgear.
You just have to hit a quality shot. There's about a 15-foot circle you have to land it in.
And today, you've got to play it long.
You're right.
He likes it. There's the 15-foot circle. It's no problem.
That is just. Better get up there and mark that.
Said by a man who birdied it 11 times in a row.
Yeah,
at
I
one
like
point.
that hole.
Most difficult par 5s in a U.S. Open since 1986. There it is. Multiple times.
Back on the 14 tee.
Boy, he's letting the hog eat there. I'm telling you, that is a rip.
He's got
solid tee shot.
He is not backing down.
And I think it's more impressive with Dustin Johnson, who's driving it, clearly driving it past him, 30, 40, even 50 yards in some cases.
This might be an attempt to go for it in 2. What do you think, Roger? Yeah, for
gotta hit it hard. But he can do that.
Listen to the sound. Man.
Oh, he took it across approach the corner of the cypress tree. This is losing it to the right. I don't know if he can get to the fairway at that angle.
I don't think he got all of it. The swing looked a little long and loose and not. He didn't stick it at impact.
Let's take a look at the Pro Tracer on Dustin's tee shot here, right over the cypress tree. Just a little too much cut. That's not going to carry.
Let's take a look at that strong grip, and the top of the backswing is a position that you wouldn't even believe. See how the wrist is flat there? Watch, it's flat. Watch up here. It gets so bowed. Look at that wrist. That's where he gets all that power. And look at the leg drive and the delay in there and underneath it. And look at the strength in the arms and the chase move, how he stays down on it. That is just an amazing swing.
Talking to Butch Harmon earlier today, he knows all about that bowed left wrist. He says not going to even go there to change that. That would be too much of a dismantling of this guy.
Yeah, it would. It's an anomaly, but he knows how to play with it.
Gregory Havre for par at 17 to try to stay even.
He's putting like a wild Frenchman.
391st ranked player in the world. Let's go to 14.
Ro Ishikawa, Dottie, out of the front bunker.
And darn lucky, Peter, this ball did not plug on the upslope. Super soft, really well done.
That is beautiful. That's one of the best we've seen this week out of that front bunker. It's a great save. He's struggling. He's 4 over for the day, but he's still in it. You can take a look from this angle. That's a 20-degree slope from the edge of the green down that bank to where that rough is, to where that Marshall is walking. Give you an animation here of the 14th hole. You can see you don't have to cut it off the tee. You just have to drive it straight between the two bunkers. It's about 50 yards wide on the tee shot, but it pinches to about 24 at the second shot, turn point, and there's the green.
Wouldn't you say, Peter, if you do not hit the fairway on the layup, you almost cannot hit the green?
That's right.
In other words, if you're not in the fairway in 2, you might as well just say, I am going to be in big trouble.
You've got only about a third of that green that's playable.
Can you say Pinehurst?
You can see right here, this is a popular area. So Ernie Els now.
Tell you what, the shadows, this usable portion of the green looks even smaller than you guys are talking about.
He's putting off a little bit of a rise down into a bowl.
Does move left.
Just lost its speed. Back out in the fairway, Roger. Dustin's got a pretty thick lie.
He does have a thick lie from the right side here, and not the greatest of angles. Fairway kind of runs away right to left, but this is a matter of power, just a matter of how much you can get on it.
Boy, he got that clean.
Boy, he did. He really. I can't believe he could move the ball that far from that lie, and now it's got to hang on. Boy, it's nice power to have, huh?
Nice to be young.
Quite a gift.
And strong.
Doesn't hurt to be 6'4" with long arms.
Now Graham McDowell, as you see, enjoying an afternoon beverage.
And from the left-hand side, really in the very best angle, playing up this fairway, which slopes right to left.
You can see there are twice as many double bogeys as birdies on this hole today. Well, John, I think that Graham McDowell can handle the pressure.
Well, like I said in the opening, some guys can handle it for 36 holes, some for 54, some for 63. Just whether you can do it all 72. He's still got a lot of pressure golf in front of him, including this round.
Swing that.
Let's try a good swing up the right center. Very good.
You can see. You see what he's got left. They both have about 120 yards left to that little green on the left side on 14. Graham McDowell still leads 5 under par. We'll be right back.
They have lots of shoes with rubber soles. They wake up early to chase birds. They don't take things seriously, except for the things they take seriously, like hanging out with friends and maybe a dog. That's the Ultra Life. Michelob Ultra, 95 calories, 2.6 carbs, and exceptionally smooth taste. It's the superior light beer, perfectly balanced for the Ultra Life.
Round of golf for Camilo Villegas, his brother, his dad, and Gary Player.
What do we play them for? Push-ups, maybe? We like those.
$280.
My brother, take it easy on me, please.
Beautiful swing.
Everybody kind of makes fun of me the way I read putts. Yeah, I'm just trying to get the ball in the hole. We'll find it. We'll find it. Kick it in the middle of the fairway.
Toda la plata, eh?
The perfect foursome. Priceless.
Book tee times for your foursome at select exclusive courses and save up to 40% with your MasterCard.
Hey, kid. Nice shot. Of course, you know what this means, don't you?
Yep. The drinks are on me. Cheers.
If you cherish golf's special moments, join the organization that cherishes the game. Become a member of the USGA by visiting usga.org today.
3, 2, 1. The Saints have won the Super Bowl.
The Super Bowl champion Saints are back. A new season begins in New Orleans.
It's a new beginning, a new season.
In a rematch of the NFC Championship overtime thriller against the Vikings.
Get ready to party with the Lombardi, New Orleans.
Back to football.
The party continues live from New Orleans.
Another look back at a U.S. Open 30 years ago, 1980, where the chant that echoed around Baltusrol was "Jack is back." At 40 years old, he opened by matching the championship record of 63 and led after every round. He got locked up at a Sunday duel with the Sawaoki, needed birdies on the final 2 holes to put the victory away, set the 72-hole scoring record of 272. It matched Willie Anderson, Bobby Jones, and Ben Hogan with 4 U.S. Open titles, and that's the group that Tiger Woods would join if he was able to pull this one off. But a lot of golf left as he trails McDowell and Johnson to 15. Second for Mickelson. Mickelson trailing by 7 at the moment. Back to 14 with the leader.
Graham McDowell's third, Roger.
115 yards.
I'll give it 10 of win.
Has waited a little bit for the tee at 15 to clear. It's behind the player's view as they look up at this 14th green.
Gives you a good look right there. How deceiving that is. You can only see the top half of the flag,
which is now in shadows. Harder to see.
They get the right distance.
Well, this is right of the hole.
Not bad. That's a popular spot today.
That's a good shot.
Where you were yesterday.
You wouldn't hit that over again.
No. You'll take that.
That's like Roger. Just like, oh, Billy, you got it up there.
You got to get it deep enough if you're going to be right in the hole.
The Dustin now from about the same yardage.
Yeah, 114.
Let's go. Did he get it all?
Well, this too flaming out to the right.
Oh, wow. There you go. Well, that might go all the way back down, though. It's
That could.
There.
That's got to be careful right there.
There you go.
Oh.
That's so long farewell. Alvita saying goodbye.
Next stop.
Oh, where do we go? Look at that.
Is it going to stop? Oh, it is going to stop.
Well, you're a good athlete, Dustin. You might want to sprint up there.
We have not seen one stop there all week, but that's the advantage of playing in the late afternoon.
Yeah, that's a good break. I don't know if he knows that, but that's
time to do a Usain Bolt up there.
I know Bobby Brown, his caddy, local caddies, saying thank you very much.
Let's go up to 15.
And Mickelson's birdie trying to chip away at this deficit.
Needs to sort of send a message not only to himself but to the gallery. Get something to happen here. It's been a very quiet round for him.
A lot like the first round. Very similar to the first round.
Yeah, except in the first round, Jody, he putted really poorly, and in this round he's hit a lot of wayward shots.
Yes, he has. But it was quiet, both of them.
And Gregory Havray's second shot at the par 5 18th. He is in solo 4th right now at even. And
that's a mistake right there. That's a big mistake. There's no reason to be hitting it that far left there.
When our U.S. Open coverage is over, plenty to look forward to. Head over to NBC.com and get a more colorful look at the new shows coming your way this fall on NBC. Saturday at the U.S. Open continues here past 10 o'clock out east, past 7 here on the Pacific.
Get your spot. Take your time.
And Ernie Els now live. What kind of lie does he have here in the rough dive?
It's a very thick lie, Dan, but I believe one that's chaseable up to the front. That front's only 140 yards away and plays downhill. All the grass around this ball is standing straight up.
He's fortunate that the hole location's on the left on Dottie.
Absolutely.
But you gotta get the right distance. Tough to do. Could jump and it could come out dead.
It came out quite nicely.
Ricochet.
Yep,
Ricochet.
Do a little bounce off of the slope.
Very fine shot.
Ernie hasn't had a birdie since the 6th, his lone birdie of the day, to go along with 3 bogeys, so he is +2.
So back at 14, you get a good look at what Dustin has left, Roger.
Really a tough putt to get the speed right on here.
Can you hit it? Yes, that's a good putt.
Good effort.
He seems to have his nerves under control, doesn't he? Let's go up to 18.
And from that bunker, the 3rd for Havray.
This is always a tough shot to get a clean strike. Sounded good, though. It choked way down on it so he wouldn't hit it fat. Ooh. Yeah, well, that'll test him, but hit it flush anyway. I don't know how you can stop that ball from there, though.
Back to 15, Ishikawa. +4 on his round.
Well, those shades will come in handy in the next half hour.
You're going to need them all the way home. And like Els, just one birdie for the 18-year-old. And in these crowds, you need a periscope to see up over the crowd. And
I heard Phil Mickelson's father invented that.
In fact, he's been in the merchandise tent, and those things are going like crazy. So it's been a nice little side business for Phil Sr.
Roger, this putt should slip a little to his right.
As it comes across the slope and dies. That's good speed.
It's good to get out of 14 with a par. No question.
He's putting well today. Just 17 putts in 13 holes. That'll do it.
Solid 5.
So McDow gets through 14, 5 under for the championship. Dustin Johnson now has about a 3-footer left. Should be fairly straight in.
Missed one of these at 9.
Nice stroke. So Dustin Johnson continues his love affair with Pebble Beach. Bledsoe up to 18.
Havre continues his adventures here at 18. Swipe from the rough. Pretty cool shot with his fourth.
Yeah, that's about as good as you could do. I mean, he hit a wonderful little exploded bunker shot from the rough and made it come down real soft.
So they'll have a shot at posting even par. 5 back of the lead right now. Back at 15. Ernie Els circling around a birdie try here as you look at the Japanese teenager and Ernie Els from South Africa. A look at the international countries represented at this championship. England, which is continuing to put more and more in the high rankings around the world, with 13 leading the way for the international.
Yeah, Japan's players are pretty strong. They have a qualifying there. It allows them to be here.
And Ernie Els finally ends the birdie drought and moves it back to even. Who knows? That could end up getting him a spot in the second to last group. We'll see how they all shake out. Back to the tee is McDowell. Will have a lot to do with how it all ends up on this Saturday, how they all stack up.
Just 397 yards on a downhill tee shot down to a swale and then back a little bit up to the green, just a titch.
And he's pulled it left.
Yes, he has, and you got to get lucky there. And it's going to be down there where the gallery walks, which could be a good break, you know. And then there's a wide open green in the front, so he can bump it in there if he needs to.
Keep it right here for Johnson with an iron.
From here you'll be able to see that bowed left wrist at the top, because I've never seen one bowed as much as this is. You guys with good eyes, you'll see it right here.
Well, I talked to Butch Harmon about that. He said he'd never change it. He said that's the way this man plays. It's a draw. This is going to be very good. Right in the center.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
So up ahead on the green, Ishikawa.
And this putt is a mirror image of the one Ernie Els just holed.
Oh, way out.
Way too much. Johnny, I think that's a case of operator error there.
Not sure what he was thinking.
At 18, Havre to post even.
Wow, that's good up and in.
So the man with 3 European wins, the last coming at the Johnny Walker at Glen Eagles. Also in the Barclays Scottish Open, where he beat Phil Mickelson in a playoff. Outstanding day for Havre today.
69.
One of those rare rounds in the 60s here at Pebble. No one better than Tiger's 66 along the powerful and magical shores of Pebble.
There's only one piece of equipment. One piece of equipment. One piece of equipment I trust for every shot. My golf ball. 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 That's why more players around the world trust Titleist. Trust Titleist. Trust Titleist. Trust Titleist. Trust Titleist. More than all other golf balls combined.
Titleist, the most trusted ball in golf.
U.S. Bank can meet all your business's financial needs, helping you reach new heights. From business lending to payment services, equipment financing to commercial real estate, to the personal banking needs of every employee. U.S. Bank offers the expertise and stability you deserve. Whether your business is global or your world is local, you don't just get one of us, you get all of us serving you. U.S. Bank.
Welcome to the world of Leveza, where nature meets science. If you have high cholesterol, high blood pressure, or diabetes, you may also have very high triglycerides, too much fat in the blood. It's a serious medical condition. Leveza, along with diet, effectively lowers very high triglycerides in adults, but has not been shown to prevent heart attacks or strokes. Leveza starts with omega-3 fish oil that's then purified and concentrated. It's the only omega-3 medication that's FDA approved. You can't get it at a health food store.
Leveza isn't right for everyone. Tell your doctor if you're allergic to fish, have other medical conditions, and about any medications you're taking, especially those that may increase risk of bleeding. Blood tests are needed before and during treatment. In some, LDL or bad cholesterol may increase. Possible side effects include burping, infection, flu-like symptoms, upset stomach, and change in sense of taste.
Ask your doctor about Leveza, the prescription that starts in the sea.
We gave it the power of a supercar. Then we gave it the precision of a Lexus. And in turn, wrote a new definition of what's possible for an automobile. This is the pursuit of the impossible. This is the pursuit of perfection.
Now, certainly at home on the links landscape of Pebble Beach, Graham McDowell from Portrush, Northern Ireland. Hoping to keep that same laid-back atmosphere and continue to meld nicely along the shores here at Pebble Beach, just like back home. At 15, second for Dustin Johnson, who is away.
He wants it to hook. It's going to the center of the green. Might ricochet and roll a little bit, but not his best. That was a birdie opportunity where he drove it. He did not take advantage of it.
And this is an indication of how far Graham McDowell is away from this green. And Dustin Johnson.
He got away with one there. McDowell did.
Over there to the left where it's trampled down.
Not sure about the lie. We haven't seen that. Roger, what kind of lie?
Well, it's that long grass, Johnny, that's all twisted and gnarled. He can get the club on the ball, but it's a matter of controlling it, how much spin he can get on it. With that said, he's got 146 to the hole. He can play to the right. You can chase it kind of up into the center of the green from this angle, but I don't think he's going to be going at the flagstick from here.
Sort of a little chunk and run. Back in his stance.
Basketball's drawing toward the hole. Can you get any spin on it?
Yeah. Sitting up nice. I remember when that kind of rough at the U.S. Open was about 6 inches deep.
Things have changed a little bit.
Big
how they
change.
set up these U.S. Opens. Another replay of how he just kind of swooped underneath this ball.
Yeah, you can see he's getting some grass between the club face and the ball. It comes out pretty quickly and really keeps the face stable. That's the mark of a good player. They keep that square face through the hitting area.
Moment ago, Mickelson.
His second shot from 133 yards.
Sounded good.
Yeah, it was very well struck, and the fans liked it as it danced around the hole.
That's a good platform there.
Yes, it is. Almost straight up the hill. Go back to the tee. Hole that is short, and players will hit some sort of iron off the tee for position.
Just short of that bunker, a little left, huh?
Yeah, down the right side. It's about 260 to that fairway bunker on the right. Fairway's been brought in considerably from the left side.
It's going a little farther than he wanted, I think, isn't it? Or maybe it's good.
I think it'll be just fine. All right, up at the green. Mark, Mickelson opportunity here. He hadn't had a lot here of late.
No, he hasn't. We've been saying Phil for par pretty much for the last 2 or 3 hours. He thought this ball was going to end up a little closer than it did, but you're right. It's on a nice side of the hole to putt from. This is one he can be aggressive with.
He should make this.
Firm enough, firm enough. Yes, just. So Mickelson finally with a birdie. It's back to +1. And the crowd.
It's like, boy, I needed that.
Well, needs the energy the crowd's providing, that's for sure. They're still ringing this 16th green. Back at 15.
And McDowell, what kind of play is this, Raj?
Well, this is a quick little chip here. Just got to slip the wedge underneath the ball if you can and just bump it down into the fringe or just onto the green.
We've been talking about how cool Graham McDowell is. And when he was asked about the magnitude of maybe winning this title yesterday after he grabbed the lead, he said, I would be, and this is how frank Graham McDowell is. He's very unfiltered. You'd be familiar with that, Johnny. He says,
that's why I like him.
I'd be lying if I told you I haven't thought about picking up that trophy, but then he's quick to qualify. I've got to go out and earn it. But it has crossed his mind. It's hard not to when you're in the lead for this long of this championship.
Well, it's a nice little lie, though, Roger.
And it's not bad. It's again, it's just a matter of what kind of trajectory he can get on it. If he can get it up quickly, then he just dumped that into the fringe.
It was a good miss.
Oh boy, there's big speed from back there, John. Look at this ball.
I think it was.
You think he missed that?
Totally. He just chunked it, but it was. That's a good shot to hit. That ball went left. That's why he chunked it so much it kicked it left. Watch, he'll hit behind this thing. You see, it didn't even go anywhere. You know, it had no spin, but maybe he was playing for that. You know, I want to give him credit because I think it came out even. It landed in the fringe. I mean, it was like. I don't think you'd want to land it in the fringe, but look at that look.
Now this is a huge breaker.
It's a little like the putt that Tiger made at 17.
He's carrying a lot of speed. Whoa. That's a good 5 feet.
Good news is a very easy 5-footer if there is such a thing at the U.S. Open, straight up the hill.
With that.
16.
Ernie Els positioned very nicely here at the 16th, ready with his second.
Yeah, wide open second from 121 yards off a downhill lie. Breeze coming in from the right.
You happy with it?
It's been a nice day for golf, though, huh, Dottie?
It's a lovely evening, but I will tell you, Johnny, it's starting to get a touch on the chilly side.
It's Pebble Beach, Dottie.
I knew that was coming.
This is not Miami.
Should be a golden opportunity for Els here. Green slopes right to left. Utilize that slope.
Now this starts out well right, Gary. Now the wind's got it a touch. Got to go.
It just doesn't carry far enough. Back at 15.
And the par, and cool as he could be, Justin Johnson saves it. Remains one back of McDowell. These two guys on top of the leaderboard. Only 2 top 10s in majors in their careers between them. And you've got Tiger with 14 major championship wins and 33 top 10s. It's been impressive how not just one, but both of them have stayed up there and kept it together.
Yeah, it has. If they can get it into the house at 4 and 5 under, you know, it's a nice little cushion between themselves and Tiger Woods. Not that Tiger can't pull it off, but I know Tiger wouldn't bet too much money and give McDowell 4 strokes with 18 holes to go. But, you know, with the open pressure, it probably is about a wash.
Yeah. Great touch. Both of them just continue to handle these touch shots, touch putts. McDowell remains one clear over Johnson. Phil Mickelson. Can he do what his rival Tiger Woods did earlier this afternoon and birdie the last 3 holes? He's got the first of them at 16, but he's got the tough 17th, and then the par 5 18th coming up. Always good to have the souvenir from the California boy.
The Nikon D5000, an easy-to-use DSLR with HD movie. It's perfect for low shooting and high shooting, thanks to a swivel LCD. And it has an interchangeable Nikkor lens for head-turning images. The affordable D5000. Want to capture even more with your images? Choose from our lineup of legendary Nikkor lenses.
John Hancock, the future is yours. Visit findtheanswers.com.
We gave it the power of a supercar. Then we gave it the precision of a Lexus. And in turn, wrote a new definition of what's possible for an automobile. This is the pursuit of the impossible. This is the pursuit of perfection.
Can't make it to the U.S. Open this year? Go to the official championship website at usopen.com from now until the final putt. Follow all the action with live HD video coverage and exclusive real-time scoring, including the new interactive play tracker. Get all the excitement of the 110th U.S. Open Championship at Pebble Beach. usopen.com. Your ticket to golf's national championship.
Will Roger Federer win a record-time 7th Wimbledon title?
And Federer stands alone.
The Championships, Wimbledon. Coverage begins next Saturday, noon Eastern on NBC.
It's beautiful in the morning. It's beautiful all day. And at sunset, it's the perfect exclamation point to a championship Saturday here at Pebble Beach. 110th U.S. Open continues. Graham, McDow, and Dustin Johnson continue to hold off everybody. Tiger Woods with that scintillating 66 earlier in the day to put himself back in contention for his 4th U.S. Open. But here's McDowell at 16.
Going with just a hybrid club, trying to position the ball about 235, 40 yards off the tee. And just trickles into the rough, but no issue there. We move ahead to the green. Ernie Els, look where he's aiming this one, Johnny. About 3.5, 4 feet out to the right. Big swing to the left.
Looks pretty good. Even some body English.
Yeah.
First of his career.
Like a little Fred Astaire move.
That's back-to-back birdies for Ernie Els to move him into red figures.
Sweet putt.
Yeah, look at this. You can see the tilt in the green. Great angle here.
Gives it a good whack. He knows it's slow.
Oh, yeah. Dancing at Pebble.
Up to 17.
The difficult 17th, although not as treacherous as it was the first couple of days with the back left hole location, but on the front part.
Bill. Well, you know, the good news is sort of helping wind. And
Johnny, it's a lot like the tee shot at 5 right now. We saw Phil fly that one almost all the way up to the green. Got a lot of spin on it. That's what he needs to do here.
Just a gentle breeze behind and a little, what, right to left?
Just a little.
He just chipped that thing. How's it look? It doesn't look
It
too
looks
thrilled.
way right. No good.
It didn't look like he really, it didn't look like to me that he made a good swing. It didn't have much rhythm to it.
He's indicating that he sort of came over it by the motion from his shoulder there.
Yeah, he did. It wasn't, he didn't finish his backswing.
What about this famous 17th?
Well, you know, look at the bunker in the front. That thing is the first thing you notice, hidden from the back tee here. And you got the whole location on the right side, so you'd say, hey, that's the easy tongue to get at. I don't have to cross that mammoth bunker, but it's a small target. And look at the beautiful bunker and this beautiful white Carmel sand from the beach, probably at Carmel Beach here. I'm not sure where they get it, but it's from this area. But look at the whiteness. It's wonderful to see that.
So much history on this 17th. Just 20% of the field hitting this green in regulation, the toughest in that department.
Well, there's a good one.
Will it hold? Will it check?
I think it
might
come back. Nope.
No, that's in the Tiger Woods area.
Yeah, just even more so. That one is, you got the grass behind the ball, so it's going to be probably a chip, I would think.
Shadows lengthening across the green at 16.
41, effectively.
Yeah, which is 31 at 10. So you only got probably only a 40 shot.
I'm thinking 40 sort of cut hold here. You like it?
Yeah.
Well, Roger, he's gone birdie on this hole. What's he got?
He's actually got 147. You could hear them say 140, 141 is what they feel is playing.
Kind of get grooves on it in this life.
Okay.
Wind from the right, maybe hurting ever so slightly, John.
A bit more now, I think.
Clean lie? I mean, no problem with the jumper or anything, huh?
You know, there's always that question mark, but it doesn't look too bad. It looks pretty innocent.
He sort of traps the ball the way he supinates that left wrist at impact.
Goes from down to being 15 mile an hour against again. Wow.
I guess the wind's switching on him.
I think he's reasonably shallow in there, though. I like just a solid one.
Solid one. Solid cut hold.
On the Marshall.
Now the big issue, sometimes just showing right to left. Sometimes it feels as though it's coming back and quartering out of the right and hurting.
Beautiful angle to play into.
It's just right of the hole. If the distance is up, and that's thick stuff in there short.
It's really nasty.
Wind just turned against just a little bit.
He was posing, Gary. He thought he hit a good one.
Thought he had it. He had it on the line they talked about.
Johnson now 143.
A two-shot swinger here.
No, this is going a little left. This is going to miss left.
A little long as well, so awkward little chip there. Have to land it on the side of the hill. Big move to the right.
2 poor shots.
Yeah, very poor.
I mean, those are birdie shots when you drive it there. Not that the green's easy to putt.
No, but still, we certainly saw a couple of birdies in the groups prior. He knows it was a mistake by his reaction. We go up to 17.
And Mickelson in the vicinity of that drop circle.
Can we just have that move, please? Thank you.
And David Fay, what are they going over here?
Well, it would appear that Phil has interference from that grandstand, and there's a special condition that we have that if you want to take relief, you must go to the nearest drop zone, and that's what he's doing.
And that is a really good break, David B. and Johnny, because he did not have a good lie at all, and now he's got a pretty good lie and a much better angle.
He's got enough green in that little pocket over the bunker to stop it against that bank, right, the hill behind the hole. He
Well,
could
for
actually
most players, I would say no, but for Phil Mickelson, I would say yes. The problem is it's downwind now, Johnny.
Knowing Phil, he might use that backboard that's behind the hole because it'll roll up and roll right back next to the hole.
It seems to have that precursor to the Mickelson flop. The way he goes up, he looks, and let's see how he opens up the club.
We'll see if he just goes straight at it and leaves it left of the hole, or if he'll actually play for that backboard and to the right and let it roll around to the left like Tiger's putt.
That'll work.
Boy, that sure looked tough for him, didn't it?
That was like he just crawled out of bed.
He makes it look easy. He knows his short game is on a level of no one in the game.
16, McDow.
Man, some of the worst rough I've seen on the entire golf course, Raj. What kind of lie did he draw?
This is nasty. Sitting down and very thick. Really a tough lie to control here.
Well, this is the old U.S. Open rough, Gary.
Yes, this is more like what we're used to. Came out in a hurry.
So you can see how big a swing you felt like you had to make, and he will still be furthest from the hole.
It's not a good leave either.
No. Downhill, big left to right break.
And there's Cheka with a hybrid.
Big break, as we saw from Tiger. Throws it out to the right, trickling. Well done.
Yep, Cheka should stay at +3, back to 16.
Well, interestingly, Johnson's going to play even though he's not away.
He has a nice touch. Doesn't mess around either, does he, Roger? He goes out and hits.
Up at 17.
Mickelson to remain at +1.
Now making him put on a strong finish. He's on the right direction. Maybe a 3-3-3 finish.
Got the break, used the drop zone, and made a 3 at the difficult 17. Phil always likes to put on a show, and usually the best shows are with a short game. Watch the crowd zero in on this. It's a great spot. Beautiful grandstand. You get a great view of the water and this dramatic 17th hole, and then you can peer over and check out the 18th tee. 16.
Graham McDowell now with his 4th shot out of the back fringe.
And this has to be about 40 feet. Pretty big swing from left to right. 2 putts from here is good, Gary.
Yeah, I would agree, Raj. A lot of people have left the ball considerably short from this position.
Only 1 bogey so far today.
This looks to have enough pace. It's a very good effort.
There's a lot of lumps and bumps right around that hole, Gary.
Late in the day, John, on these Poana greens. Up to 17.
Else working on a birdie streak here. Now it's 17.
Boy, he's aiming well right.
A hole where he's gone double bogey and bogey on in the first 2 rounds.
Going with a draw 7, and I hope it draws. Yeah, it does. But that's going to be quite the tricky little pitch shot there, I'll tell you.
Back to 16.
Dustin Johnson for his par. All right, good up and in. Lands at 4 under par. 3 under par in his round today. And Roger, it was a good putt from the back fringe, but this little short one will dart to the left if it's not struck solidly.
Yes, it will. And, you know, it's one of those, if you do hit it too hard, you can catch that top spin lip out as well. Not an easy little putt.
Okay. But there's a tie at the top now. Dustin Johnson, Graham McDowell, 4 under, Tiger and Ernie Els only 3 back.
Mickelson off the tee at 18.
And going with the driver. He has not hit this fairway yet. We'll see what he's got here.
This one is up the left-hand side, and it could be real good or real bad.
Oh, man. It came out of the rocks and then went right back in.
It was down, came back up.
I didn't see it, Mom, did you?
It went back down.
That used to be fairway, and it collapsed with the big...
I couldn't tell.
Not too long ago, and they just cemented it in and left it there.
Are they moaning at me or the guy up on the green?
One more look at it. Hits on the fairway.
Yeah, he gets the drop up there, which is really big, but
lands on the rocks. It comes back in, landed on the top of the ledge, and then went back down. Wow. Johnson, McDowell continue to lead by 3.
Strength on its own can be impressive. When consistency is added, that's when it becomes real. At Northwestern Mutual, we've been able to deliver real strength for over 150 years. Northwestern Mutual, consistency counts. Put our strength to work for you. Learn how at northwesternmutual.com.
Today I am announcing my resignation.
From the most powerful court to the most powerless victims.
Justice Garza gave up everything to save me.
Who says you were the only one who needed saving?
Jimmy Smith's Outlaw. Fridays this fall on NBC.
You don't need to be a pro athlete to experience pain. Serious pain. The type of pain that can keep you on the sideline, possibly out of a job. When you got pain in your feet, back, legs, and hips, you need serious pain relief. You need to visit the Good Feet store.
Good Feet's 3-step system is designed to hold your foot in a more ideal position for pain-free comfort, balance, and support.
In Sacramento, Roseville, Stockton, Modesto, and Fairfield, or call 866-FIT-FEET today.
Stay in the game. For serious pain relief, get to the Good Feet store.
It's the same, only different. The forever fuel-efficient Civic from Honda.
Look for money-saving leases and low financing at your Honda dealer, or go to shophonda.com.
KCRA 3, where the news comes first in Sacramento County.
110th U.S. Open Championship is brought to you by MasterCard. There are some things money can't buy. For everything else, there's MasterCard. By Michelob Ultra, the superior light beer, perfectly balanced for the ultra life. And by Lexus, this is the pursuit of the impossible. This is the pursuit of perfection. Out to the 17th. Delicate little shot for Ernie Els.
It sure is. You almost have to pay a chunk on accident.
That was a beautiful touch. It's going to get away from him, though, a little, because he just didn't get it high enough.
I'm surprised he didn't play it more to the right. But that's a fairly easy putt. I mean, it's a straight-in putt. And with a tilt of the hole looks about 5 inches wide.
Mickelson bounced around the seawall at 18.
Yeah, that seawall was washed away during a storm in January of 2005. It's at the 275-yard mark on the 18th fairway, and if that wasn't washed away, it would have been a sort of a heroic drive. It would have been fine. But you'll see that the fairway used to go right here, and that this whole area here was washed away, and then they gun-eyed the wall so it wouldn't further wash. But you can see they couldn't get in there to really move all that riprap.
Careful on that rock.
But he's down there on the kelp, according to Mark. Where are you, Mark? Right there.
Well, he is, Johnny. I can see a lot of the ball. He's going down to take a look at it, and you could make a very nice seaweed salad out of the stuff his ball is laying on. The problem is the cliff right in front of him.
Well, there's nothing about that. It looks too good from here, I can tell you that. Not sure what you would gain, because he can hit the green.
I can get it up going this way, but it's not worth the risk if it crosses here for sure.
Whoa, he just about lost it there. Mickelson, one of the few players to still wear metal spikes. Not good traction on that.
You see, there's the wall that they remanufactured there to keep it from eroding more if the big storms come in the wintertime.
Hey, Alex, you want to just help me with where it entered?
Well, this gentleman right here said that.
Yeah, that's okay. Yeah, oh, the one right here? Right. Okay, never mind. Thanks.
So a good level-headed decision here for Phil. He definitely can still reach the green from here.
Before we get to that, we go to Ernie's par attempt at 17, Dottie.
And I agree with Johnny. This is very straight, but I just feel like that was the second shot was the hardest shot he really had to play all day, and after a quality tee shot, deserves to make this putt.
He's made 2 good putts in a row. I thought he'd make that. That cup looks so big because it's tilted right towards you, Dottie. Did you notice that?
Absolutely. There's some tilt to it for sure.
That's a tough one. And Els has had a tough time with 17, as have a lot of players in the field. +4 on this hole for the week. And Dottie, you're right. He deserved probably better there.
But the players probably, if they had a second try at this, they would just keep the ball on the front edge of the green. They wouldn't even try to get to the hole, you know, Dottie, because once you get up there, it runs, you know, right up through the green, and then you got that crazy shot.
Yeah, I think that was his intent, but that was a bigger bounce than he thought.
Back on the tee is Dustin Johnson, who on this same hole just blew away Tiger Woods earlier in the week. Hit a 4-iron into the wind.
Catch all of that?
He's shaping from right to left at the very right edge of the green.
Yeah, that's a good one.
That's just the kinds of shots he can hit with his ability.
That was smart. Kept it short of the hole. And
we'll pro-trace this high drawing arc.
Look at the balance. For a tall man, that's very effortless.
All right, Mark Mickelson now ready with his 3rd.
Right into the setting sun, which is blazing.
Can you see it, Mark?
This is from 242 yards. Wind is coming from the right now.
He's on.
Just can't believe how far he can hit his irons now. He just is the longest iron hitter in the game today. as far as it's playing professional.
He knows he heard the cheers, but all he knows is he thinks he cleared the bunker.
I can't believe you can carry it that far with an iron.
Back at 17. And Graham McDowell. Greens and regulation comparison between the two. Dustin Johnson a lot better than McDowell's 50%.
McDowell's got the right shot for this. A little draw. You just saw Dustin do it. Just copy his shot.
This ball going a bit too far right. And short.
Yeah, not terrible. Sitting down a little.
Yeah, not bad to be able to attack the hole from below and not have that tough angle. Mickelson carries it on the green at the par 5 18.
We gave it the power of a supercar. Then we gave it the precision of a Lexus. And in turn, wrote a new definition of what's possible for an automobile. This is the pursuit of the impossible. This is the pursuit of perfection.
Well, we get along. Yeah, we really do. And there's nothing wrong. What I feel for you.
When you're not worried about potential dangers, the world can be a far less threatening place. Take the scary out of life with Travelers Insurance and see the world in a different light.
Camera with wide-angle lens, $300. Identical camera with identical lens, 30% off on MasterCard Marketplace.
Wait, how much?
Ibuprofen, $12. X-ray, $90. Chiropractor, $200.
I'm okay.
A smarter way to shop online, priceless. Introducing MasterCardMarketplace.com, your personalized shopping experience with the things you want for less.
So, Robbie, how do you remember 32 positions on a straight fit?
That's not too bad once you learn all the nicknames. This one is called the High Cut Cowboy.
I like it. How about a draw?
Ah, the St. Anne draw.
Impressive. What else we got?
There's a Texas T-snapper, apple turnover, right turn at Albuquerque, sawgrass slider, turnberry tamer, Doral drawdown, Arbor Town hang time, the dirty birdie, La Quinta Colada, weekend bender, bunker buster, tree hugger. Here's a Cog Hill cutter.
So rich.
Hola, amigo. It's me, your TV. Just pulled the plug on your cable to show you something sweet. With DirecTV, get a DVR that stores twice as many shows as cable. So load it up. Sports, soaps, absolutely. Reality show marathon, not my thing, but cool. Lots of movies, why not? You got the room. Stop limiting yourself. Give them a call and check out that deal. DirecTV, it'll change your life.
This Tuesday, when families go off course,
I need help.
Jillian brings them back.
I'm gonna turn this thing around.
I got your back all the way.
I'm getting my husband back.
New Losing It with Jillian, this Tuesday at 8, 7 Central on NBC.
All right. The live for McDow for his second, Roger.
Not too bad. And as Johnny said, if you're going to miss this green, it's about as good a spot as you can miss it in.
See if it comes out the way he wants.
I should move a little bit to his left. Not bad. Not bad.
That's not an easy putt there, though. That's at least right edge and maybe outside the hole. So it's not a gimme.
Mickelson, as he was walking up to his ball at 18, studying that board, the big board, which is behind the green here at 18.
He's saying that Tiger Woods is only 3 back of the leaders right now.
He shot my 66 that I shot yesterday today. 4 birdie.
That's a pretty good swinger. That would be a definite All-American birdie if he made that.
Up and down from 240 or whatever he was.
That's a good par.
Yep. In at +1. So 75, 66, and 73. And did he ever want that birdie to end it on the Saturday? But he should go off in one of the final 3 groups on Sunday once again in a U.S. Open. Dustin Johnson at 17 with a big swinger right to left.
Yeah, pretty significant turn here as it loses speed.
This is cozy it up there with option to drop.
This looks pretty good. Right here.
Now there is an unexpected pleasure. A little serendipity there.
Dustin Johnson again with a lead by himself. Perfect read, perfect line, perfect speed.
Beautiful putting stroke. That face does not quiver at impact and through the follow through. Boy, that's great speed, isn't it? That's just like Tiger's putt. Look at that thing go left and right down the fall line.
Boom. 4th birdie. Had the eagle at 4. And just 2 bogeys for Dustin Johnson, who moves to 4 under on his round. That is the best of the day.
That's a great round under open pressure final group Saturday.
We'll see if Graham McDowell can make another one of these putts, Roger.
Yeah, it's a tough little putt, as Johnny said. You know, it's all a matter of pace, Johnny.
Yeah.
Right edge if you want to bang it, and you got to get it off the hole if you want to cruise it.
I'll say, if you play it outside the hole and sort of give it a little extra hit, you're going to have a long one coming back too if it spins out. There it is. 2-shot swinger right there. All of a sudden, Dustin Johnson.
Hair on the back of his neck goes
a
little bit. You're in the lead. 1 hole left on 3rd round.
Yep. McDowell 2 bogeys in a row. Now a 2-stroke lead for Dustin Johnson. 4 ahead of Tiger Woods, 5 ahead of Els. And now what do you do on 18? Roger Malfi, you had this shot. What do you think you got to do?
Well, you don't want to hit it left. I know that. I've tried that. That never worked.
We'll take a moment to think about it. We'll move it up to Ernie Els from 249 with his 2nd.
Yeah, let's see if he can keep it from going right. Most guys hit it right here. That's a very popular spot, and that's going to be a very interesting lie right there, I'll tell you. And I don't think you get any relief from that.
No, you don't. From the tree well, a little downslope at that.
Yeah, that's a tough break.
Well, tomorrow we come at you at 3 o'clock Eastern time as we're back with the final round of this 110th U.S. Open Championship live from Pebble Beach. 9 o'clock Eastern ending time.
I got it right here, Jay. Hey,
as we're just about 11 o'clock out east right now.
I'm really surprised at this club. I mean, I'm like, are you kidding me? Are you imitating Phil Mickelson or what?
Well, he's got a lot of confidence in this driver.
I mean, I know he's got a 2-shot lead. He could hit easily 3-wood and knock it on the green. So let's see. I better not go too far right, but he seems to like it.
This ball right at the trees.
Well, I still don't think that was the right club. I think a draw 3-wood, but it is sitting up. You know?
I hit it good.
He said I hit it good. The shot was a going draw 3-wood, but gotta hand it to him for his confidence.
There's the eagle for Dustin, which really got him going. Birdies at 6 and 7. Closed out his front 9 with a bogey. Was still 3 under 32, and then a couple more birdies on the back. The most impressive, the last one we saw at 17.
Well, this is really a tough sun right now, Johnny. Sun just above the tree line, almost directly behind the green.
He's looking what, just the left side of that new cypress tree with the draw, Roger?
I would think so. That would fit his shot shape perfectly.
I mean, that's where his eyeballs were looking. Boy, what a great setting. Look at the lighting, folks, if you're into photography right now. Look at the lighting on that wall and the greenness of the grass. That's good stuff. That's not a draw. That's a cut. Must have necked it a little bit. I don't think has he hit many fades today, Roger?
No, John, he hasn't. Really, virtually every shot's been shaped right to left.
Yeah, that one was it's a smart
hands firmly on the steering wheel.
Yeah.
There's the ho-hum, hands in pockets. Lazy stroll by Dustin Johnson. Up ahead, third shot for Ishikawa from 107.
Oh, not bad.
Well, Johnny, we talked about it, how yesterday you dubbed Dustin Johnson your favorite for this championship. Again, a guy that doesn't really have any major championship run experience with the heat really on. It appears he's going to have the lead here heading into the final round of the U.S. Open here. Pebble Beach, no less.
Well, I go a lot with hunches, but I like what he did, obviously, the last 2 years at the AT&T, and it doesn't seem to have a record of sort of choking or letting the leads go. Of course, we got 18 holes tomorrow with Tiger Woods breathing down his neck, but Dustin has got a lot of game. I mean, he might be the next great player. Who knows?
Donnie, what about this lie for Ernie?
Well, it may seem like a bad break, but he actually got a good break, not being around any of the roots itself. The lie is actually pretty decent.
It's just a bunker shot, isn't it?
Get a little spin on this, huh?
Exactly.
It's just a bunker shot. You pretend you're in the bunker. Shot he's had all week that has a compacted dirt where he can spin it.
And still a ways away for birdie for Ernie.
You got to have guts to play that, though. You got to make sure you hit down and underneath the ball. You can't baby it.
If he makes that, birdie would get him into the second to last group with Tiger.
Yeah, that's good performance by Ernie Els.
And that would be ironic considering what happened here on this very turf 10 years ago in the U.S. Open. Played with Tiger in the final round and watched Tiger put on a show for the ages.
Ernie's, of course, level par for the championship, just bogeyed the last hole, 1 over for the day. So, Dottie, you handy right there?
I sure am. Actually standing right behind Ernie, and this putt is it's a boomerang from left to right. The one that you kind of feed up and let gravity take over.
So you should.
While we have a moment, let's send it down to Mark Rolfing.
Thank you very much, Dan. Okay, Phil, I've been describing that round for about 4 hours. Could you describe it for me?
I think that I fought hard today, Mark. I didn't play well. The golf course very fair, very playable. We obviously saw some scores out there, and if you struck it well, you could do that. You could make some birdies. I didn't hit it as well as I did yesterday, and so I had to fight pretty hard to get some up and downs. Some ridiculous up and downs, Mark, to keep it where I was at, to keep within striking distance. You know, 1 over in an Open is not a great spot, not a bad spot to be. I'm quite a few shots back, probably more shots back than I thought I would be. Dustin's played some great golf, and Graham's been playing very well too. But anything can happen on Sunday, and if you make a move, you can make up a lot of ground.
All right, good luck tomorrow, Phil.
Thanks, Mark.
All right, Ernie for birdie to get in there with that group at Tiger Woods.
Like Dottie says, moves a lot to the right. Everybody's missed a right pretty much.
It's not hard enough or high enough.
Almost identical to Tiger's putt, huh? A little too easy and not enough break. But not bad when you're in the Dottie, when you're where he was down there in the tree roots and the dirt.
That could have been a whole lot worse for sure.
Instead of a Halbray, whose even par was posted beforehand, he'll play with Tiger, and now back out alongside those trees. Graham McDowell, Roger.
And laying up from 256 yards.
He definitely could have hit it in the front bunker if he wanted to be a little frisky, Roger.
And it's a shot that fits his shot shape. He could have sent it up the right and hit a draw, but elected to lay up. He's in good shape now.
Yeah, he has. But of course, Tiger was, 4 yards behind him and knocked it on the